Chapter 59. Wherein is related the strange thing, which may be regarded as an adventure, that happened Don Quixote. A clear limpid spring which they discovered in a cool grove relieved Don Quixote and Sancho of the dust and fatigue due to the unpolite behavior of the bulls, and by the side of this, having turned Dapple and Rocinante loose without headstall or bridle, the forlorn pair, master and man, seated themselves. Sancho had recourse to the larder of his alforjas and took out of them what he called the prog. 908 Don Quixote rinsed his mouth and bathed his face, by which cooling process his flagging energies were revived. Out of pure vexation he remained without eating, and out of pure politeness Sancho did not venture to touch a morsel of what was before him, but waited for his master to act as taster. Seeing, however, that, absorbed in thought, he was forgetting to carry the bread to his mouth, he said never a word, and trampling every sort of good breeding underfoot, began to stow away in his paunch the bread and cheese that came to his hand. "Eat, Sancho my friend," said Don Quixote, "support life, which is of more consequence to thee than to me, and leave me to die under the pain of my thoughts and pressure of my misfortunes. I was born, Sancho, to live dying, and thou to die eating. And to prove the truth of what I say, look at me, printed in histories, famed in arms, courteous in behavior, honored by princes, courted by maidens. And after all, when I looked forward to palms, triumphs, and crowns, won and earned by my valiant deeds, I have this morning seen myself trampled on, kicked, and crushed by the feet of unclean and filthy animals. This thought blunts my teeth, paralyzes my jaws, cramps my hands, and robs me of all appetite for food, so much so that I have a mind to let myself die of hunger, the cruelest death of all deaths." "So then," said Sancho, munching hard all the time, "your worship does not agree with the proverb that says, 'Let Martha die, but let her die with a full belly.' 909 I, at any rate, have no mind to kill myself, so far from that, I mean to do as the cobbler does, who stretches the leather with his teeth until he makes it reach as far as he wants. I'll stretch out my life by eating until it reaches the end heaven has fixed for it, and let me tell you, Señor, there's no greater folly than to think of dying of despair as your worship does. Take my advice, and after eating lie down and sleep a bit on this green grass mattress, and you will see that when you awake you'll feel something better." Don Quixote did as he recommended, for it struck him that Sancho's reasoning was more like a philosopher's than a blockhead's, and said he, "Sancho, if thou wilt do for me what I am going to tell thee, my ease of mind would be more assured and my heaviness of heart not so great. And it is this: to go aside a little while I am sleeping in accordance with thy advice, and, making bare thy carcass to the air, to give thyself 300 or 400 lashes with Rocinante's reins. On account of the 3,000 and odd thou art to give thyself for the disenchantment of Dulcinea. For it is a great pity that the poor lady should be left enchanted through thy carelessness and negligence." "There is a good deal to be said on that point," said Sancho. "Let us both go to sleep now, and after that, God has decreed what will happen. Let me tell your worship that for a man to whip himself in cold blood is a hard thing, especially if the stripes fall upon an ill-nourished and worse-fed body. Let my lady Dulcinea have patience, and when she is least expecting it, she will see me made a riddle of with whipping, and until death it's all life. 910 I mean that I have still life in me, and the desire to make good what I have promised." Don Quixote thanked him, and ate a little, and Sancho a good deal, and then they both lay down to sleep, leaving those two inseparable friends and comrades, Rocinante and Dapple, to their own devices and to feed unrestrained upon the abundant grass with which the meadow was furnished. They woke up rather late, mounted once more and resumed their journey, pushing on to reach an inn which was in sight, apparently a league off. I say an inn, because Don Quixote called it so, contrary to his usual practice of calling all inns castles. They reached it, and asked the landlord if they could put up there. He said yes, with as much comfort and as good fare as they could find in Saragossa. They dismounted, and Sancho stowed away his larder in a room of which the landlord gave him the key. He took the beasts to the stable, fed them, and came back to see what orders Don Quixote, who was seated on a bench at the door, had for him. Giving special thanks to heaven that this inn had not been taken for a castle by his master. Supper time came, and they repaired to their room, and Sancho asked the landlord what he had to give them for supper. To this the landlord replied that his mouth should be the measure. He had only to ask what he would, for that inn was provided with the birds of the air and the fowls of the earth and the fish of the sea. "There's no need of all that," said Sancho. "If they'll roast us a couple of chickens we'll be satisfied, for my master is delicate and eats little, and I'm not over and above gluttonous." The landlord replied he had no chickens, for the kites had stolen them. "Well then," said Sancho, "let Señor landlord tell them to roast a pullet, so that it is a tender one." "Pullet, my father," said the landlord, "indeed and in truth it's only yesterday I sent over 50 to the city to sell, but saving pullets ask what you will." "In that case," said Sancho, "you will not be without veal or kid." "Just now," said the landlord, "there's none in the house, for it's all finished. But next week there will be enough and to spare." "Much good that does us," said Sancho. "I'll lay a bet that all these shortcomings are going to wind up in plenty of bacon and eggs." "By God," said the landlord, "my guest's wits must be precious dull. I tell him I have neither pullets nor hens, and he wants me to have eggs. Talk of other dainties, if you please, and don't ask for hens again." "Body o' me," said Sancho, "let's settle the matter, say at once what you have got, and let us have no more words about it." "In truth and earnest, Señor guest," said the landlord, "all I have is a couple of cow heels like calves' feet, or a couple of calves' feet like cow heels. They are boiled with chickpeas, onions, and bacon, and at this moment they are crying, 'Come eat me, come eat me.' I mark them for mine on the spot," said Sancho, "let nobody touch them. I'll pay better for them than anyone else, for I could not wish for anything more to my taste, and I don't care a pin whether they are feet or heels." "Nobody shall touch them," said the landlord. "For the other guests I have, being persons of high quality, bring their own cook and caterer and larder with them." "If you come to people of quality," said Sancho, "there's nobody more so than my master, but the calling he follows does not allow of larders or storerooms. We lay ourselves down in the middle of a meadow, and fill ourselves with acorns or medlars." Here ended Sancho's conversation with the landlord, Sancho not caring to carry it any farther by answering him, for he had already asked him what calling or what profession it was his master was of. Supper time having come, then, Don Quixote betook himself to his room, the landlord brought in the stewpan just as it was, and he sat himself down to sup very resolutely. It seems that in another room, which was next to Don Quixote's, with nothing but a thin partition to separate it, he overheard these words, "As you live, Señor Don Geronimo." While they are bringing supper, let us read another chapter of the second part of Don Quixote of La Mancha. The instant Don Quixote heard his own name he started to his feet and listened with open ears to catch what they said about him, and heard the Don Geronimo who had been addressed say in reply, "Why would you have us read that absurd stuff, Don Juan? When it is impossible for anyone who has read the first part of the history of Don Quixote of La Mancha to take any pleasure in reading this second part?" "For all that," said he who was addressed as Don Juan, "we shall do well to read it, for there is no book so bad but it has something good in it. 911 What displeases me most in it is that it represents Don Quixote as now cured of his love for Dulcinea del Toboso. 912. On hearing this Don Quixote, full of wrath and indignation, lifted up his voice and said, "Whoever he may be who says that Don Quixote of La Mancha has forgotten or can forget Dulcinea del Toboso, I will teach him with equal arms that what he says is very far from the truth. For neither can the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso be forgotten, nor can forgetfulness have a place in Don Quixote. His motto is constancy, and his profession to maintain the same with his life and never wrong it. 913. Who is this that answers us?" said they in the next room. "Who should it be," said Sancho, "but Don Quixote of La Mancha himself, who will make good all he has said and all he will say, for pledges don't trouble a good payer." 914. Sancho had hardly uttered these words when two gentlemen, for such they seemed to be, entered the room, and one of them, throwing his arms round Don Quixote's neck, said to him, "Your appearance cannot leave any question as to your name, nor can your name fail to identify your appearance. Unquestionably, Señor, you are the real Don Quixote of La Mancha, cynosure and morning star of knight-errantry. Despite and in defiance of him who has sought to usurp your name and bring to naught your achievements, as the author of this book which I here present to you has done." And with this he put a book which his companion carried into the hands of Don Quixote, who took it, and without replying began to run his eye over it. But he presently returned it saying, "In the little I have seen I have discovered 3 things in this author that deserve to be censured. The first is some words that I have read in the preface. The next that the language is Aragonese, for sometimes he writes without articles. And the third, which above all stamps him as ignorant, is that he goes wrong and departs from the truth in the most important part of the history. For here he says that my squire Sancho Panza's wife is called Mari Gutierrez, when she is called nothing of the sort, but Teresa Panza. And when a man errs on such an important point as this there is good reason to fear that he is in error on every other point in the history." 9:15. "A nice sort of historian, indeed!" exclaimed Sancho at this. "He must know a deal about our affairs when he calls my wife Teresa Panza, Mari Gutierrez. Take the book again, Señor, and see if I am in it and if he has changed my name." "From your talk, friend," said Don Geronimo, "no doubt you are Sancho Panza, Señor Don Quixote's squire." "Yes, I am," said Sancho, "and I'm proud of it." "Faith, then," said the gentleman, "this new author does not handle you with the decency that displays itself in your person. He makes you out a heavy feeder and a fool, and not in the least droll, and a very different being from the Sancho described in the first part of your master's history." "God forgive him," said Sancho, "he might have left me in my corner without troubling his head about me. Let him who knows how ring the bells, St. Peter is very well in Rome." 9:16. The two gentlemen pressed Don Quixote to come into their room and have supper with them, as they knew very well there was nothing in that fit for one of his sort. Don Quixote, who was always polite, yielded to their request and supped with them. Sancho stayed behind with the stewpan, and invested with plenary delegated authority seated himself at the head of the table, and the landlord sat down with him. For he was no less fond of cow heel and calves' feet than Sancho was. While at supper Don Juan asked Don Quixote what news he had of the lady Dulcinea del Toboso. Was she married, had she been brought to bed, or was she with child, or did she in maidenhood, still preserving her modesty and delicacy, cherish the remembrance of the tender passion of Señor Don Quixote? To this he replied, "Dulcinea is a maiden still, and my passion more firmly rooted than ever, our intercourse unsatisfactory as before, and her beauty transformed into that of a foul country wench." And then he proceeded to give them a full and particular account of the enchantment of Dulcinea, and of what had happened him in the cave of Montesinos, together with what the sage Merlin had prescribed for her disenchantment, namely the scourging of Sancho. Exceedingly great was the amusement the two gentlemen derived from hearing Don Quixote recount the strange incidents of his history. And if they were amazed by his absurdities they were equally amazed by the elegant style in which he delivered them. On the one hand they regarded him as a man of wit and sense, and on the other he seemed to them a maundering blockhead. And they could not make up their minds whereabouts between wisdom and folly they ought to place him. Sancho having finished his supper, and left the landlord in the condition 9:17 repaired to the room where his master was, and as he came in said, "May I die, sirs? If the author of this book your worships have got has any mind that we should agree. As he calls me glutton, according to what your worships say, I wish he may not call me drunkard too." "But he does," said Don Geronimo. "I cannot remember, however, in what way, though I know his words are offensive, and what is more, lying, as I can see plainly by the physiognomy of the worthy Sancho before me." "Believe me," said Sancho, "the Sancho and the Don Quixote of this history must be different persons from those that appear in the one side Hamid Benengeli wrote, who are ourselves. My master valiant, wise, and true in love, and I simple, droll, and neither glutton nor drunkard. I believe it, said Don Juan. And were it possible, an order should be issued that no one should have the presumption to deal with anything relating to Don Quixote, save his original author Cide Hamete. Just as Alexander commanded that no one should presume to paint his portrait save Apelles. Let him who will paint me, said Don Quixote, but let him not abuse me. For patience will often break down when they heap insults upon it. None can be offered to Señor Don Quixote, said Don Juan, that he himself will not be able to avenge, if he does not ward it off with the shield of his patience, which, I take it, is great and strong. A considerable portion of the night passed in conversation of this sort, and though Don Juan wished Don Quixote to read more of the book to see what it was all about, he was not to be prevailed upon, saying that he treated it as read and pronounced it utterly silly. And, if by any chance it should come to its author's ears that he had it in his hand, he did not want him to flatter himself with the idea that he had read it. For our thoughts, and still more our eyes, should keep themselves aloof from what is obscene and filthy. They asked him whither he meant to direct his steps. He replied, to Saragossa, to take part in the harness justs which were held in that city every year. Don Juan told him that the new history described how Don Quixote, let him be who he might, took part there in a tilting at the ring, utterly devoid of invention, poor in mottos, very poor in costume, though rich in sillinesses. 918. For that very reason, said Don Quixote, I will not set foot in Saragossa. And by that means I shall expose to the world the lie of this new history writer, and people will see that I am not the Don Quixote he speaks of. You will do quite right, said Don Geronimo. And there are other justs at Barcelona in which Señor Don Quixote may display his prowess. That is what I mean to do, said Don Quixote. And as it is now time, I pray your worships to give me leave to retire to bed, and to place and retain me among the number of your greatest friends and servants. And me too, said Sancho. Maybe I'll be good for something. With this they exchanged farewells, and Don Quixote and Sancho retired to their room, leaving Don Juan and Don Geronimo amazed to see the medley he made of his good sense and his craziness. And they felt thoroughly convinced that these, and not those their Aragonese author described, were the genuine Don Quixote and Sancho. Don Quixote rose betimes, and bade adieu to his hosts by knocking at the partition of the other room. Sancho paid the landlord magnificently, and recommended him either to say less about the providing of his inn or to keep it better provided. Chapter 60. Of what happened Don Quixote on his way to Barcelona. It was a fresh morning giving promise of a cool day as Don Quixote quitted the inn, first of all taking care to ascertain the most direct road to Barcelona without touching upon Saragossa. So anxious was he to make out this new historian, who they said abused him so, to be a liar. Well, as it fell out, nothing worthy of being recorded happened him for 6 days, at the end of which, having turned aside out of the road, he was overtaken by night in a thicket of oak or cork trees. For on this point Cide Hamete is not as precise as he usually is on other matters. Master and man dismounted from their beasts, and as soon as they had settled themselves at the foot of the trees, Sancho, who had had a good noontide meal that day, let himself, without more ado, pass the gates of sleep. But Don Quixote, whom his thoughts, far more than hunger, kept awake, could not close an eye, and roamed in fancy to and fro through all sorts of places. At one moment it seemed to him that he was in the cave of Montesinos and saw Dulcinea, transformed into a country wench, skipping and mounting upon her she-ass. Again that the words of the sage Merlin were sounding in his ears, setting forth the conditions to be observed and the exertions to be made for the disenchantment of Dulcinea. He lost all patience when he considered the laziness and want of charity of his squire Sancho. For to the best of his belief he had only given himself 5 lashes, a number paltry and disproportioned to the vast number required. At this thought he felt such vexation and anger that he reasoned the matter thus: if Alexander the Great cut the Gordian knot, saying, to cut comes to the same thing as to untie, and yet did not fail to become Lord Paramount of all Asia, neither more nor less could happen now in Dulcinea's disenchantment if I scourge Sancho against his will. For, if it is the condition of the remedy that Sancho shall receive 3,000 and odd lashes, what does it matter to me whether he inflicts them himself, or someone else inflicts them? When the essential point is that he receives them, let them come from whatever quarter they may. With this idea he went over to Sancho, having first taken Rocinante's reins and arranged them so as to be able to flog him with them, and began to untie the points. The common belief is he had but one in front, by which his breeches were held up. But the instant he approached him Sancho woke up in his full senses and cried out, "What is this? Who is touching me and untrussing me?" "It is I," said Don Quixote, "and I come to make good thy shortcomings and relieve my own distresses. I come to whip thee, Sancho, and wipe off some portion of the debt thou hast undertaken. Dulcinea is perishing, thou art living on regardless, I am dying of hope deferred. Therefore untrust thyself with a good will, for mine it is, here, in this retired spot, to give thee at least 2,000 lashes." "Not a bit of it," said Sancho. "Let your worship keep quiet, or else by the living God the deaf shall hear us. The lashes I pledged myself to must be voluntary and not forced upon me, and just now I have no fancy to whip myself. It is enough if I give you my word to flog and flap myself when I have a mind." "It will not do to leave it to thy courtesy, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "for thou art hard of heart and, though a clown, tender of flesh," and at the same time he strove and struggled to untie him. Seeing this Sancho got up, and grappling with his master he gripped him with all his might in his arms, giving him a trip with the heel stretched him on the ground on his back, and pressing his right knee on his chest held his hands in his own so that he could neither move nor breathe. "How now, traitor," exclaimed Don Quixote. "Dost thou revolt against thy master and natural lord? Dost thou rise against him who gives thee his bread?" "I neither put down king, nor set up king," 919 said Sancho, "I only stand up for myself who am my own lord. If your worship promises me to be quiet, and not to offer to whip me now, I'll let you go free and unhindered, if not. Traitor and Dona Sancha's foe, thou deest on the spot." 920. Don Quixote gave his promise, and swore by the life of his thoughts not to touch so much as a hair of his garments, and to leave him entirely free and to his own discretion to whip himself whenever he pleased. Sancho rose and removed some distance from the spot, but as he was about to place himself leaning against another tree he felt something touch his head, and putting up his hands encountered somebody's 2 feet with shoes and stockings on them. He trembled with fear and made for another tree, where the very same thing happened to him, and he fell shouting, calling upon Don Quixote to come and protect him. Don Quixote did so, and asked him what had happened to him, and what he was afraid of. Sancho replied that all the trees were full of men's feet and legs. Don Quixote felt them, and guessed at once what it was, and said to Sancho, "Thou hast nothing to be afraid of. For these feet and legs that thou feelest but canst not see belong no doubt to some outlaws and freebooters that have been hanged on these trees. For the authorities in these parts are wont to hang them up by 20s and 30s when they catch them, whereby I conjecture that I must be near Barcelona," and it was, in fact, as he supposed. With the first light they looked up and saw that the fruit hanging on those trees were freebooters' bodies. And now day dawned. And if the dead freebooters had scared them, their hearts were no less troubled by upwards of 40 living ones, who all of a sudden surrounded them, and in the Catalan tongue bade them stand and wait until their captain came up. Don Quixote was on foot with his horse unbridled and his lance leaning against a tree, and in short completely defenseless. He thought it best therefore to fold his arms and bow his head and reserve himself for a more favorable occasion and opportunity. The robbers made haste to search Dapple, and did not leave him a single thing of all he carried in the alforjas and in the valise. And lucky it was for Sancho that the duke's crowns and those he brought from home were in a girdle that he wore round him. But for all that these good folk would have stripped him, and even looked to see what he had hidden between the skin and flesh, but for the arrival at that moment of their captain, who was about 34 years of age apparently, strongly built, above the middle height, of stern aspect and swarthy complexion. He was mounted upon a powerful horse, and had on a coat of mail, with 4 of the pistols they call petronels in that country at his waist. He saw that his squires, for so they call those who follow that trade, were about to rifle Sancho Panza, but he ordered them to desist and was at once obeyed, so the girdle escaped. He wondered to see the lance leaning against the tree, the shield on the ground, and Don Quixote in armor and dejected, with the saddest and most melancholy face that sadness itself could produce. And going up to him he said, "Be not so cast down, good man, for you have not fallen into the hands of any inhuman Busiris 921 but into Roque Guinarts, which are more merciful than cruel." 922. The cause of my dejection, returned Don Quixote, is not that I have fallen into thy hands, O valiant Roque, whose fame is bounded by no limits on earth. But that my carelessness should have been so great that thy soldiers should have caught me unbridled, when it is my duty, according to the rule of knight-errantry which I profess, to be always on the alert and at all times my own sentinel. For let me tell thee, great Roque, had they found me on my horse, with my lance and shield, it would not have been very easy for them to reduce me to submission, for I am Don Quixote of La Mancha, he who hath filled the whole world with his achievements. Roque Guinart at once perceived that Don Quixote's weakness was more akin to madness than to swagger. And though he had sometimes heard him spoken of, he never regarded the things attributed to him as true, nor could he persuade himself that such a humor could become dominant in the heart of man. He was extremely glad, therefore, to meet him and test at close quarters what he had heard of him at a distance. So he said to him, "Despair not, valiant knight, nor regard as an untoward fate the position in which thou findest thyself. It may be that by these slips thy crooked fortune will make itself straight. For heaven by strange circuitous ways, mysterious and incomprehensible to man, raises up the fallen and makes rich the poor." Don Quixote was about to thank him, when they heard behind them a noise as of a troop of horses. There was, however, but one, riding on which at a furious pace came a youth, apparently about 20 years of age, clad in green damask edged with gold and breeches and a loose frock, with a hat looped up in the Walloon fashion, tight-fitting polished boots, gilt spurs, dagger and sword, and in his hand a musketoon, and a pair of pistols at his waist. Roque turned round at the noise and perceived this comely figure, which drawing near thus addressed him, "I came in quest of thee, valiant Roque, to find in thee if not a remedy at least relief in my misfortune. And not to keep thee in suspense, for I see thou dost not recognize me, I will tell thee who I am. I am Claudia Geronima, the daughter of Simon Forte, thy good friend, and special enemy of Clochel Torellas, who is thine also as being of the faction opposed to thee. Thou knowest that this Torellas has a son who is called, or at least was not 2 hours since, Don Vicente Torellas. Well, to cut short the tale of my misfortune, I will tell thee in a few words what this youth has brought upon me. He saw me, he paid court to me, I listened to him, and, unknown to my father, I loved him. For there is no woman, however secluded she may live or close she may be kept, who will not have opportunities and to spare for following her headlong impulses. In a word, he pledged himself to be mine, and I promised to be his, without carrying matters any further. Yesterday I learned that, forgetful of his pledge to me, he was about to marry another, and that he was to go this morning to plight his troth, intelligence which overwhelmed and exasperated me. My father not being at home I was able to adopt this costume you see, and urging my horse to speed I overtook Don Vicente about a league from this. And without waiting to utter reproaches or hear excuses I fired this musket at him, and these 2 pistols besides, and to the best of my belief I must have lodged more than 2 bullets in his body, opening doors to let my honor go free, enveloped in his blood. I left him there in the hands of his servants, who did not dare and were not able to interfere in his defense, and I come to seek from thee a safe conduct into France, where I have relatives with whom I can live. And also to implore thee to protect my father, so that Don Vicente's numerous kinsmen may not venture to wreak their lawless vengeance upon him." Roque, filled with admiration at the gallant bearing, high spirit, comely figure, and adventure of the fair Claudia, said to her, "Come, Señora, let us go and see if thy enemy is dead. And then we will consider what will be best for thee." Don Quixote, who had been listening to what Claudia said and Roque Guinart said in reply to her, exclaimed, "Nobody need trouble himself with the defense of this lady, for I take it upon myself. Give me my horse and arms, and wait for me here. I will go in quest of this knight, and dead or alive I will make him keep his word plighted to so great beauty." "Nobody need have any doubt about that," said Sancho, "for my master has a very happy knack of matchmaking. It's not many days since he forced another man to marry, who in the same way backed out of his promise to another maiden. And if it had not been for his persecutors the enchanters changing the man's proper shape into a lackey's, the said maiden would not be won this minute." Roque, who was paying more attention to the fair Claudia's adventure than to the words of master or man, did not hear them. And ordering his squires to restore to Sancho everything they had stripped Dapple of, he directed them to return to the place where they had been quartered during the night. And then set off with Claudia at full speed in search of the wounded or slain Don Vicente. They reached the spot where Claudia met him, but found nothing there save freshly spilt blood. Looking all round, however, they descried some people on the slope of a hill above them, and concluded, as indeed it proved to be, that it was Don Vicente, whom either dead or alive his servants were removing to attend to his wounds or to bury him. They made haste to overtake them, which, as the party moved slowly, they were able to do with ease. They found Don Vicente in the arms of his servants, whom he was entreating in a broken feeble voice to leave him there to die, as the pain of his wounds would not suffer him to go any farther. Claudia and Roque threw themselves off their horses and advanced towards him. The servants were overawed by the appearance of Roque, and Claudia was moved by the sight of Don Vicente, and going up to him half tenderly half sternly, she seized his hand and said to him, "Hadst thou given me this according to our compact thou hadst never come to this pass." The wounded gentleman opened his all but closed eyes, and recognizing Claudia said, "I see clearly, fair and mistaken lady, that it is thou that hast slain me. A punishment not merited or deserved by my feelings towards thee, for never did I mean to, nor could I, wrong thee in thought or deed." "It is not true, then," said Claudia, "that thou wert going this morning to marry Leonora the daughter of the rich Belvastro?" "Assuredly not," replied Don Vicente. "My cruel fortune must have carried those tidings to thee to drive thee in thy jealousy to take my life, and to assure thyself of this, press my hands and take me for thy husband if thou wilt. I have no better satisfaction to offer thee for the wrong thou fanciest thou hast received from me." Claudia wrung his hands, and her own heart was so wrung that she lay fainting on the bleeding breast of Don Vicente, whom a death spasm seized the same instant. Roque was in perplexity and knew not what to do. The servants ran to fetch water to sprinkle their faces, and brought some and bathed them with it. Claudia recovered from her fainting fit, but not so Don Vicente from the paroxysm that had overtaken him, for his life had come to an end. On perceiving this, Claudia, when she had convinced herself that her beloved husband was no more, rent the air with her sighs and made the heavens ring with her lamentations. She tore her hair and scattered it to the winds, she beat her face with her hands and showed all the signs of grief and sorrow that could be conceived to come from an afflicted heart. "Cruel, reckless woman," she cried, "how easily wert thou moved to carry out a thought so wicked! O furious force of jealousy, to what desperate lengths dost thou lead those that give thee lodging in their bosoms! O husband, whose unhappy fate in being mine hath borne thee from the marriage bed to the grave!" So vehement and so piteous were the lamentations of Claudia that they drew tears from Roque's eyes, unused as they were to shed them on any occasion. The servants wept, Claudia swooned away again and again, and the whole place seemed a field of sorrow and an abode of misfortune. In the end Roque Guinart directed Don Vicente's servants to carry his body to his father's village, which was close by, for burial. Claudia told him she meant to go to a monastery of which an aunt of hers was abbess, where she intended to pass her life with a better and everlasting spouse. He applauded her pious resolution, and offered to accompany her whithersoever she wished, and to protect her father against the kinsmen of Don Vicente and all the world, should they seek to injure him. Claudia would not on any account allow him to accompany her, and thanking him for his offers as well as she could, took leave of him in tears. The servants of Don Vicente carried away his body, and Roque returned to his comrades, and so ended the love of Claudia Geronima. But what wonder, when it was the insuperable and cruel might of jealousy that wove the web of her sad story. Roque Guinart found his squires at the place to which he had ordered them, and Don Quixote on Rocinante in the midst of them, delivering a harangue to them in which he urged them to give up a mode of life so full of peril, as well to the soul as to the body. But as most of them were Gascons, rough lawless fellows, his speech did not make much impression on them. Roque on coming up asked Sancho if his men had returned and restored to him the treasures and jewels they had stripped off Dapple. Sancho said they had, but that 3 kerchiefs that were worth 3 cities were missing. "What are you talking about, man?" said one of the bystanders. "I have got them, and they are not worth 3 reals. "That is true," said Don Quixote, "but my squire values them at the rate he says, as having been given me by the person who gave them." Roque Guinart ordered them to be restored at once. And making his men fall in line, he directed all the clothing, jewelry, and money that they had taken since the last distribution to be produced. And making a hasty valuation, and reducing what could not be divided into money, he made shares for the whole band so equitably and carefully, that in no case did he exceed or fall short of strict distributive justice. When this had been done, and all left satisfied, Roque observed to Don Quixote, if this scrupulous exactness were not observed with these fellows there would be no living with them. Upon this Sancho remarked, "From what I have seen here, justice is such a good thing that there is no doing without it, even among the thieves themselves." One of the squires heard this, and raising the butt end of his arquebus would no doubt have broken Sancho's head with it had not Roque Guinart called out to him to hold his hand. Sancho was frightened out of his wits, and vowed not to open his lips so long as he was in the company of these people. At this instant 1 or 2 of those squires who were posted as sentinels on the roads, to watch who came along them and report what passed to their chief, came up and said, "Señor, there is a great troop of people not far off coming along the road to Barcelona." To which Roque replied, "Hast thou made out whether they are of the sort that are after us, or of the sort we are after?" "The sort we are after," said the squire. "Well then, away with you all," said Roque, "and bring them here to me at once without letting one of them escape." They obeyed, and Don Quixote, Sancho, and Roque, left by themselves, waited to see what the squires brought, and while they were waiting Roque said to Don Quixote, "It must seem a strange sort of life to Señor Don Quixote, this of ours, strange adventures, strange incidents, and all full of danger. And I do not wonder that it should seem so, for in truth I must own there is no mode of life more restless or anxious than ours. What led me into it was a certain thirst for vengeance, which is strong enough to disturb the quietest hearts. I am by nature tender-hearted and kindly, but, as I said, the desire to revenge myself for a wrong that was done me so overturns all my better impulses that I keep on in this way of life in spite of what conscience tells me. And as one depth calls to another, and one sin to another sin, revenges have linked themselves together, and I have taken upon myself not only my own but those of others. It pleases God, however, that, though I see myself in this maze of entanglements, I do not lose all hope of escaping from it and reaching a safe port." Don Quixote was amazed to hear Roque utter such excellent and just sentiments, for he did not think that among those who followed such trades as robbing, murdering, and waylaying, there could be anyone capable of a virtuous thought, and he said in reply, "Señor Roque, the beginning of health lies in knowing the disease and in the sick man's willingness to take the medicines which the physician prescribes. You are sick, you know what ails you, and heaven, or more properly speaking God, who is our physician, will administer medicines that will cure you, and cure gradually, and not of a sudden or by a miracle. Besides, sinners of discernment are nearer amendment than those who are fools. And as your worship has shown good sense in your remarks, all you have to do is to keep up a good heart and trust that the weakness of your conscience will be strengthened. And if you have any desire to shorten the journey and put yourself easily in the way of salvation, come with me, and I will show you how to become a knight-errant. A calling wherein so many hardships and mishaps are encountered that if they be taken as penances they will lodge you in heaven in a trice. Roque laughed at Don Quixote's exhortation, and changing the conversation he related the tragic affair of Claudia Geronima, at which Sancho was extremely grieved. For he had not found the young woman's beauty, boldness, and spirit at all amiss. And now the squires dispatched to make the prize came up, bringing with them 2 gentlemen on horseback, 2 pilgrims on foot, and a coach full of women with some 6 servants on foot and on horseback in attendance on them, and a couple of muleteers whom the gentlemen had with them. The squires made a ring round them, both victors and vanquished maintaining profound silence, waiting for the great Roque Guinart to speak. He asked the gentlemen who they were, whither they were going, and what money they carried with them. "Señor," replied one of them, "we are 2 captains of Spanish infantry. Our companies are at Naples, and we are on our way to embark in 4 galleys which they say are at Barcelona under orders for Sicily. And we have about 200 or 300 crowns, with which we are, according to our notions, rich and contented, for a soldier's poverty does not allow a more extensive hoard." Roque asked the pilgrims the same questions he had put to the captains, and was answered that they were going to take ship for Rome, and that between them they might have about 60 reals. He asked also who was in the coach, whither they were bound and what money they had, and one of the men on horseback replied, "The persons in the coach are my lady Dona Guiomar de Quiñones, wife of the regent of the Vicaria at Naples, her little daughter, a handmaid and a duenna. We 6 servants are in attendance upon her, and the money amounts to 600 crowns. So then," said Roque Guinart, "we have got here 900 crowns and 60 reals. My soldiers must number some 60, see how much there falls to each, for I am a bad arithmetician." As soon as the robbers heard this they raised a shout of "Long life to Roque Guinart," in spite of the lettres 923 that seek his ruin. The captains showed plainly the concern they felt, the regent's lady was downcast, and the pilgrims did not at all enjoy seeing their property confiscated. Roque kept them in suspense in this way for a while. But he had no desire to prolong their distress, which might be seen a bowshot off, and turning to the captains he said, "Sirs, will your worships be pleased of your courtesy to lend me 60 crowns? And her ladyship the regent's wife 80, to satisfy this band that follows me, for it is by his singing the abbot gets his dinner. 924 and then you may at once proceed on your journey, free and unhindered, with a safe conduct which I shall give you. So that if you come across any other bands of mine that I have scattered in these parts, they may do you no harm. For I have no intention of doing injury to soldiers, or to any woman, especially one of quality." Profuse and hearty were the expressions of gratitude with which the captains thanked Roque for his courtesy and generosity, for such they regarded his leaving them their own money. Señora Dona Guiomar de Quiñones wanted to throw herself out of the coach to kiss the feet and hands of the great Roque, but he would not suffer it on any account. So far from that, he begged her pardon for the wrong he had done her under pressure of the inexorable necessities of his unfortunate calling. The regent's lady ordered one of her servants to give the 80 crowns that had been assessed as her share at once, for the captains had already paid down their 60. The pilgrims were about to give up the whole of their little hoard, but Roque bade them keep quiet, and turning to his men he said, "Of these crowns 2 fall to each man and 20 remain over. Let 10 be given to these pilgrims, and the other 10 to this worthy squire that he may be able to speak favorably of this adventure." And then having writing materials, with which he always went provided, brought to him, he gave them in writing a safe conduct to the leaders of his bands. And bidding them farewell let them go free and filled with admiration at his magnanimity, his generous disposition, and his unusual conduct. And inclined to regard him as an Alexander the Great rather than a notorious robber. One of the squires observed in his mixture of Gascon and Catalan, "This captain of ours would make a better friar than highwayman. If he wants to be so generous another time, let it be with his own property and not ours. The unlucky wight did not speak so low but that Roque overheard him, and drawing his sword almost split his head in two, saying, "That is the way I punish impudent saucy fellows." They were all taken aback, and not one of them dared to utter a word, such deference did they pay him. Roque then withdrew to one side and wrote a letter to a friend of his at Barcelona, telling him that the famous Don Quixote of La Mancha, the knight-errant of whom there was so much talk, was with him, and was, he assured him, the drollest and wisest man in the world. And that in 4 days from that date, that is to say, on St. John the Baptist's day, 925, he was going to deposit him in full armor mounted on his horse Rocinante, together with his squire Sancho on an ass, in the middle of the strand of the city. And bidding him give notice of this to his friends the Nieros, that they might divert themselves with him. He wished, he said, his enemies the Caudillos 926 could be deprived of this pleasure. But that was impossible, because the crazes and shrewd sayings of Don Quixote and the humors of his squire Sancho Panza could not help giving general pleasure to all the world. He dispatched the letter by one of his squires, who, exchanging the costume of a highwayman for that of a peasant, made his way into Barcelona and gave it to the person to whom it was directed. Chapter 61. Of what happened Don Quixote on entering Barcelona, together with other matters that partake of the true rather than of the ingenious. Don Quixote passed 3 days and 3 nights with Roque, and had he passed 300 years he would have found enough to observe and wonder at in his mode of life. At daybreak they were in one spot, at dinner-time in another, sometimes they fled without knowing from whom, at other times they lay in wait, not knowing for what. They slept standing, breaking their slumbers to shift from place to place. There was nothing but sending out spies and scouts, posting sentinels and blowing the matches of arquebus, though they carried but few, for almost all used flintlocks. Roque passed his nights in some place or other apart from his men, that they might not know where he was. For the many proclamations the Viceroy of Barcelona had issued against his life kept him in fear and uneasiness, and he did not venture to trust anyone, afraid that even his own men would kill him or deliver him up to the authorities. Of a truth, a weary miserable life. At length, by unfrequented roads, shortcuts, and secret paths, Roque, Don Quixote, and Sancho, together with 6 squires, set out for Barcelona. They reached the Strand on St. John's Eve during the night. And Roque, after embracing Don Quixote and Sancho, to whom he presented the 10 crowns he had promised but had not until then given, left them with many expressions of goodwill on both sides. Roque went back, while Don Quixote remained on horseback, just as he was, waiting for day. And it was not long before the countenance of the fair Aurora began to show itself at the balconies of the east, gladdening the grass and flowers, if not the ear. Though to gladden that too there came at the same moment a sound of clarions and drums, and a din of bells, and a tramp, tramp, and cries of, "Clear the way there!" of some runners, that seemed to issue from the city. The dawn made way for the sun that with a face broader than a buckler began to rise slowly above the low line of the horizon. Don Quixote and Sancho gazed all round them, they beheld the sea, a sight until then unseen by them. It struck them as exceedingly spacious and broad, much more so than the lakes of Ruidera which they had seen in La Mancha. They saw the galleys along the beach, which, lowering their awnings, displayed themselves decked with streamers and pennons that trembled in the breeze and kissed and swept the water. While on board the bugles, trumpets, and clarions were sounding and filling the air far and near with melodious warlike notes. Then they began to move and execute a kind of skirmish upon the calm water, while a vast number of horsemen on fine horses and in showy liveries, issuing from the city, engaged on their side in a somewhat similar movement. The soldiers on board the galleys kept up a ceaseless fire, which they on the walls and forts of the city returned, and the heavy cannon rent the air with the tremendous noise they made. To which the gangway guns of the galleys replied. The bright sea, the smiling earth, the clear air, though at times darkened by the smoke of the guns, all seemed to fill the whole multitude with unexpected delight. Sancho could not make out how it was that those great masses that moved over the sea had so many feet. And now the horsemen in livery came galloping up with shouts and outlandish cries and cheers to where Don Quixote stood amazed and wondering. And one of them, he to whom Roque had sent word, addressing him exclaimed, "Welcome to our city, mirror, beacon, star and cynosure of all knight-errantry in its widest extent. Welcome, I say, valiant Don Quixote of La Mancha. Not the false, the fictitious, the apocryphal, that these latter days have offered us in lying histories, but the true, the legitimate, the real one that Cide Hamete Benengeli, flower of historians, has described to us." Don Quixote made no answer, nor did the horsemen wait for one, but wheeling again with all their followers, they began curvetting round Don Quixote, who, turning to Sancho, said, "These gentlemen have plainly recognized us. I will wager they have read our history, and even that newly printed one by the Aragonese." The cavalier who had addressed Don Quixote again approached him and said, "Come with us, Señor Don Quixote, for we are all of us your servants and great friends of Roque Guinart's." To which Don Quixote returned, "If courtesy breeds courtesy, yours, Sir Knight, is daughter or very nearly akin to the great Roques, carry me where you please. I will have no will but yours, especially if you deign to employ it in your service." The cavalier replied with words no less polite, and then, all closing in around him, they set out with him for the city, to the music of the clarions and the drums. As they were entering it, the wicked one, who is the author of all mischief, and the boys who are wickeder than the wicked one, contrived that a couple of these audacious irrepressible urchins should force their way through the crowd, and lifting up, one of them Dapple's tail and the other Rocinante's, insert a bunch of furs under each. The poor beasts felt the strange spurs and added to their anguish by pressing their tails tight, so much so that, cutting a multitude of capers, they flung their masters to the ground. Don Quixote, covered with shame and out of countenance, ran to pluck the plume from his poor jade's tail, while Sancho did the same for Dapple. His conductors tried to punish the audacity of the boys, but there was no possibility of doing so, for they hid themselves among the hundreds of others that were following them. Don Quixote and Sancho mounted once more, and with the same music and acclamations reached their conductor's house, which was large and stately, that of a rich gentleman, in short. And there for the present we will leave them, for such is Cide Hamete's pleasure. Chapter 62. Which deals with the adventure of the enchanted head, together with other trivial matters which cannot be left untold. Don Quixote's host was one Don Antonio Moreno by name, a gentleman of wealth and intelligence, and very fond of diverting himself in any fair and good-natured way. And having Don Quixote in his house he set about devising modes of making him exhibit his mad points in some harmless fashion. For jests that give pain are no jests, 927, and no sport is worth anything if it hurts another. The first thing he did was to make Don Quixote take off his armor, and lead him, in that tight chamois suit we have already described and depicted more than once, out on a balcony overhanging one of the chief streets of the city, in full view of the crowd and of the boys, who gazed at him as they would at a monkey. The cavaliers in livery careered before him again as though it were for him alone, and not to enliven the festival of the day, that they wore it, and Sancho was in high delight. For it seemed to him that, how he knew not, he had fallen upon another Camacho's wedding, another house like Don Diego de Miranda's, another castle like the Duke's. Some of Don Antonio's friends dined with him that day, and all showed honor to Don Quixote and treated him as a knight-errant. And he, becoming puffed up and exalted in consequence, could not contain himself for satisfaction. Such were the drolleries of Sancho that all the servants of the house, and all who heard him, were kept hanging upon his lips. While at table Don Antonio said to him, "We hear, worthy Sancho, that you are so fond of manjar blanco 928 and forced meatballs, that if you have any left, you keep them in your bosom for the next day." "No, señor, that's not true," said Sancho, "for I am more cleanly than greedy, and my master Don Quixote here knows well that we too are used to live for a week on a handful of acorns or nuts. To be sure, if it so happens that they offer me a heifer, I run with a halter. 929 I mean, I eat what I'm given, and make use of opportunities as I find them. But whoever says that I'm an out-of-the-way eater or not cleanly, let me tell him that he is wrong. And I'd put it in a different way if I did not respect the honorable beards that are at the table. Indeed, said Don Quixote, Sancho's moderation and cleanliness in eating might be engraved on plates of brass, to be kept in eternal remembrance in ages to come. It is true that when he is hungry there is a certain appearance of voracity about him, for he eats at a great pace and chews with both jaws, but cleanliness he is always mindful of. And when he was governor he learned how to eat daintily, so much so that he eats grapes, and even pomegranate pips, with a fork. What, said Don Antonio, has Sancho been a governor? Aye, said Sancho, and of an island called Barataria. I governed it to perfection for 10 days, and lost my rest all the time, and learned to look down upon all the governments in the world. I got out of it by taking to flight, and fell into a pit where I gave myself up for dead, and out of which I escaped alive by a miracle. Don Quixote then gave them a minute account of the whole affair of Sancho's government, with which he greatly amused his hearers. On the cloth being removed Don Antonio, taking Don Quixote by the hand, passed with him into a distant room in which there was nothing in the way of furniture except a table, apparently of jasper. Resting on a pedestal of the same, upon which was set up, after the fashion of the busts of the Roman emperors, a head which seemed to be of bronze. Don Antonio traversed the whole apartment with Don Quixote and walked round the table several times, and then said, Now, Señor Don Quixote, that I am satisfied that no one is listening to us, and that the door is shut, I will tell you of one of the rarest adventures, or more properly speaking strange things, that can be imagined. On condition that you will keep what I say to you in the remotest recesses of secrecy. I swear it, said Don Quixote, and for greater security I will put a flagstone over it. For I would have you know, Señor Don Antonio, he had by this time learned his name, that you are addressing one who, though he has ears to hear, has no tongue to speak. So that you may safely transfer whatever you have in your bosom into mine, and rely upon it that you have consigned it to the depths of silence. In reliance upon that promise, said Don Antonio, I will astonish you with what you shall see and hear, and relieve myself of some of the vexation it gives me to have no one to whom I can confide my secrets, for they are not of a sort to be entrusted to everybody. Don Quixote was puzzled, wondering what could be the object of such precautions. Whereupon Don Antonio taking his hand passed it over the bronze head and the whole table and the pedestal of jasper on which it stood, and then said, This head, Señor Don Quixote, has been made and fabricated by one of the greatest magicians and wizards the world ever saw, a Pole, I believe, by birth, and a pupil of the famous Escatillo of whom such marvelous stories are told. 930 he was here in my house, and for a consideration of 1,000 crowns that I gave him he constructed this head, which has the property and virtue of answering whatever questions are put to its ear. He observed the points of the compass, he traced figures, he studied the stars, he watched favorable moments, and at length brought it to the perfection we shall see tomorrow. For on Fridays it is mute, and this being Friday we must wait till the next day. In the interval your worship may consider what you would like to ask it, and I know by experience that in all its answers it tells the truth. Don Quixote was amazed at the virtue and property of the head, and was inclined to disbelieve Don Antonio. But seeing what a short time he had to wait to test the matter, he did not choose to say anything except that he thanked him for having revealed to him so mighty a secret. They then quitted the room, Don Antonio locked the door, and they repaired to the chamber where the rest of the gentlemen were assembled. In the meantime Sancho had recounted to them several of the adventures and accidents that had happened his master. That afternoon they took Don Quixote out for a stroll, not in his armor but in street costume, with a surcoat of tawny cloth upon him, that at that season would have made ice itself sweat. Orders were left with the servants to entertain Sancho so as not to let him leave the house. Don Quixote was mounted, not on Rocinante, but upon a tall mule of easy pace and handsomely caparisoned. They put the surcoat on him, and on the back, without his perceiving it, they stitched a parchment on which they wrote in large letters, "This is Don Quixote of La Mancha." As they set out upon their excursion, the placard attracted the eyes of all who chanced to see him, and as they read out, "This is Don Quixote of La Mancha," Don Quixote was amazed to see how many people gazed at him, called him by his name, and recognized him, and turning to Don Antonio, who rode at his side, he observed to him, "Great are the privileges knight-errantry involves, for it makes him who professes it known and famous in every region of the earth. See, Don Antonio, even the very boys of this city know me without ever having seen me." "True, Señor Don Quixote," returned Don Antonio. "For as fire cannot be hidden or kept secret, virtue cannot escape being recognized, and that which is attained by the profession of arms shines distinguished above all others." It came to pass, however, that as Don Quixote was proceeding amid the acclamations that have been described, a Castilian, reading the inscription on his back, cried out in a loud voice, "The devil take thee for a Don Quixote of La Mancha! What? Art thou here, and not dead of the countless drubbings that have fallen on thy ribs? Thou art mad, and if thou wert so by thyself, and kept thyself within thy madness, it would not be so bad. But thou hast the gift of making fools and blockheads of all who have anything to do with thee or say to thee. Why, look at these gentlemen bearing thee company. Get thee home, blockhead, and see after thy affairs, and thy wife and children, and give over these fooleries that are sapping thy brains and skimming away thy wits. Go your own way, brother," said Don Antonio, "and don't offer advice to those who don't ask you for it. Señor Don Quixote is in his full senses, and we who bear him company are not fools. Virtue is to be honored wherever it may be found. Go, and bad luck to you, and don't meddle where you are not wanted." "By God, your worship is right," replied the Castilian. "For to advise this good man is to kick against the pricks. Still, for all that, it fills me with pity that the sound which they say the blockhead has in everything should dribble away by the channel of his knight-errantry. But may the bad luck your worship talks of follow me and all my descendants, if, from this day forth, though I should live longer than Methuselah, I ever give advice to anybody even if he asks me for it." The advice-giver took himself off, and they continued their stroll. But so great was the press of the boys and people to read the placard, that Don Antonio was forced to remove it as if he were taking off something else. Night came and they went home, and there was a ladies' dancing party, for Don Antonio's wife, a lady of rank and gaiety, beauty and wit, had invited some friends of hers to come and do honor to her guest and amuse themselves with his strange delusions. Several of them came, they supped sumptuously, the dance began at about 10 o'clock. Among the ladies were two of a mischievous and frolicsome turn, and, though perfectly modest, somewhat free in playing tricks for harmless diversion's sake. These two were so indefatigable in taking Don Quixote out to dance that they tired him down, not only in body but in spirit. It was a sight to see the figure Don Quixote made, long, lank, lean, and yellow, his garments clinging tight to him, ungainly, and above all anything but agile. The gay ladies made secret love to him, and he on his part secretly repelled them, but finding himself hard pressed by their blandishments he lifted up his voice and exclaimed, "Fugite! Parties adversi! Leave me in peace, unwelcome overtures, avaunt, with your desires, ladies, for she who is queen of mine, the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso, suffers none but hers to lead me captive and subdue me." And so saying he sat down on the floor in the middle of the room, tired out and broken down by all this exertion in the dance. Don Antonio directed him to be taken up bodily and carried to bed, and the first that laid hold of him was Sancho, saying as he did so, "In an evil hour you took to dancing, master mine. Do you fancy all mighty men of valor are dancers, and all knights-errant given to capering? If you do, I can tell you you are mistaken. There's many a man would rather undertake to kill a giant than cut a caper. If it had been the shoe fling 931 you were at I could take your place, for I can do the shoe fling like a gerfalcon. But I'm no good at dancing." With these and other observations Sancho set the whole ballroom laughing, and then put his master to bed, covering him up well so that he might sweat out any chill caught after his dancing. The next day Don Antonio thought he might as well make trial of the enchanted head, and with Don Quixote, Sancho, and 2 others, friends of his. Besides the 2 ladies that had tired out Don Quixote at the ball, who had remained for the night with Don Antonio's wife, he locked himself up in the chamber where the head was. He explained to them the property it possessed and entrusted the secret to them, telling them that now for the first time he was going to try the virtue of the enchanted head. But except Don Antonio's 2 friends no one else was privy to the mystery of the enchantment. And if Don Antonio had not first revealed it to them they would have been inevitably reduced to the same state of amazement as the rest, so artfully and skillfully was it contrived. The first to approach the ear of the head was Don Antonio himself, and in a low voice but not so low as not to be audible to all, he said to it, "Head, tell me by the virtue that lies in thee what am I at this moment thinking of?" The head, without any movement of the lips, answered in a clear and distinct voice, so as to be heard by all, "I cannot judge of thoughts." All were thunderstruck at this, and all the more so as they saw that there was nobody anywhere near the table or in the whole room that could have answered. "How many of us are here?" asked Don Antonio once more. And it was answered him in the same way softly, "Thou and thy wife, with 2 friends of thine and 2 of hers, and a famous knight called Don Quixote of La Mancha, and a squire of his, Sancho Panza by name." Now there was fresh astonishment, now everyone's hair was standing on end with awe. And Don Antonio retiring from the head exclaimed, "This suffices to show me that I have not been deceived by him who sold thee to me, O sage head, talking head, answering head, wonderful head. Let someone else go and put what question he likes to it." And as women are commonly impulsive and inquisitive, the first to come forward was one of the 2 friends of Don Antonio's wife, and her question was, "Tell me, head, what shall I do to be very beautiful?" And the answer she got was, "Be very modest." "I question thee no further," said the fair querist. Her companion then came up and said, "I should like to know, head, whether my husband loves me or not." The answer given to her was, "Think how he uses thee, and thou mayest guess." And the married lady went off saying, that answer did not need a question, for of course the treatment one receives shows the disposition of him from whom it is received. Then one of Don Antonio's 2 friends advanced and asked it, "Who am I?" "Thou knowest," was the answer. "That is not what I ask thee," said the gentleman, "but to tell me if thou knowest me." "Yes, I know thee, thou art Don Pedro Noarais," was the reply. "I do not seek to know more," said the gentleman, "for this is enough to convince me, O head, that thou knowest everything." And as he retired the other friend came forward and asked it, "Tell me, head, what are the wishes of my eldest son?" "I have said already," was the answer, "that I cannot judge of wishes. However, I can tell thee the wish of thy son is to bury thee." "That's what I see with my eyes, I point out with my finger." 932 said the gentleman, "so I ask no more." Don Antonio's wife came up and said, "I know not what to ask thee, head, would only seek to know of thee if I shall have many years of enjoyment of my good husband." And the answer she received was, "Thou shalt, for his vigor and his temperate habits promise many years of life, which by their intemperance others so often cut short." Then Don Quixote came forward and said, "Tell me, thou that answerest, was that which I describe as having happened to me in the cave of Montesinos the truth or a dream? Will Sancho's whipping be accomplished without fail? Will the disenchantment of Dulcinea be brought about?" "As to the question of the cave," was the reply, "there is much to be said. There is something of both in it. Sancho's whipping will proceed leisurely. The disenchantment of Dulcinea will attain its due consummation. I seek to know no more," said Don Quixote. "Let me but see Dulcinea disenchanted, and I will consider that all the good fortune I could wish for has come upon me all at once." The last questioner was Sancho, and his questions were, "Head, shall I by any chance have another government? Shall I ever escape from the hard life of a squire? Shall I get back to see my wife and children?" To which the answer came, "Thou shalt govern in thy house, and if thou returnest to it thou shalt see thy wife and children. And on ceasing to serve thou shalt cease to be a squire. Good, by God, said Sancho Panza, I could have told myself that, the prophet Paragrolo could have said no more. 933. What answer wouldst thou have, beast? Said Don Quixote. Is it not enough that the replies this head has given suit the questions put to it? Yes, it is enough, said Sancho. But I should have liked it to have made itself plainer and told me more. The questions and answers came to an end here, but not the wonder with which all were filled, except Don Antonio's two friends who were in the secret. This side Hamid Benengeli thought fit to reveal at once, not to keep the world in suspense, fancying that the head had some strange magical mystery in it. He says, therefore, that on the model of another head, the work of an image maker, which he had seen at Madrid, Don Antonio made this one at home for his own amusement and to astonish ignorant people. And its mechanism was as follows. The table was of wood painted and varnished to imitate jasper, and the pedestal on which it stood was of the same material, with 4 eagles' claws projecting from it to support the weight more steadily. The head, which resembled a bust or figure of a Roman emperor, and was colored like bronze, was hollow throughout, as was the table, into which it was fitted so exactly that no trace of the joining was visible. The pedestal of the table was also hollow and communicated with the throat and neck of the head, and the whole was in communication with another room underneath the chamber in which the head stood. Through the entire cavity in the pedestal, table, throat and neck of the bust or figure, there passed a tube of tin carefully adjusted and concealed from sight. In the room below corresponding to the one above was placed the person who was to answer, with his mouth to the tube, and the voice, as in an ear trumpet, passed from above downwards, and from below upwards, the words coming clearly and distinctly. It was impossible, thus, to detect the trick. A nephew of Don Antonio's, a smart sharp-witted student, was the answerer. And as he had been told beforehand by his uncle who the persons were that would come with him that day into the chamber where the head was, it was an easy matter for him to answer the first question at once and correctly. The others he answered by guesswork, and, being clever, cleverly. Side Hamid adds that this marvelous contrivance stood for some 10 or 12 days. But that, as it became noised abroad through the city that he had in his house an enchanted head that answered all who asked questions of it, Don Antonio, fearing it might come to the ears of the watchful sentinels of our faith, explained the matter to the inquisitors, who commanded him to break it up and have done with it, lest the ignorant vulgar should be scandalized. By Don Quixote, however, and by Sancho the head was still held to be an enchanted one, and capable of answering questions, though more to Don Quixote's satisfaction than Sancho's. The gentlemen of the city, to gratify Don Antonio and also to do the honors to Don Quixote, and give him an opportunity of displaying his folly, made arrangements for a tilting at the ring in 6 days from that time, which, however, for reason that will be mentioned hereafter, did not take place. Don Quixote took a fancy to stroll about the city quietly and on foot, for he feared that if he went on horseback the boys would follow him. So he and Sancho and 2 servants that Don Antonio gave him set out for a walk. Thus it came to pass that going along one of the streets Don Quixote lifted up his eyes and saw written in very large letters over a door, "Books printed here," at which he was vastly pleased. For until then he had never seen a printing office, and he was curious to know what it was like. He entered with all his following, and saw them drawing sheets in one place, correcting in another, setting up type here, revising there. In short, all the work that is to be seen in great printing offices. He went up to one case and asked what they were about there. The workman told him. He watched them with wonder, and passed on. He approached one man, among others, and asked him what he was doing. The workman replied, "Señor, this gentleman here," pointing to a man of prepossessing appearance and a certain gravity of look, "has translated an Italian book into our Spanish tongue. And I am setting it up in type for the press." "What is the title of the book?" asked Don Quixote, to which the author replied, "Señor, in Italian the book is called La Bagatelle." "And what does La Bagatelle import in our Spanish?" asked Don Quixote. La bagatelle, said the author, is as though we should say in Spanish los juguetes, but though the book is humble in name it has good solid matter in it. I, said Don Quixote, have some little smattering of Italian, and I plume myself on singing some of Ariosto's stanzas. But tell me, Señor, I do not say this to test your ability, but merely out of curiosity, have you ever met with the word pignata in your book? Yes, often, said the author. And how do you render that in Spanish? How should I render it, returned the author, but by all ya. Body o' me, exclaimed Don Quixote, what a proficient you are in the Italian language. I would lay a good wager that where they say in Italian pièce you say in Spanish place, and where they say pew you say mas, and you translate su by arriba and ju by abajo. I translate them so of course, said the author, for those are their proper equivalents. I would venture to swear, said Don Quixote, that your worship is not known in the world, which always begrudges their reward to rare wits and praiseworthy labors. What talents lie wasted there! What genius thrust away into corners! What worth left neglected! Still it seems to me that translation from one language into another, if it be not from the queens of languages, the Greek and the Latin, is like looking at Flemish tapestries on the wrong side. For though the figures are visible, they are full of threads that make them indistinct, and they do not show with the smoothness and brightness of the right side. And translation from easy languages argues neither ingenuity nor command of words, any more than transcribing or copying out one document from another. But I do not mean by this to draw the inference that no credit is to be allowed for the work of translating, for a man may employ himself in ways worse and less profitable to himself. This estimate does not include two famous translators, Dr. Cristobal de Figueroa, in his Pastor Fido, and Don Juan de Jauregui, in his Aminta. Wherein by their felicity they leave it in doubt which is the translation and which the original. 934 But tell me, are you printing this book at your own risk, or have you sold the copyright to some bookseller? I print at my own risk, said the author, and I expect to make 1,000 ducats at least by this first edition. Which is to be of 2,000 copies that will go off in a twinkling at 6 reals apiece. 935. A fine calculation you are making, said Don Quixote. It is plain you don't know the ins and outs of the printers, and how they play into one another's hands. I promise you when you find yourself saddled with 2,000 copies you will feel so sore that it will astonish you. Particularly if the book is a little out of the common and not in any way highly spiced. What, said the author, would your worship, then, have me give it to a bookseller who will give 3 maravedis for the copyright and think he is doing me a favor? I do not print my books to win fame in the world, for I am known in it already by my works. I want to make money, without which reputation is not worth a rap. God send your worship good luck, said Don Quixote, and he moved on to another case, where he saw them correcting a sheet of a book with the title of Light of the Soul. 936 Noticing it he observed, books like this, though there are many of the kind, are the ones that deserve to be printed, for many are the sinners in these days. And lights unnumbered are needed for all that are in darkness. He passed on, and saw they were also correcting another book, and when he asked its title they told him it was called, The Second Part of the Ingenious Gentleman Don Quixote of La Mancha. By one of Tordesillas. 937. I have heard of this book already, said Don Quixote, and verily and on my conscience I thought it had been by this time burned to ashes as a meddlesome intruder. But its Martimus will come to it as it does to every pig. 938 For fictions have the more merit and charm about them the more nearly they approach the truth or what looks like it. And true stories, the truer they are the better they are, and so saying he walked out of the printing office with a certain amount of displeasure in his looks. That same day Don Antonio arranged to take him to see the galleys that lay at the beach, whereat Sancho was in high delight, as he had never seen any all his life. Don Antonio sent word to the commandant of the galleys that he intended to bring his guest, the famous Don Quixote of La Mancha, of whom the commandant and all the citizens had already heard, that afternoon to see them. And what happened on board of them will be told in the next chapter. 939. Chapter 63. Of the mishap that befell Sancho Panza through the visit to the galleys, and the strange adventure of the fair Morisco. Profound were Don Quixote's reflections on the reply of the enchanted head, not one of them, however, hitting on the secret of the trick, but all concentrated on the promise, which he regarded as a certainty, of Dulcinea's disenchantment. This he turned over in his mind again and again with great satisfaction, fully persuaded that he would shortly see its fulfillment. And as for Sancho, though, as has been said, he hated being a governor, still he had a longing to be giving orders and finding himself obeyed once more. This is the misfortune that being in authority, even in jest, brings with it. To resume. That afternoon their host Don Antonio Moreno and his two friends, with Don Quixote and Sancho, went to the galleys. The commandant had been already made aware of his good fortune in seeing two such famous persons as Don Quixote and Sancho. And the instant they came to the shore all the galleys struck their awnings and the clarions rang out. A skiff covered with rich carpets and cushions of crimson velvet was immediately lowered into the water, and as Don Quixote stepped on board of it, the leading galley fired her gangway gun. And the other galleys did the same. And as he mounted the starboard ladder the whole crew saluted him, as is the custom when a personage of distinction comes on board a galley, by exclaiming, who, 3 times. The general, for so we shall call him, a Valencian gentleman of rank, gave him his hand and embraced him, saying, I shall mark this day with a white stone as one of the happiest I can expect to enjoy in my lifetime, since I have seen Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha. Pattern and image wherein we see contained and condensed all that is worthy in knight-errantry. Don Quixote, delighted beyond measure with such a lordly reception, replied to him in words no less courteous. All then proceeded to the poop, which was very handsomely decorated, and seated themselves on the bulwark benches. The boatswain passed along the gangway and piped all hands to strip, which they did in an instant. Sancho, seeing such a number of men stripped to the skin, was taken aback, and still more when he saw them spread the awning so briskly that it seemed to him as if all the devils were at work at it. But all this was cakes and fancy bread to what I am going to tell now. Sancho was seated on the captain's stage, close to the aftermost rower on the right-hand side. He, previously instructed in what he was to do, laid hold of Sancho, hoisting him up in his arms, and the whole crew, who were standing ready, beginning on the right, proceeded to pass him on, whirling him along from hand to hand and from bench to bench with such rapidity that it took the sight out of poor Sancho's eyes. And he made quite sure that the devils themselves were flying away with him. Nor did they leave off with him until they had sent him back along the left side and deposited him on the poop. And the poor fellow was left bruised and breathless and all in a sweat, and unable to comprehend what it was that had happened to him. Don Quixote, when he saw Sancho's flight without wings, asked the general if this was a usual ceremony with those who came on board the galleys for the first time. For, if so, as he had no intention of adopting them as a profession, he had no mind to perform such feats of agility, and if anyone offered to lay hold of him to whirl him about, he vowed to God he would kick his soul out. And as he said this he stood up and clapped his hand upon his sword. At this instant they struck the awning and lowered the yard with a prodigious rattle. Sancho thought heaven was coming off its hinges and going to fall on his head, and full of terror he ducked it and buried it between his knees. Nor were Don Quixote's knees altogether under control, for he too shook a little, squeezed his shoulders together and lost color. The crew then hoisted the yard with the same rapidity and clatter as when they lowered it, all the while keeping silence as though they had neither voice nor breath. The boatswain gave the signal to weigh anchor, and leaping upon the middle of the gangway began to lay on to the shoulders of the crew with his courbash or whip, and to haul out gradually to sea. When Sancho saw so many red feet, for such he took the oars to be, moving all together, he said to himself, "It's these that are the real chanted things, and not the ones my master talks of. What can those wretches have done to be so whipped, and how does that one man who goes along there whistling dare to whip so many? I declare this is hell, or at least purgatory. Don Quixote, observing how attentively Sancho regarded what was going on, said to him, "Sancho my friend, how quickly and cheaply might you finish off the disenchantment of Dulcinea, if you would strip to the waist and take your place among those gentlemen. Amid the pain and sufferings of so many you would not feel your own much. And moreover perhaps the sage Merlin would allow each of these lashes, being laid on with a good hand, to count for 10 of those which you must give yourself at last." The general was about to ask what these lashes were, and what was Dulcinea's disenchantment, when a sailor exclaimed, "Monjui 940 signals that there is an oared vessel off the coast to the west." On hearing this the general sprang upon the gangway crying, "Now then, my sons, don't let her give us the slip. It must be some Algerine corsair brigantine that the watchtower signals to us." The 3 others immediately came alongside the chief galley to receive their orders. The general ordered 2 to put out to sea while he with the other kept in shore, so that in this way the vessel could not escape them. The crews plied the oars driving the galleys so furiously that they seemed to fly. The 2 that had put out to sea, after a couple of miles sighted a vessel which, so far as they could make out, they judged to be one of 14 or 15 banks, and so she proved. As soon as the vessel discovered the galleys she went about with the object and in the hope of making her escape by her speed. But the attempt failed, for the chief galley was one of the fastest vessels afloat, and overhauled her so rapidly that they on board the brigantine saw clearly there was no possibility of escaping. And the Rice 941 therefore would have had them drop their oars and give themselves up so as not to provoke the captain in command of our galleys to anger. But chance, directing things otherwise, so ordered it that just as the chief galley came close enough for those on board the vessel to hear the shouts from her calling on them to surrender, 2 Taraquis, that is to say 2 Turks, both drunken, that with a dozen more were on board the brigantine, discharged their muskets, killing 2 of the soldiers that lined the sides of our vessel. Seeing this the general swore he would not leave one of those he found on board the vessel alive, but as he bore down furiously upon her she slipped away from him underneath the oars. The galley shot a good way ahead, those on board the vessel saw their case was desperate, and while the galley was coming about they made sail, and by sailing and rowing once more tried to sheer off. But their activity did not do them as much good as their rashness did them harm. For the galley coming up with them in a little more than half a mile threw her oars over them and took the whole of them alive. The other 2 galleys now joined company and all 4 returned with the prize to the beach, where a vast multitude stood waiting for them, eager to see what they brought back. The general anchored close in, and perceived that the viceroy of the city was on the shore. He ordered the skiff to push off to fetch him, and the yard to be lowered for the purpose of hanging forth with the Rice and the rest of the men taken on board the vessel. About 36 in number, all smart fellows and most of them Turkish musketeers. He asked which was the Rice of the brigantine, and was answered in Spanish by one of the prisoners, who afterwards proved to be a Spanish renegade, this young man. "Señor, that you see here is our Rice," and he pointed to one of the handsomest and most gallant-looking youths that could be imagined. He did not seem to be 20 years of age. "Tell me, dog," said the general, "what led thee to kill my soldiers, when thou sawest it was impossible for thee to escape? Is that the way to behave to chief galleys? Knowest thou not that rashness is not valor? Faint prospects of success should make men bold, but not rash." The Rice was about to reply, but the general could not at that moment listen to him, as he had to hasten to receive the viceroy, who was now coming on board the galley. And with him certain of his attendants and some of the people. "You have had a good chase, Señor General," said the viceroy. "Your Excellency shall soon see how good, by the game strung up to this yard," replied the general. "How so?" returned the viceroy. "Because," said the general, "against all law, reason, and usages of war they have killed on my hands 2 of the best soldiers on board these galleys. And I have sworn to hang every man that I have taken, but above all this youth who is the Rice of the brigantine." And he pointed to him as he stood with his hands already bound and the rope round his neck, ready for death. The viceroy looked at him, and seeing him so well favored, so graceful, and so submissive, he felt a desire to spare his life. The comeliness of the youth furnishing him at once with a letter of recommendation. He therefore questioned him, saying, "Tell me, Rice, art thou Turk, Moor, or renegade?" To which the youth replied, also in Spanish, "I am neither Turk, nor Moor, nor renegade." "What art thou, then?" said the viceroy. "A Christian woman," replied the youth. "A woman and a Christian, in such a dress and in such circumstances. It is more marvelous than credible," said the viceroy. "Suspend the execution of the sentence," said the youth, "your vengeance will not lose much by waiting while I tell you the story of my life." What heart could be so hard as not to be softened by these words, at any rate so far as to listen to what the unhappy youth had to say? The general bade him say what he pleased, but not to expect pardon for his flagrant offense. With this permission the youth began in these words. "Born of Morisco parents, I am of that nation, more unhappy than wise, upon which of late a sea of woes has poured down. In the course of our misfortune I was carried to Barbary by two uncles of mine, for it was in vain that I declared I was a Christian, as in fact I am, and not a mere pretended one, or outwardly, but a true Catholic Christian. It availed me nothing with those charged with our sad expatriation to protest this, nor would my uncles believe it. On the contrary, they treated it as an untruth and a subterfuge set up to enable me to remain behind in the land of my birth, and so, more by force than of my own will, they took me with them. I had a Christian mother, and a father who was a man of sound sense and a Christian too. I imbibed the Catholic faith with my mother's milk, I was well brought up, and neither in word nor in deed did I think, show any sign of being a Morisco. To accompany these virtues, for such I hold them, my beauty, if I possess any, grew with my growth. And great as was the seclusion in which I lived, it was not so great but that a young gentleman, Don Gaspar Gregorio by name, eldest son of a gentleman who is lord of a village near ours, contrived to find opportunities of seeing me. How he saw me, how we met, how his heart was lost to me, and mine not kept from him, would take too long to tell. Especially at a moment when I am in dread of the cruel cord that threatens me interposing between tongue and throat. I will only say, therefore, that Don Gregorio chose to accompany me in our banishment. He joined company with the Moriscos who were going forth from other villages, for he knew their language very well. And on the voyage he struck up a friendship with my two uncles who were carrying me with them. For my father, like a wise and far-sighted man, as soon as he heard the first edict for our expulsion, quitted the village and departed in quest of some refuge for us abroad. He left hidden and buried, at a spot of which I alone have knowledge, a large quantity of pearls and precious stones of great value, together with a sum of money in gold cruzados and doubloons. He charged me on no account to touch the treasure, if by any chance they expelled us before his return. I obeyed him, and with my uncles, as I have said, and others of our kindred and neighbors, passed over to Barbary, and the place where we took up our abode was Algiers. Much the same as if we had taken it up in hell itself. The king heard of my beauty, and report told him of my wealth, which was in some degree fortunate for me. He summoned me before him, and asked me what part of Spain I came from, and what money and jewels I had. I mentioned the place, and told him the jewels and money were buried there, but that they might easily be recovered if I myself went back for them. All this I told him, in dread lest my beauty and not his own covetousness should influence him. While he was engaged in conversation with me, they brought him word that in company with me was one of the handsomest and most graceful youths that could be imagined. I knew at once that they were speaking of Don Gaspar Gregorio, whose comeliness surpasses the most highly vaunted beauty. I was troubled when I thought of the danger he was in, for among those barbarous Turks a fair youth is more esteemed than a woman, be she ever so beautiful. The king immediately ordered him to be brought before him that he might see him, and asked me if what they said about the youth was true. I then, almost as if inspired by heaven, told him it was, but that I would have him to know it was not a man, but a woman like myself. And I entreated him to allow me to go and dress her in the attire proper to her, so that her beauty might be seen to perfection, and that she might present herself before him with less embarrassment. He bade me go by all means, and said that the next day we should discuss the plan to be adopted for my return to Spain to carry away the hidden treasure. I saw Don Gaspar. I told him the danger he was in if he let it be seen he was a man. I dressed him as a Moorish woman, and that same afternoon I brought him before the king, who was charmed when he saw him, and resolved to keep the damsel and make a present of her to the Grand Signior. And to avoid the risk she might run among the women of his seraglio, and distrustful of himself, he commanded her to be placed in the house of some Moorish ladies of rank who would protect and attend to her. And thither he was taken at once. What we both suffered, for I cannot deny that I love him, may be left to the imagination of those who are separated if they love one another dearly. The king then arranged that I should return to Spain in this brigantine, and that 2 Turks, those who killed your soldiers, should accompany me. There also came with me this Spanish renegade, and here she pointed to him who had first spoken, whom I know to be secretly a Christian, and to be more desirous of being left in Spain than of returning to Barbary. The rest of the crew of the brigantine are Moors and Turks, who merely serve as rowers. The 2 Turks, greedy and insolent, instead of obeying the orders we had to land me and this renegade in Christian dress, with which we came provided, on the first Spanish ground we came to, chose to run along the coast and make some prize if they could, fearing that if they put us ashore first, we might, in case of some accident befalling us, make it known that the brigantine was at sea, and thus, if there happened to be any galleys on the coast, they might be taken. We sighted this shore last night, and knowing nothing of these galleys, we were discovered, and the result was what you have seen. To sum up, there is Don Gregorio in woman's dress, among women, in imminent danger of his life. And here am I, with hands bound, in expectation, or rather in dread, of losing my life, of which I am already weary. Here, sirs, ends my sad story, as true as it is unhappy. All I ask of you is to allow me to die like a Christian, for, as I have already said, I am not to be charged with the offense of which those of my nation are guilty. And she stood silent, her eyes filled with moving tears, accompanied by plenty from the bystanders. The viceroy, touched with compassion, went up to her without speaking and untied the cord that bound the hands of the Moorish girl. But all the while the Morisco Christian was telling her strange story, an elderly pilgrim, who had come on board of the galley at the same time as the viceroy, kept his eyes fixed upon her. And the instant she ceased speaking he threw himself at her feet, and embracing them said in a voice broken by sobs and sighs, "O Ana Felix, my unhappy daughter, I am thy father Ricote. Come back to look for thee, unable to live without thee, my soul that thou art." At these words of his, Sancho opened his eyes and raised his head, which he had been holding down, brooding over his unlucky excursion. And looking at the pilgrim he recognized in him that same Ricote he met the day he quitted his government, and felt satisfied that this was his daughter. She being now unbound embraced her father, mingling her tears with his, while he addressing the general and the viceroy said, "This, sirs, is my daughter. More unhappy in her adventures than in her name. She is Ana Felix, surnamed Ricote, celebrated as much for her own beauty as for my wealth. I quitted my native land in search of some shelter or refuge for us abroad, and having found one in Germany I returned in this pilgrim's dress, in the company of some other German pilgrims, to seek my daughter and take up a large quantity of treasure I had left buried. My daughter I did not find, the treasure I found and have with me, and now, in this strange roundabout way you have seen, I find the treasure that more than all makes me rich, my beloved daughter. If our innocence and her tears and mine can with strict justice open the door to clemency, extend it to us, for we never had any intention of injuring you. Nor do we sympathize with the aims of our people, who have been justly banished." "I know Ricote well," said Sancho at this, "and I know too that what he says about Ana Felix being his daughter is true. But as to those other particulars about going and coming, and having good or bad intentions, I say nothing." While all present stood amazed at this strange occurrence the general said, "At any rate your tears will not allow me to keep my oath. Live, fair Ana Felix, all the years that heaven has allotted you, but these rash insolent fellows must pay the penalty of the crime they have committed. And with that he gave orders to have the 2 Turks who had killed his 2 soldiers hanged at once at the yardarm. The viceroy, however, begged him earnestly not to hang them, as their behavior savored rather of madness than of bravado. The general yielded to the viceroy's request, for revenge is not easily taken in cold blood. They then tried to devise some scheme for rescuing Don Gaspar Gregorio from the danger in which he had been left. Ricaute offered for that object more than 2,000 ducats that he had in pearls and gems. They proposed several plans, but none so good as that suggested by the renegade already mentioned, who offered to return to Algiers in a small vessel of about 6 banks, manned by Christian rowers. As he knew where, how, and when he could and should land, nor was he ignorant of the house in which Don Gaspar was staying. The general and the viceroy had some hesitation about placing confidence in the renegade and entrusting him with the Christians who were to row, but Ana Felix said she could answer for him. And her father offered to go and pay the ransom of the Christians if by any chance they should not be forthcoming. This, then, being agreed upon, the viceroy landed, and Don Antonio Moreno took the fair Morisco and her father home with him. The viceroy charging him to give them the best reception and welcome in his power, while on his own part he offered all that house contained for their entertainment. So great was the goodwill and kindliness the beauty of Ana Felix had infused into his heart. Chapter 64. Treating of the adventure which gave Don Quixote more unhappiness than all that had hitherto befallen him. The wife of Don Antonio Moreno, so the history says, was extremely happy to see Ana Felix in her house. She welcomed her with great kindness, charmed as well by her beauty as by her intelligence. For in both respects the fair Morisco was richly endowed, and all the people of the city flocked to see her as though they had been summoned by the ringing of the bells. Don Quixote told Don Antonio that the plan adopted for releasing Don Gregorio was not a good one, for its risks were greater than its advantages. And that it would be better to land himself with his arms and horse in Barbary. For he would carry him off in spite of the whole Moorish host, as Don Gaiferos carried off his wife Melisendra. Remember, your worship, observed Sancho on hearing him say so, Señor Don Gaiferos carried off his wife from the mainland, and took her to France by land. But in this case, if by chance we carry off Don Gregorio, we have no way of bringing him to Spain, for there's the sea between. There's a remedy for everything except death, 942 said Don Quixote. If they bring the vessel close to the shore we shall be able to get on board though all the world strive to prevent us. Your worship hits it off mighty well and mighty easy, said Sancho. But it's a long step from saying to doing, 943 and I hold to the renegade, for he seems to me an honest good-hearted fellow. Don Antonio then said that if the renegade did not prove successful, the expedient of the great Don Quixote's expedition to Barbary should be adopted. 2 days afterwards the renegade put to sea in a light vessel of 6 oars a side manned by a stout crew, and 2 days later the galleys made sail eastward. The general having begged the viceroy to let him know all about the release of Don Gregorio and about Ana Felix, and the viceroy promised to do as he requested. One morning as Don Quixote went out for a stroll along the beach, arrayed in full armor, for, as he often said, that was his only gear, his only rest the fray. And he never was without it for a moment, he saw coming towards him a knight, also in full armor, with a shining moon painted on his shield, who, on approaching sufficiently near to be heard, said in a loud voice, addressing himself to Don Quixote, illustrious knight, and never sufficiently extolled Don Quixote of La Mancha, I am the Knight of the White Moon, whose unheard of achievements will perhaps have recalled him to thy memory. I come to do battle with thee and prove the might of thy arm, to the end that I make thee acknowledge and confess that my lady, let her be who she may, is incomparably fairer than thy Dulcinea del Toboso. If thou dost acknowledge this fairly and openly, thou shalt escape death and save me the trouble of inflicting it upon thee. If thou fightest and I vanquish thee, I demand no other satisfaction than that, laying aside arms and abstaining from going in quest of adventures. Thou withdraw and betake thyself to thine own village for the space of a year, and live there without putting hand to sword, in peace and quiet and beneficial repose. The same being needful for the increase of thy substance and the salvation of thy soul. And if thou dost vanquish me, my head shall be at thy disposal, my arms and horse thy spoils, and the renown of my deeds transferred and added to thine. Consider which will be thy best course, and give me thy answer speedily, for this day is all the time I have for the dispatch of this business. Don Quixote was amazed and astonished, as well at the Knight of the White Moon's arrogance, as at his reason for delivering the defiance, and with calm dignity he answered him. Knight of the White Moon, of whose achievements I have never heard until now, I will venture to swear you have never seen the illustrious Dulcinea. For had you seen her I know you would have taken care not to venture yourself upon this issue. Because the sight would have removed all doubt from your mind that there ever has been or can be a beauty to be compared with hers. And so, not saying you lie, but merely that you are not correct in what you state, I accept your challenge, with the conditions you have proposed, and at once. That the day you have fixed may not expire. And from your conditions I accept only that of the renown of your achievements being transferred to me, for I know not of what sort they are nor what they may amount to. I am satisfied with my own, such as they be. Take, therefore, the side of the field you choose, and I will do the same, and to whom God shall give it may St. Peter add his blessing. The Knight of the White Moon had been seen from the city, and it was told the Viceroy how he was in conversation with Don Quixote. The Viceroy, fancying it must be some fresh adventure got up by Don Antonio Moreno or some other gentleman of the city, hurried out at once to the beach accompanied by Don Antonio and several other gentlemen, just as Don Quixote was wheeling Rocinante round in order to take up the necessary distance. The Viceroy upon this, seeing that the pair of them were evidently preparing to come to the charge, put himself between them, asking them what it was that led them to engage in combat all of a sudden in this way. The Knight of the White Moon replied that it was a question of precedence of beauty, and briefly told him what he had said to Don Quixote, and how the conditions of the defiance agreed upon on both sides had been accepted. The Viceroy went over to Don Antonio, and asked in a low voice did he know who the Knight of the White Moon was, or was it some joke they were playing on Don Quixote. Don Antonio replied that he neither knew who he was nor whether the defiance was in joke or in earnest. This answer left the Viceroy in a state of perplexity, not knowing whether he ought to let the combat go on or not. But unable to persuade himself that it was anything but a joke he fell back, saying, if there be no other way out of it, gallant knights, except to confess or die, and Don Quixote is inflexible. And your worship of the White Moon still more so, in God's hand be it, and fall on. He of the White Moon thanked the Viceroy in courteous and well-chosen words for the permission he gave them, and so did Don Quixote, who then, commending himself with all his heart to heaven and to his Dulcinea, as was his custom on the eve of any combat that awaited him, proceeded to take a little more distance, as he saw his antagonist was doing the same. Then, without blast of trumpet or other warlike instrument to give them the signal to charge, both at the same instant wheeled their horses. And he of the White Moon, being the swifter, met Don Quixote after having traversed 2/3 of the course, and there encountered him with such violence that, without touching him with his lance, for he held it high, to all appearance purposely, he hurled Don Quixote and Rocinante to the earth, a perilous fall. He sprang upon him at once, and placing the lance over his visor said to him, "You are vanquished, Sir Knight, nay dead unless you admit the conditions of our defiance." Don Quixote, bruised and stupefied, without raising his visor said in a weak feeble voice as if he were speaking out of a tomb, "Dulcinea del Toboso is the fairest woman in the world. And I the most unfortunate knight on earth. It is not fitting that this truth should suffer by my feebleness. Drive your lance home, Sir Knight, and take my life, since you have taken away my honor." "That will I not, in sooth," said he of the White Moon, "live the fame of the Lady Dulcinea's beauty undimmed as ever. All I require is that the great Don Quixote retire to his own home for a year, or for so long a time as shall by me be enjoined upon him, as we agreed before engaging in this combat. The viceroy, Don Antonio, and several others who were present heard all this, and heard too how Don Quixote replied that so long as nothing in prejudice of Dulcinea was demanded of him, he would observe all the rest like a true and loyal knight. The engagement given, he of the White Moon wheeled about, and making obeisance to the viceroy with a movement of the head, rode away into the city at a half-gallop. The viceroy bade Don Antonio hasten after him, and by some means or other find out who he was. They raised Don Quixote up and uncovered his face, and found him pale and bathed with sweat. Rocinante from the mere hard measure he had received lay unable to stir for the present. Sancho, wholly dejected and woebegone, knew not what to say or do. He fancied that all was a dream, that the whole business was a piece of enchantment. Here was his master defeated, and bound not to take up arms for a year. He saw the light of the glory of his achievements obscured, the hopes of the promises lately made him swept away like smoke before the wind. Rocinante, he feared, was crippled for life, and his master's bones out of joint, for if he were only shaken out of his madness it would be no small luck. 9:44 in the end they carried him into the city in a hand-chair which the viceroy sent for, and thither the viceroy himself returned, eager to ascertain who this knight of the White Moon was who had left Don Quixote in such a sad plight. Chapter 65. Wherein is made known who the Knight of the White Moon was, likewise Don Gregorio's release, and other events. Don Antonio Moreno followed the Knight of the White Moon, and a number of boys followed him too, nay pursued him, until they had him fairly housed in a hostel in the heart of the city. Don Antonio, eager to make his acquaintance, entered also. A squire came out to meet him and remove his armor, and he shut himself into a lower room, still attended by Don Antonio, whose bread would not bake until he had found out who he was. He of the White Moon, seeing then that the gentleman would not leave him, said, "I know very well, Señor, what you have come for, it is to find out who I am. And as there is no reason why I should conceal it from you, while my servant here is taking off my armor I will tell you the true state of the case, without leaving out anything. You must know, Señor, that I am called the bachelor Samson Carrasco. I am of the same village as Don Quixote of La Mancha, whose craze and folly make all of us who know him feel pity for him, and I am one of those who have felt it most. And persuaded that his chance of recovery lay in quiet and keeping at home and in his own house, I hit upon a device for keeping him there. 3 months ago, therefore, I went out to meet him as a knight-errant, under the assumed name of the Knight of the Mirrors, intending to engage him in combat and overcome him without hurting him, making it the condition of our combat that the vanquished should be at the disposal of the victor. What I meant to demand of him, for I regarded him as vanquished already, was that he should return to his own village, and not leave it for a whole year, by which time he might be cured. But fate ordered it otherwise, for he vanquished me and unhorsed me, and so my plan failed. He went his way, and I came back conquered, covered with shame, and sorely bruised by my fall, which was a particularly dangerous one. But this did not quench my desire to meet him again and overcome him, as you have seen today. And as he is so scrupulous in his observance of the laws of knight-errantry, he will, no doubt, in order to keep his word, obey the injunction I have laid upon him. This, Señor, is how the matter stands, and I have nothing more to tell you. I implore of you not to betray me, or tell Don Quixote who I am, so that my honest endeavors may be successful, and that a man of excellent wits, were he only rid of the fooleries of chivalry, may get them back again." "Oh Señor," said Don Antonio, "may God forgive you the wrong you have done the whole world in trying to bring the most amusing madman in it back to his senses. Do you not see, Señor, that the gain by Don Quixote's sanity can never equal the enjoyment his crazes give? But my belief is that all the Señor Bachelor's pains will be of no avail to bring a man so hopelessly cracked to his senses again. And if it were not uncharitable, we would say may Don Quixote never be cured, for by his recovery we lose not only his own drolleries, but his squire Sancho Panza's too, any one of which is enough to turn melancholy itself into merriment. However, I'll hold my peace and say nothing to him, and will see whether I am right in my suspicion that Señor Carrasco's efforts will be fruitless." The bachelor replied that at all events the affair promised well, and he hoped for a happy result from it, and putting his services at Don Antonio's commands he took his leave of him. And having had his armor packed at once upon a mule, he rode away from the city the same day on the horse he rode to battle, and returned to his own country without meeting any adventure calling for record in this veracious history. Don Antonio reported to the viceroy what Carrasco told him, and the viceroy was not very well pleased to hear it. For with Don Quixote's retirement there was an end to the amusement of all who knew anything of his mad doings. 6 days did Don Quixote keep his bed, dejected, melancholy, moody and out of sorts, brooding over the unhappy event of his defeat. Sancho strove to comfort him, and among other things he said to him, "Hold up your head, Señor, and be of good cheer if you can. And give thanks to heaven that if you have had a tumble to the ground you have not come off with a broken rib. And, as you know that, where they give they take, 945 and that, there are not always fletches where there are pegs, 946 a fig for the doctor, for there's no need of him to cure this ailment. Let us go home, and give over going about in search of adventures in strange lands and places. Rightly looked at, it is I that am the greater loser, though it is your worship that has had the worse usage. With the government I gave up all wish to be a governor again, but I did not give up all longing to be a count. And that will never come to pass if your worship gives up becoming a king by renouncing the calling of chivalry, and so my hopes are going to turn into smoke." "Peace, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Thou sayest my suspension and retirement is not to exceed a year. I shall soon return to my honored calling, and I shall not be at a loss for a kingdom to win and a county to bestow on thee." "May God hear it and sin be deaf." 947 said Sancho, "I have always heard say that, a good hope is better than a bad holding." 948. As they were talking Don Antonio came in looking extremely pleased and exclaiming, "Reward me for my good news, Señor Don Quixote. Don Gregorio and the renegade who went for him have come ashore do I say? They are by this time in the viceroy's house, and will be here immediately." Don Quixote cheered up a little and said, "Of a truth I am almost ready to say I should have been glad had it turned out just the other way, for it would have obliged me to cross over to Barbary, where by the might of my arm I should have restored to liberty, not only Don Gregorio, but all the Christian captives there are in Barbary. But what am I saying, miserable being that I am? Am I not he that has been conquered? Am I not he that has been overthrown? Am I not he who must not take up arms for a year? Then what am I making professions for, what am I bragging about, when it is fitter for me to handle the distaff than the sword?" "No more of that, Señor," said Sancho. "Let the hen live, even though it be with her pip, today for thee and tomorrow for me. In these affairs of encounters and whacks one must not mind them, for he that falls today may get up tomorrow. Unless indeed he chooses to lie in bed, I mean gives way to weakness and does not pluck up fresh spirit for fresh battles. Let your worship get up now to receive Don Gregorio. For the household seems to be in a bustle, and no doubt he has come by this time." And so it proved, for as soon as Don Gregorio and the renegade had given the viceroy an account of the voyage out and home, Don Gregorio, eager to see Ana Felix, came with the renegade to Don Antonio's house. When they carried him away from Algiers he was in woman's dress. On board the vessel, however, he exchanged it for that of a captive who escaped with him. But in whatever dress he might be he looked like one to be loved and served and esteemed, for he was surpassingly well favored, and to judge by appearances some 17 or 18 years of age. Ricote and his daughter came out to welcome him, the father with tears, the daughter with bashfulness. They did not embrace each other, for where there is deep love there will never be overmuch boldness. Seen side by side, the comeliness of Don Gregorio and the beauty of Ana Felix were the admiration of all who were present. It was silence that spoke for the lovers at that moment, and their eyes were the tongues that declared their pure and happy feelings. The renegade explained the measures and means he had adopted to rescue Don Gregorio, and Don Gregorio at no great length, but in a few words. in which he showed that his intelligence was in advance of his years, described the peril and embarrassment he found himself in among the women with whom he had sojourned. To conclude, Ricaute liberally recompensed and rewarded as well the renegade as the men who had rowed. And the renegade effected his readmission into the body of the church and was reconciled with it, and from a rotten limb became by penance and repentance a clean and sound one. 2 days later the viceroy discussed with Don Antonio the steps they should take to enable Ana Felix and her father to stay in Spain. For it seemed to them there could be no objection to a daughter who was so good a Christian and a father to all appearance so well disposed remaining there. Don Antonio offered to arrange the matter at the capital, whither he was compelled to go on some other business. Hinting that many a difficult affair was settled there with the help of favor and bribes. "Nay," said Ricaute, who was present during the conversation, "it will not do to rely upon favor or bribes, because with the great Don Bernardino de Velasco, Conde de Salazar, to whom His Majesty has entrusted our expulsion, neither entreaties nor promises, bribes nor appeals to compassion, are of any use. For though it is true he mingles mercy with justice, still, seeing that the whole body of our nation is tainted and corrupt, he applies to it the cautery that burns rather than the salve that soothes. And thus, by prudence, sagacity, care and the fear he inspires, he has borne on his mighty shoulders the weight of this great policy and carried it into effect, all our schemes and plots, importunities and wiles, being ineffectual to blind his Argus eyes, ever on the watch lest one of us should remain behind in concealment, and like a hidden root come in course of time to sprout and bear poisonous fruit in Spain, now cleansed, and relieved of the fear in which our vast numbers kept it. Heroic resolve of the great Philip III, and unparalleled wisdom to have entrusted it to the said Don Bernardino de Velasco. 949. At any rate, said Don Antonio, when I am there I will make all possible efforts, and let heaven do as pleases it best. Don Gregorio will come with me to relieve the anxiety which his parents must be suffering on account of his absence. Ana Felix will remain in my house with my wife, or in a monastery. And I know the viceroy will be glad that the worthy Ricaute should stay with him until we see what terms I can make. The viceroy agreed to all that was proposed. But Don Gregorio on learning what had passed declared he could not and would not on any account leave Ana Felix. However, as it was his purpose to go and see his parents and devise some way of returning for her, he fell in with the proposed arrangement. Ana Felix remained with Don Antonio's wife, and Ricaute in the viceroy's house. The day for Don Antonio's departure came. And 2 days later that for Don Quixote's and Sancho's, for Don Quixote's fall did not suffer him to take the road sooner. There were tears and sighs, swoonings and sobs, at the parting between Don Gregorio and Ana Felix. Ricaute offered Don Gregorio 1,000 crowns if he would have them, but he would not take any save 5 which Don Antonio lent him and he promised to repay at the capital. So the two of them took their departure, and Don Quixote and Sancho afterwards, as has been already said, Don Quixote without his armor and in traveling gear, and Sancho on foot, Dapple being loaded with the armor. Chapter 66. Which treats of what he who reads will see, or what he who has it read to him will hear. As he left Barcelona, Don Quixote turned gaze upon the spot where he had fallen. Here Troy was, said he, here my ill luck, not my cowardice, robbed me of all the glory I had won, here fortune made me the victim of her caprices, here the luster of my achievements was dimmed. Here, in a word, fell my happiness never to rise again. Señor, said Sancho on hearing this, it is the part of brave hearts to be patient in adversity just as much as to be glad in prosperity. I judge by myself, for, if when I was a governor I was glad, now that I am a squire and on foot I am not sad. And I have heard say that she whom commonly they call fortune is a drunken whimsical jade, and, what is more, blind, and therefore neither sees what she does, nor knows whom she casts down or whom she sets up. Thou art a great philosopher, Sancho, said Don Quixote, thou speakest very sensibly, I know not who taught thee. But I can tell thee there is no such thing as fortune in the world, nor does anything which takes place there, be it good or bad, come about by chance, but by the special preordination of heaven. And hence the common saying that each of us is the maker of his own fortune. 950 I have been that of mine. But not with the proper amount of prudence, and my self-confidence has therefore made me pay dearly. For I ought to have reflected that Rocinante's feeble strength could not resist the mighty bulk of the Knight of the White Moon's horse. In a word, I ventured it, I did my best, I was overthrown, but though I lost my honor I did not lose nor can I lose the virtue of keeping my word. When I was a knight-errant, daring and valiant, I supported my achievements by hand and deed, and now that I am a humble squire I will support my words by keeping the promise I have given. Forward then, Sancho my friend, let us go to keep the year of the novitiate in our own country. And in that seclusion we shall pick up fresh strength to return to the by me never forgotten calling of arms. Señor, returned Sancho, traveling on foot is not such a pleasant thing that it makes me feel disposed or tempted to make long marches. Let us leave this armor hung up on some tree, instead of someone that has been hanged. And then with me on Dapple's back and my feet off the ground we will arrange the stages as your worship pleases to measure them out. But to suppose that I am going to travel on foot, and make long ones, is to suppose nonsense. Thou sayest well, Sancho, said Don Quixote. Let my armor be hung up for a trophy. And under it or round it we will carve on the trees what was inscribed on the trophy of Roland's armor. These let none move. Who dareth not his might with Roland prove? That's the very thing, said Sancho, and if it was not that we should feel the want of Rocinante on the road, it would be as well to leave him hung up too. And yet, I had rather not have either him or the armor hung up, said Don Quixote, that it may not be said, for good service a bad return. 951. Your worship is right, said Sancho. For, as sensible people hold, the fault of the ass must not be laid on the pack-saddle. 952 And, as in this affair the fault is your worship's, punish yourself and don't let your anger break out against the already battered and bloody armor, or the meekness of Rocinante. Or the tenderness of my feet, trying to make them travel more than is reasonable. In converse of this sort the whole of that day went by, as did the 4 succeeding ones, without anything occurring to interrupt their journey. But on the 5th as they entered a village they found a great number of people at the door of an inn enjoying themselves, as it was a holiday. Upon Don Quixote's approach a peasant called out, one of these 2 gentlemen who come here, and who don't know the parties, will tell us what we ought to do about our wager. That I will, certainly, said Don Quixote, and according to the rights of the case, if I can manage to understand it. Well, here it is, worthy sir, said the peasant. A man of this village who is so fat that he weighs 20 stone challenged another, a neighbor of his, who does not weigh more than 9, to run a race. The agreement was that they were to run a distance of 100 paces with equal weights. And when the challenger was asked how the weights were to be equalized he said that the other, as he weighed 9 stone, should put 11 in iron on his back. And that in this way the 20 stone of the thin man would equal the 20 stone of the fat one. Not at all, exclaimed Sancho at once, before Don Quixote could answer. It's for me, that only a few days ago left off being a governor and a judge, as all the world knows, to settle these doubtful questions and give an opinion in disputes of all sorts. Answer in God's name, Sancho my friend, said Don Quixote, for I am not fit to give crumbs to a cat, my wits are so confused and upset. With this permission Sancho said to the peasants who stood clustered round him, waiting with open mouths for the decision to come from his brothers, what the fat man requires is not in reason. Nor has it a shadow of justice in it. Because, if it be true, as they say, that the challenged may choose the weapons, the other has no right to choose such as will prevent and keep him from winning. My decision, therefore, is that the fat challenger prune, peel, thin, trim and correct himself, and take 11 stone of his flesh off his body, here or there, as he pleases, and as suits him best. And being in this way reduced to 9 stone weight, he will make himself equal and even with 9 stone of his opponent, and they will be able to run on equal terms. 953. "By all that's good," said one of the peasants as he heard Sancho's decision, "but the gentleman has spoken like a saint, and given judgment like a canon. But I'll be bound the fat man won't part with an ounce of his flesh, not to say 11 stone. "The best plan will be for them not to run," said another, "so that neither the thin man break down under the weight, nor the fat one strip himself of his flesh. Let half the wager be spent in wine, and let's take these gentlemen to the tavern where there's the best, and over me be the cloak when it rains." 954. "I thank you, sirs," said Don Quixote. "But I cannot stop for an instant, for sad thoughts and unhappy circumstances force me to seem discourteous and to travel apace." And spurring Rocinante he pushed on, leaving them wondering at what they had seen and heard, at his own strange figure and at the shrewdness of his servant, for such they took Sancho to be. And another of them observed, "If the servant is so clever, what must the master be? I'll bet, if they are going to Salamanca to study, they'll come to be alcaldes of the court in a trice. For it's a mere joke, only to read, and have interest and good luck, and before a man knows where he is he finds himself with a staff in his hand or a mitre on his head." That night master and man passed out in the fields in the open air. And the next day as they were pursuing their journey they saw coming towards them a man on foot with alforjas at the neck and a javelin or spiked staff in his hand, the very cut of a foot courier. Who, as soon as he came close to Don Quixote, increased his pace and half running came up to him, and embracing his right thigh, for he could reach no higher, exclaimed with evident pleasure, "O Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha, what happiness it will be to the heart of my lord the Duke when he knows your worship is coming back to his castle, for he is still there with my lady the Duchess." "I do not recognize you, friend," said Don Quixote, "nor do I know who you are, unless you tell me." "I am Tosilos, my lord the Duke's lackey, Señor Don Quixote," replied the courier. "He who refused to fight your worship about marrying the daughter of Dona Rodriguez." "God bless me," exclaimed Don Quixote. "Is it possible that you are the one whom mine enemies the enchanters changed into the lackey you speak of in order to rob me of the honor of that battle?" "Nonsense, good sir," said the messenger. "There was no enchantment or transformation at all. I entered the lists just as much lackey Tosilos as I came out of them lackey Tosilos. I thought to marry without fighting, for the girl had taken my fancy. But my scheme had a very different result. For as soon as your worship had left the castle my lord the Duke had 100 strokes of the stick given me for having acted contrary to the orders he gave me before engaging in the combat. And the end of the whole affair is that the girl has become a nun, and Dona Rodriguez has gone back to Castile. And I am now on my way to Barcelona with a packet of letters for the viceroy which my master is sending him. If your worship would like a drop, sound though warm, I have a gourd here full of the best. And some scraps of Tronchon cheese that will serve as a provocative and wakener of your thirst if so be it is asleep." "I take the offer," said Sancho, "no more compliments about it, pour out, good Tosilos, in spite of all the enchanters in the Indies." "Thou art indeed the greatest glutton in the world, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "and the greatest booby on earth, not to be able to see that this courier is enchanted and this Tosilos a sham one. Stop with him and take thy fill, I will go on slowly and wait for thee to come up with me." The lackey laughed, unsheathed his gourd, unwalleted his scraps, and taking out a small loaf of bread he and Sancho seated themselves on the green grass. And in peace and good fellowship finished off the contents of the alforjas down to the bottom, so resolutely that they licked the wrapper of the letters, merely because it smelt of cheese. Said Tosilos to Sancho, "Beyond a doubt, Sancho my friend, this master of thine ought to be a madman." "Ought," said Sancho, "he owes no man anything. He pays for everything, particularly when the coin is madness. I see it plain enough, and I tell him so plain enough, but what's the use? Especially now that it is all over with him, for here he is beaten by the Knight of the White Moon." Tosilos begged him to explain what had happened him, but Sancho replied that it would not be good manners to leave his master waiting for him. And that some other day if they met there would be time enough for that. And then getting up, after shaking his doublet and brushing the crumbs out of his beard, he drove Dapple on before him, and bidding adieu to Toscelos left him and rejoined his master, who was waiting for him under the shade of a tree. Chapter 67. Of the resolution Don Quixote formed to turn shepherd and take to a life in the fields while the year for which he had given his word was running its course. With other events truly delectable and happy. If a multitude of reflections used to harass Don Quixote before he had been overthrown, a great many more harassed him since his fall. He was under the shade of a tree, as has been said, and there, like flies on honey, thoughts came crowding upon him and stinging him. Some of them turned upon the disenchantment of Dulcinea, others upon the life he was about to lead in his enforced retirement. Sancho came up and spoke in high praise of the generous disposition of the lackey Toscelos. "Is it possible, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "that thou dost still think that he yonder is a real lackey? Apparently it has escaped thy memory that thou hast seen Dulcinea turned and transformed into a peasant wench, and the Knight of the Mirrors into the bachelor Carrasco. All the work of the enchanters that persecute me. But tell me now, didst thou ask this Toscelos, as thou callest him, what has become of Altisidora? Did she weep over my absence? Or has she already consigned to oblivion the love thoughts that used to afflict her when I was present?" "The thoughts that I had," said Sancho, "were not such as to leave time for asking fools' questions." "Body o' me, señor! Is your worship in a condition now to inquire into other people's thoughts, above all love thoughts?" "Look ye, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "there is a great difference between what is done out of love and what is done out of gratitude. A knight may very possibly be proof against love. But it is impossible, strictly speaking, for him to be ungrateful. Altisidora, to all appearance, loved me truly. She gave me the 3 kerchiefs thou knowest of. She wept at my departure, she cursed me, she abused me, casting shame to the winds she bewailed herself in public, all signs that she adored me, for the wrath of lovers always ends in curses. I had no hopes to give her, nor treasures to offer her, for mine are given to Dulcinea, and the treasures of knights-errant are like those of the fairies, 955 illusory and deceptive. All I can give her is the place in my memory I keep for her, without prejudice, however, to that which I hold devoted to Dulcinea, whom thou art wronging by thy remissness in whipping thyself and scourging that flesh. Would that I saw it eaten by wolves, which would rather keep itself for the worms than for the relief of that poor lady." "Señor," replied Sancho, "if the truth is to be told, I cannot persuade myself that the whipping of my backside has anything to do with the disenchantment of the enchanted. It is like saying, if your head aches, rub ointment on your knees. At any rate I'll make bold to swear that in all the histories dealing with knight-errantry that your worship has read you have never come across anybody disenchanted by whipping. But whether or no I'll whip myself when I have a fancy for it, and the opportunity serves for scourging myself comfortably." "God grant it," said Don Quixote. "And heaven give thee grace to take it to heart and own the obligation thou art under to help my lady, who is thine also, inasmuch as thou art mine." As they pursued their journey talking in this way they came to the very same spot where they had been trampled on by the bulls. Don Quixote recognized it, and said he to Sancho, "This is the meadow where we came upon those gay shepherdesses and gallant shepherds who were trying to revive and imitate the pastoral Arcadia there, an idea as novel as it was happy. In emulation whereof, if so be thou dost approve of it, Sancho, I would have ourselves turned shepherds, at any rate for the time I have to live in retirement. I will buy some ewes and everything else requisite for the pastoral calling. And, I under the name of the shepherd Quixote and thou as the shepherd Panzino, we will roam the woods and groves and meadows singing songs here, lamenting in elegies there. Drinking of the crystal waters of the springs or limpid brooks or flowing rivers. The oaks will yield us their sweet fruit with bountiful hand, the trunks of the hard cork trees a seat, the willows shade, the roses perfume. The widespread meadows carpets tinted with 1,000 dyes. The clear pure air will give us breath, the moon and stars lighten the darkness of the night for us, song shall be our delight, lamenting our joy, Apollo will supply us with verses. And love with conceits whereby we shall make ourselves famed forever, not only in this but in ages to come. Egad, said Sancho, but that sort of life squares, nay corners, with my notions. And what is more, the bachelor Samson Carrasco and Master Nicholas the barber won't have well seen it before they'll want to follow it and turn shepherds along with us. And God grant it may not come into the curate's head to join the sheepfold too, he's so jovial and fond of enjoying himself. Thou art in the right of it, Sancho, said Don Quixote. And the bachelor Samson Carrasco, if he enters the pastoral fraternity, as no doubt he will, may call himself the shepherd Samsonino, or perhaps the shepherd Carrascan. Nicholas the barber may call himself Niculoso, as old Boscan formerly was called Nemoroso. 956. As for the curate, I don't know what name we can fit to him unless it be something derived from his title, and we call him the shepherd Curiambro. For the shepherdesses whose lovers we shall be, we can pick names as we would pears. And as my lady's name does just as well for a shepherdess's as for a princess's, I need not trouble myself to look for one that will suit her better. To thine, Sancho, thou canst give what name thou wilt. I don't mean to give her any but Teresona, said Sancho, which will go well with her stoutness and with her own right name, as she is called Teresa. 957. And then when I sing her praises in my verses I'll show how chaste my passion is, for I'm not going to look for better bread than ever came from wheat in other men's houses. 958. It won't do for the curate to have a shepherdess, for the sake of good example, and if the bachelor chooses to have one, that is his lookout. God bless me, Sancho my friend, said Don Quixote, what a life we shall lead. What hautboys and Zamora bagpipes we shall hear, what tabors, timbrels, and rebecks. And then if among all these different sorts of music that of the albogs is heard, almost all the pastoral instruments will be there. What are albogs? Asked Sancho, for I never in my life heard tell of them or saw them. Albogs, said Don Quixote, are brass plates like candlesticks that struck against one another on the hollow side make a noise which, if not very pleasing or harmonious, is not disagreeable and accords very well with the rude notes of the bagpipe and tabor. The word albog is Morisco, as are all those in our Spanish tongue that begin with al. For example, Almahaza, Almorzer, Alhambra, Alguacil, Alhucema, Almacen, Alcancia, and others of the same sort, of which there are not many more. Our language has only three that are Morisco and end in I, which are Borsegi, Zuquizami, and Maravedi. Alhili and Alfaqui are seen to be Arabic, as well by the al at the beginning as by the I they end with. I mention this incidentally, the chance allusion to albogs having reminded me of it. And it will be of great assistance to us in the perfect practice of this calling that I am something of a poet, as thou knowest, and that besides the bachelor Samson Carrasco is an accomplished one. Of the curate I say nothing, but I will wager he has some spice of the poet in him, and no doubt Master Nicholas too, for all barbers, or most of them, are guitar players and stringers of verses. I will bewail my separation, thou shalt glorify thyself as a constant lover, the shepherd Carrascan will figure as a rejected one, and the curate Curiambro as whatever may please him best. And so all will go as gaily as heart could wish. To this Sancho made answer, I am so unlucky, Señor, that I'm afraid the day will never come when I'll see myself at such a calling. Oh, what neat spoons I'll make when I'm a shepherd! What messes, creams, garlands, pastoral odds and ends! And if they don't get me a name for wisdom, they'll not fail to get me one for ingenuity. My daughter Sanchica will bring us our dinner to the pasture. But stay, she's good-looking, and shepherds there are with more mischief than simplicity in them. I would not have her come for wool and go back shorn. 959. Lovemaking and lawless desires are just as common in the fields as in the cities, and in shepherds' shanties as in royal palaces. Do away with the cause, you do away with the sin. 960. If eyes don't see hearts don't break. 961. And, better a clear escape than good men's prayers. 962. A truce to thy proverbs, Sancho, exclaimed Don Quixote, any one of those thou hast uttered would suffice to explain thy meaning. Many a time have I recommended thee not to be so lavish with proverbs and to exercise some moderation in delivering them, but it seems to me it is only preaching in the desert. My mother beats me and I go on with my tricks. 963. It seems to me, said Sancho, that your worship is like the common saying, said the frying pan to the kettle, get away, black breech. 964. You chide me for uttering proverbs, and you string them in couples yourself. Observe, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, I bring in proverbs to the purpose, and when I quote them they fit like a ring to the finger. Thou bringest them in by the head and shoulders, in such a way that thou dost drag them in, rather than introduce them. If I am not mistaken, I have told thee already that proverbs are short maxims drawn from the experience and observation of our wise men of old. But the proverb that is not to the purpose is a piece of nonsense and not a maxim. But enough of this. As nightfall is drawing on, let us retire some little distance from the high road to pass the night. What is in store for us tomorrow God knoweth. They turned aside, and supped late and poorly, very much against Sancho's will, who turned over in his mind the hardships attendant upon knight-errantry in woods and forests. Even though at times plenty presented itself in castles and houses, as at Don Diego de Miranda's, at the wedding of Camacho the Rich, and at Don Antonio Moreno's. He reflected, however, that it could not be always day, nor always night, and so that night he passed in sleeping, and his master in waking. Chapter 68. Of the bristly adventure that befell Don Quixote. The night was somewhat dark, for though there was a moon in the sky it was not in a quarter where she could be seen. For sometimes the Lady Diana goes on a stroll to the antipodes, and leaves the mountains all black and the valleys in darkness. Don Quixote obeyed nature so far as to sleep his first sleep, but did not give way to the second, very different from Sancho, who never had any second. Because with him sleep lasted from night till morning, wherein he showed what a sound constitution and few cares he had. Don Quixote's cares kept him restless, so much so that he awoke Sancho and said to him, I am amazed, Sancho, at the unconcern of thy temperament. I believe thou art made of marble or hard brass, incapable of any emotion or feeling whatever. I lie awake while thou sleepest, I weep while thou singest, I am faint with fasting while thou art sluggish and torpid from pure repletion. It is the duty of good servants to share the sufferings and feel the sorrows of their masters, if it be only for the sake of appearances. See the calmness of the night, the solitude of the spot, inviting us to break our slumbers by a vigil of some sort. Rise as thou livest, and retire a little distance, and with a good heart and cheerful courage give thyself 300 or 400 lashes on account of Dulcinea's disenchantment score. And this I entreat of thee, making it a request, for I have no desire to come to grips with thee a second time, as I know thou hast a heavy hand. As soon as thou hast laid them on we will pass the rest of the night, I singing my separation, thou thy constancy, making a beginning at once with the pastoral life we are to follow at our village. Señor, replied Sancho, I'm no monk to get up out of the middle of my sleep and scourge myself. Nor does it seem to me that one can pass from one extreme of the pain of whipping to the other of music. Will your worship let me sleep, and not worry me about whipping myself? Or you'll make me swear never to touch a hair of my doublet, not to say my flesh. O hard heart! Said Don Quixote, O pitiless squire! O bread ill bestowed and favours ill acknowledged, both those I have done thee and those I mean to do thee. Through me hast thou seen thyself a governor, and through me thou sayest thyself in immediate expectation of being a count, or obtaining some other equivalent title, for I, post tenebras spiro lucem. I don't know what that is, said Sancho, all I know is that so long as I am asleep I have neither fear nor hope, trouble nor glory. And good luck betide him that invented sleep, the cloak that covers over all a man's thoughts, the food that removes hunger, the drink that drives away thirst, the fire that warms the cold. The cold that tempers the heat, and, to wind up with, the universal coin wherewith everything is bought. The weight and balance that makes the shepherd equal with the king and the fool with the wise man. Sleep, I have heard say, has only one fault, that it is like death, for between a sleeping man and a dead man there is very little difference. Never have I heard thee speak so elegantly as now, Sancho, said Don Quixote. And here I begin to see the truth of the proverb thou dost sometimes quote, not with whom thou art bred, but with whom thou art fed. 965. Ha, by my life, master mine, said Sancho, it's not I that am stringing proverbs now, for they drop in pairs from your worship's mouth faster than from mine. Only there is this difference between mine and yours, that yours are well-timed and mine are untimely, but anyhow, they are all proverbs. At this point they became aware of a harsh indistinct noise that seemed to spread through all the valleys around. Don Quixote stood up and laid his hand upon his sword, and Sancho ensconced himself under Dapple and put the bundle of armor on one side of him and the ass's pack-saddle on the other. In fear and trembling as great as Don Quixote's perturbation. Each instant the noise increased and came nearer to the two terrified men, or at least to one, for as to the other, his courage is known to all. The fact of the matter was that some men were taking above 600 pigs to sell at a fair, and were on their way with them at that hour. And so great was the noise they made and their grunting and blowing, that they deafened the ears of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, and they could not make out what it was. The widespread grunting drove came on in a surging mass, and without showing any respect for Don Quixote's dignity or Sancho's, passed right over the pair of them, demolishing Sancho's entrenchments. And not only upsetting Don Quixote but sweeping Rocinante off his feet into the bargain. And what with the trampling and the grunting, and the pace at which the unclean beasts went, pack-saddle, armor. Dapple and Rocinante were left scattered on the ground and Sancho and Don Quixote at their wits' end. Sancho got up as well as he could and begged his master to give him his sword, saying he wanted to kill half a dozen of those dirty unmannerly pigs. For he had by this time found out that that was what they were. Let them be, my friend, said Don Quixote, this insult is the penalty of my sin. And it is the righteous chastisement of heaven that jackals should devour a vanquished knight, and wasps sting him and pigs trample him under foot. I suppose it is the chastisement of heaven, too, said Sancho, that flies should prick the squires of vanquished knights, and lice eat them, and hunger assail them. If we squires were the sons of the knights we serve, or their very near relations, it would be no wonder if the penalty of their misdeeds overtook us, even to the 4th generation. But what have the Panzas to do with the Quixotes? Well, well, let's lie down again and sleep out what little of the night there's left, and God will send us dawn and we shall be all right. Sleep thou, Sancho, returned Don Quixote, for thou wast born to sleep as I was born to watch. And during the time it now wants of dawn I will give a loose rein to my thoughts, and seek a vent for them in a little madrigal which, unknown to thee, I composed in my head last night. I should think, said Sancho, that the thoughts that allow one to make verses cannot be of great consequence. Let your worship string verses as much as you like and I'll sleep as much as I can. And forthwith, taking the space of ground he required, he muffled himself up and fell into a sound sleep, undisturbed by bond, debt, or trouble of any sort. Don Quixote, propped up against the trunk of a beech or a cork tree, for Cide Hamete does not specify what kind of tree it was, sang in this strain to the accompaniment of his own sighs. When in my mind I muse, O love, upon thy cruelty, to death I flee, in hope therein the end of all to find. But drawing near that welcome haven in my sea of woe, such joy I know, that life revives, and still I linger here. Thus life doth slay, and death again to life restoreth me. Strange destiny, that deals with life and death as with a play. He accompanied each verse with many sighs and not a few tears, just like one whose heart was pierced with grief at his defeat and his separation from Dulcinea. And now daylight came, and the sun smote Sancho on the eyes with his beams. He awoke, roused himself up, shook himself and stretched his lazy limbs, and seeing the havoc the pigs had made with his stores he cursed the drove, and more besides. Then the pair resumed their journey, and as evening closed in they saw coming towards them some 10 men on horseback and 4 or 5 on foot. Don Quixote's heart beat quick and Sancho's quailed with fear, for the persons approaching them carried lances and bucklers, and were in very warlike guise. Don Quixote turned to Sancho and said, "If I could make use of my weapons, and my promise had not tied my hands, I would count this host that comes against us but cakes and fancy bread." 966 But perhaps it may prove something different from what we apprehend. The men on horseback now came up, and raising their lances surrounded Don Quixote in silence, and pointed them at his back and breast, menacing him with death. One of those on foot, putting his finger to his lips as a sign to him to be silent, seized Rocinante's bridle and drew him out of the road, and the others driving Sancho and Dapple before them. And all maintaining a strange silence, followed in the steps of the one who led Don Quixote. The latter 2 or 3 times attempted to ask where they were taking him to and what they wanted. But the instant he began to open his lips they threatened to close them with the points of their lances. And Sancho fared the same way, for the moment he seemed about to speak one of those on foot punched him with a goad, and Dapple likewise, as if he too wanted to talk. Night set in, they quickened their pace, and the fears of the 2 prisoners grew greater, especially as they heard themselves assailed with, "Get on, ye troglodytes, silence, ye barbarians. March, ye cannibals, no murmuring, ye Scythians. Don't open your eyes, ye murderous Polyphemes, ye bloodthirsty lions," and such like names with which their captors harassed the ears of the wretched master and man. Sancho went along saying to himself, "We, Tortolites, barbers, animals. I don't like those names at all, it's in a bad wind our corn is being winnowed." 967 Misfortune comes upon us all at once like sticks on a dog. 968 And God grant it may be no worse than them that this unlucky adventure has in store for us. Don Quixote rode completely dazed, unable with the aid of all his wits to make out what could be the meaning of these abusive names they called them. And the only conclusion he could arrive at was that there was no good to be hoped for and much evil to be feared. And now, about an hour after midnight, they reached a castle which Don Quixote saw at once was the Duke's, where they had been but a short time before. "God bless me," said he, as he recognized the mansion, "what does this mean? It is all courtesy and politeness in this house, but with the vanquished good turns into evil, and evil into worse." They entered the chief court of the castle and found it prepared and fitted up in a style that added to their amazement and doubled their fears, as will be seen in the following chapter. Chapter 69. Of the strangest and most extraordinary adventure that befell Don Quixote in the whole course of this great history. The horsemen dismounted, and, together with the men on foot, without a moment's delay taking up Sancho and Don Quixote bodily, they carried them into the court. All round which near 100 torches fixed in sockets were burning, besides above 500 lamps in the corridors, so that in spite of the night, which was somewhat dark, the want of daylight could not be perceived. In the middle of the court was a catafalque, raised about 2 yards above the ground and covered completely by an immense canopy of black velvet. And on the steps all round it white wax tapers burned in more than 100 silver candlesticks. Upon the catafalque was seen the dead body of a damsel so lovely that by her beauty she made death itself look beautiful. She lay with her head resting upon a cushion of brocade and crowned with a garland of sweet-smelling flowers of divers sorts, her hands crossed upon her bosom, and between them a branch of yellow palm of victory. 969 On one side of the court was erected a stage, whereupon 2 chairs were seated 2 persons who from having crowns on their heads and scepters in their hands appeared to be kings of some sort, whether real or mock ones. By the side of this stage, which was reached by steps, were 2 other chairs on which the men carrying the prisoners seated Don Quixote and Sancho, all in silence, and by signs giving them to understand that they too were to be silent. Which, however, they would have been without any signs, for their amazement at all they saw held them tongue-tied. And now 2 persons of distinction, who were at once recognized by Don Quixote as his hosts the Duke and Duchess, ascended the stage attended by a numerous suite. and seated themselves on two gorgeous chairs close to the two kings, as they seemed to be. Who would not have been amazed at this? Nor was this all, for Don Quixote had perceived that the dead body on the catafalque was that of the fair Altisidora. As the Duke and Duchess mounted the stage, Don Quixote and Sancho rose and made them a profound obeisance, which they returned by bowing their heads slightly. At this moment an official crossed over, and approaching Sancho threw over him a robe of black buckram painted all over with flames of fire. And taking off his cap put upon his head a mitre such as those undergoing the sentence of the Holy Office wear. And whispered in his ear that he must not open his lips, or they would put a gag upon him, or take his life. Sancho surveyed himself from head to foot and saw himself all ablaze with flames. But as they did not burn him, he did not care 2 farthings for them. He took off the mitre, and seeing painted with devils he put it on again, saying to himself, "Well, so far those don't burn me, nor do these carry me off." Don Quixote surveyed him too, and though fear had got the better of his faculties, he could not help smiling to see the figure Sancho presented. And now from underneath the catafalque, so it seemed, there rose a low sweet sound of flutes, which, coming unbroken by human voice, for their silence itself kept silence, had a soft and languishing effect. Then, beside the pillow of what seemed to be the dead body, suddenly appeared a fair youth in a Roman habit, who, to the accompaniment of a harp which he himself played, sang in a sweet and clear voice these 2 stanzas. While fair Altisidora, who the sport of cold Don Quixote's cruelty hath been, returns to life. And in this magic court, the dames in sables come to grace the scene. And while her matrons all in seemly sort, my lady robes in baize and bombazine, her beauty and her sorrows will I sing, with defter quill than touched the Thracian string. 970. But not in life alone, methinks, to me belongs the office, lady, when my tongue is cold in death, believe me, unto thee my voice shall raise its tributary song. My soul, from this strait prison house set free, as o'er the Stygian lake it floats along, thy praises singing still shall hold its way, and make the waters of oblivion stay. At this point one of the 2 that looked like kings exclaimed, "Enough, enough, divine singer. It would be an endless task to put before us now the death and the charms of the peerless Altisidora, not dead as the ignorant world imagines, but living in the voice of fame and in the penance which Sancho Panza, here present, has to undergo to restore her to the long-lost light. Do thou, therefore, O Rhadamanthus, who sittest in judgment with me in the murky caverns of Dis, as thou knowest all that the inscrutable fates have decreed touching the resuscitation of this damsel, announce and declare it at once, that the happiness we look forward to from her restoration be no longer deferred." No sooner had Minos the fellow judge of Rhadamanthus said this, than Rhadamanthus rising up said, "Ho, officials of this house, high and low, great and small, make haste hither one and all, and print on Sancho's face 24 smacks, and give him 12 pinches and 6 pin thrusts in the back and arms. For upon this ceremony depends the restoration of Altisidora." On hearing this Sancho broke silence and cried out, "By all that's good, I'll as soon let my face be smacked or handled as turn more body o' me. What has handling my face got to do with the resurrection of this damsel?" The old woman took kindly to the blitz. 971. They enchant Dulcinea, and whip me in order to disenchant her. Altisidora dies of ailments God was pleased to send her, and to bring her to life again they must give me 24 smacks, and prick holes in my body with pins, and raise wills on my arms with pinches. Try those jokes on a brother-in-law. 972. I'm an old dog, and tuss is no use with me. 973. Thou shalt die, said Rhadamanthus in a loud voice. Relent, thou tiger. Humble thyself, proud Nimrod, suffer and be silent, for no impossibilities are asked of thee. It is not for thee to inquire into the difficulties in this matter. Smacked thou must be, pricked thou shalt see thyself, and with pinches thou must be made to howl. Ho, I say, officials, obey my orders. Or by the word of an honest man, ye shall see what ye were born for. At this some 6 duennas, advancing across the court, made their appearance in procession, one after the other, 4 of them with spectacles, and all with their right hands uplifted, showing 4 fingers of wrist to make their hands look longer, as is the fashion nowadays. No sooner had Sancho caught sight of them than, bellowing like a bull, he exclaimed, I might let myself be handled by all the world, but allow duennas to touch me, not a bit of it. Scratch my face, as my master was served in this very castle, run me through the body with burnished daggers, pinch my arms with red-hot pincers, I'll bear all in patience to serve these gentlefolk. But I won't let duennas touch me, though the devil should carry me off. Here Don Quixote, too, broke silence, saying to Sancho, Have patience, my son, and gratify these noble persons, and give all thanks to heaven that it has infused such virtue into thy person, that by its sufferings thou canst disenchant the enchanted and restore to life the dead. The duennas were now close to Sancho, and he, having become more tractable and reasonable, settling himself well in his chair, presented his face and beard to the first, who delivered him a smack very stoutly laid on, and then made him a low curtsy. Less politeness and less paint, Señora Duenna, said Sancho, by God your hands smell of vinegar wash. In fine, all the duennas smacked him and several others of the household pinched him. But what he could not stand was being pricked by the pins. And so, apparently out of patience, he started up out of his chair, and seizing a lighted torch that stood near him fell upon the duennas and the whole set of his tormentors, exclaiming, Begone! Ye ministers of hell! I'm not made of brass not to feel such out-of-the-way tortures. At this instant Altisidora, who probably was tired of having been so long lying on her back, turned on her side. Seeing which the bystanders cried out almost with one voice, Altisidora is alive! Altisidora lives! Rhadamanthus bade Sancho put away his wrath, as the object they had in view was now attained. When Don Quixote saw Altisidora move, he went on his knees to Sancho saying to him, Now is the time, son of my bowels, not to call thee my squire. For thee to give thyself some of those lashes thou art bound to lay on for the disenchantment of Dulcinea. Now, I say, is the time when the virtue that is in thee is ripe, and endowed with efficacy to work the good that is looked for from thee. To which Sancho made answer, That's trick upon trick, I think, and not honey upon pancakes. A nice thing it would be for a whipping to come now, on the top of pinches, smacks, and pin-proddings. You had better take a big stone and tie it round my neck, and pitch me into a well. I should not mind it much, if I'm to be always made the cow of the wedding 974 for the cure of other people's ailments. Leave me alone. Or else by God I'll fling the whole thing to the dogs, let come what may. Altisidora had by this time sat up on the catafalque, and as she did so the clarion sounded, accompanied by the flutes, and the voices of all present exclaiming, Long life to Altisidora! Long life to Altisidora! The Duke and Duchess and the Kings Minos and Rhadamanthus stood up, and all, together with Don Quixote and Sancho, advanced to receive her and take her down from the catafalque. And she, making as though she were recovering from a swoon, bowed her head to the Duke and Duchess and to the kings, and looking sideways at Don Quixote, said to him, God forgive thee, insensible knight, for through thy cruelty I have been, to me it seems, more than 1,000 years in the other world. And to thee, the most compassionate upon earth, I render thanks for the life I am now in possession of. From this day forth, friend Sancho, count as thine 6 smocks of mine which I bestow upon thee, to make as many shirts for thyself, and if they are not all quite whole, at any rate they are all clean. Sancho kissed her hands in gratitude, kneeling, and with the mitre in his hand. The Duke bade them take it from him, and give him back his cap and doublet and remove the flaming robe. Sancho begged the Duke to let them leave him the robe and mitre, as he wanted to take them home for a token and memento of that unexampled adventure. The Duchess said they must leave them with him, for he knew already what a great friend of his she was. The Duke then gave orders that the court should be cleared, and that all should retire to their chambers, and that Don Quixote and Sancho should be conducted to their old quarters. Chapter 70. Which follows 69 and deals with matters indispensable for the clear comprehension of this history. Sancho slept that night in a cot in the same chamber with Don Quixote. A thing he would have gladly excused if he could, for he knew very well that with questions and answers his master would not let him sleep, and he was in no humor for talking much. As he still felt the pain of his late martyrdom, which interfered with his freedom of speech. And it would have been more to his taste to sleep in a hovel alone, than in that luxurious chamber in company. And so well founded did his apprehension prove, and so correct was his anticipation, that scarcely had his master got into bed when he said, "What dost thou think of tonight's adventure, Sancho? Great and mighty is the power of cold-hearted scorn, for thou with thine own eyes hast seen Altisidora slain, not by arrows, nor by the sword, nor by any warlike weapon, nor by deadly poisons, but by the thought of the sternness and scorn with which I have always treated her. She might have died in welcome," said Sancho, "when she pleased and how she pleased, and she might have left me alone, for I never made her fall in love or scorned her. I don't know nor can I imagine how the recovery of Altisidora, a damsel more fanciful than wise, can have, as I have said before, anything to do with the sufferings of Sancho Panza. Now I begin to see plainly and clearly that there are enchanters and enchanted people in the world, and may God deliver me from them, since I can't deliver myself. And so I beg of your worship to let me sleep and not ask me any more questions, unless you want me to throw myself out of the window." "Sleep, Sancho my friend," said Don Quixote, "if the pin-prodding and pinches thou hast received and the smacks administered to thee will let thee." "No pain came up to the insult of the smacks," said Sancho, "for the simple reason that it was duennas, confound them, that gave them to me. But once more I entreat your worship to let me sleep, for sleep is relief from misery to those who are miserable when awake." "Be it so, and God be with thee," said Don Quixote. They fell asleep, both of them, and Cide Hamete, the author of this great history, took this opportunity to record and relate what it was that induced the Duke and Duchess to get up the elaborate plot that has been described. The bachelor Samson Carrasco, he says, not forgetting how he as the Knight of the Mirrors had been vanquished and overthrown by Don Quixote, which defeat and overthrow upset all his plans, resolved to try his hand again, hoping for better luck than he had before. And so, having learned where Don Quixote was from the page who brought the letter and present to Sancho's wife, Teresa Panza, he got himself new armor and another horse, and put a white moon upon his shield, and to carry his arms he had a mule led by a peasant, not by Tom Cecil his former squire, for fear he should be recognized by Sancho or Don Quixote. He came to the Duke's castle, and the Duke informed him of the road and route Don Quixote had taken with the intention of being present at the justs at Saragossa. He told him, too, of the jokes he had practiced upon him, and of the device for the disenchantment of Dulcinea at the expense of Sancho's backside. And finally he gave him an account of the trick Sancho had played upon his master, making him believe that Dulcinea was enchanted and turned into a country wench. And of how the Duchess, his wife, had persuaded Sancho that it was he himself who was deceived, inasmuch as Dulcinea was really enchanted. At which the bachelor laughed not a little, and marveled as well at the sharpness and simplicity of Sancho as at the length to which Don Quixote's madness went. The Duke begged of him if he found him, whether he overcame him or not, to return that way and let him know the result. This the bachelor did. He set out in quest of Don Quixote, and not finding him at Saragossa, he went on, and how he fared has been already told. He returned to the Duke's castle and told him all, what the conditions of the combat were, and how Don Quixote was now, like a loyal knight-errant, returning to keep his promise of retiring to his village for a year, by which time, said the bachelor, he might perhaps be cured of his madness. For that was the object that had led him to adopt these disguises, as it was a sad thing for a gentleman of such good parts as Don Quixote to be a madman. And so he took his leave of the Duke, and went home to his village to wait there for Don Quixote, who was coming after him. Thereupon the Duke seized the opportunity of practicing this mystification upon him, so much did he enjoy everything connected with Sancho and Don Quixote. He had the roads about the castle far and near, everywhere he thought Don Quixote was likely to pass on his return, occupied by large numbers of his servants on foot and on horseback, who were to bring him to the castle, by fair means or foul, if they met him. They did meet him, and sent word to the Duke, who, having already settled what was to be done, as soon as he heard of his arrival, ordered the torches and lamps in the court to be lit and Altisidora to be placed on the catafalque with all the pomp and ceremony that has been described. The whole affair being so well arranged and acted that it differed but little from reality. And Cide Hamete says, moreover, that for his part he considers the concoctors of the joke as crazy as the victims of it, and that the Duke and Duchess were not 2 fingers' breadth removed from being something like fools themselves when they took such pains to make game of a pair of fools. As for the latter, one was sleeping soundly and the other lying awake occupied with his desultory thoughts, when daylight came to them bringing with it the desire to rise. For the lazy down was never a delight to Don Quixote, victor or vanquished. Altisidora, come back from death to life as Don Quixote fancied, following up the freak of her lord and lady, entered the chamber. Crowned with the garland she had worn on the catafalque and in a robe of white taffeta embroidered with gold flowers, her hair flowing loose over her shoulders, and leaning upon a staff of fine black ebony. Don Quixote, disconcerted and in confusion at her appearance, huddled himself up and well-nigh covered himself altogether with the sheets and counterpane of the bed, tongue-tied, and unable to offer her any civility. Altisidora seated herself on a chair at the head of the bed, and, after a deep sigh, said to him in a feeble, soft voice, when women of rank and modest maidens trample honor underfoot, and give a loose to the tongue that breaks through every impediment, publishing abroad the inmost secrets of their hearts, they are reduced to sore extremities. Such a one am I, Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha, crushed, conquered, love-smitten, but yet patient under suffering and virtuous, and so much so that my heart broke with grief and I lost my life. For the last 2 days I have been dead, slain by the thought of the cruelty with which thou hast treated me, obdurate knight. O harder thou than marble to my plaint. 975. Or at least believed to be dead by all who saw me. And had it not been that love, taking pity on me, let my recovery rest upon the sufferings of this good squire, there I should have remained in the other world. Love might very well have let it rest upon the sufferings of my ass, and I should have been obliged to him, said Sancho. But tell me, Señora, and may heaven send you a tenderer lover than my master, what did you see in the other world? What goes on in hell? For of course that's where one who dies in despair is bound for. To tell you the truth, said Altisidora, I cannot have died outright, for I did not go into hell. Had I gone in, it is very certain I should never have come out again, do what I might. The truth is, I came to the gate, where some dozen or so of devils were playing tennis, all in breeches and doublets, with falling collars trimmed with Flemish bone lace, and ruffles of the same that served them for wristbands, with 4 fingers' breadth of the arms exposed to make their hands look longer. In their hands they held rackets of fire, but what amazed me still more was that books, apparently full of wind and rubbish, served them for tennis balls, a strange and marvelous thing. This, however, did not astonish me so much as to observe that, although with players it is usual for the winners to be glad and the losers sorry, there in that game all were growling, all were snarling, and all were cursing one another. That's no wonder, said Sancho, for devils, whether playing or not, can never be content, win or lose. Very likely, said Altisidora. But there is another thing that surprises me too, I mean surprised me then, and that was that no ball outlasted the first throw or was of any use a second time. And it was wonderful the constant succession there was of books, new and old. To one of them, a brand new, well-bound one, they gave such a stroke that they knocked the guts out of it and scattered the leaves about. Look what book that is, said one devil to another, and the other replied, it is the second part of the history of Don Quixote of La Mancha, not by Cide Hamete, the original author, but by an Aragonese who by his own account is of Tordesillas. Out of this with it, said the first, and into the depths of hell with it out of my sight. Is it so bad, said the other. So bad is it, said the first, that if I had set myself deliberately to make a worse, I could not have done it. They then went on with their game, knocking other books about. And I, having heard them mention the name of Don Quixote whom I love and adore so, took care to retain this vision in my memory. A vision it must have been, no doubt, said Don Quixote, for there is no other I in the world. This history has been going about here for some time from hand to hand, but it does not stay long in any, for everybody gives it a taste of his foot. I am not disturbed by hearing that I am wandering in a fantastic shape in the darkness of the pit or in the daylight above, for I am not the one that history treats of. If it should be good, faithful, and true, it will have ages of life, but if it should be bad, from its birth to its burial will not be a very long journey. Altisidora was about to proceed with her complaint against Don Quixote, when he said to her, I have several times told you, Señora, that it grieves me you should have set your affections upon me. As from mine they can only receive gratitude, but no return. I was born to belong to Dulcinea del Toboso, and the fates, if there are any, dedicated me to her. And to suppose that any other beauty can take the place she occupies in my heart is to suppose an impossibility. This frank declaration should suffice to make you retire within the bounds of your modesty, for no one can bind himself to do impossibilities. Hearing this, Altisidora, with a show of anger and agitation, exclaimed, God's life! Don Stockfish, soul of a mortar, stone of a date, more obstinate and obdurate than a clown asked a favor when he has his mind made up, if I fall upon you I'll tear your eyes out. Do you fancy, Don Vanquished, Don Cudgelled, that I died for your sake? All that you have seen tonight has been make-believe. I'm not the woman to let the black of my nails suffer for such a camel, much less die. That I can well believe, said Sancho, for all that about lovers pining to death is absurd. They may talk of it, but as for doing it, Judas may believe that. 976. While they were talking, the musician, singer, and poet, who had sung the 2 stanzas given above came in, and making a profound obeisance to Don Quixote said, Will your worship, Sir Knight, reckon and retain me in the number of your most faithful servants, for I have long been a great admirer of yours, as well because of your fame as because of your achievements? Will your worship tell me who you are, replied Don Quixote, so that my courtesy may be answerable to your deserts? The young man replied that he was the musician and songster of the night before. Of a truth, said Don Quixote, your worship has a most excellent voice. But what you sang did not seem to me very much to the purpose, for what have Garcilaso's stanzas to do with the death of this lady? Don't be surprised at that, returned the musician. For with the callow poets of our day the way is for everyone to write as he pleases and pilfer where he chooses, whether it be germane to the matter or not. And nowadays there is no piece of silliness they can sing or write that is not set down to poetic license. Don Quixote was about to reply, but was prevented by the Duke and Duchess, who came in to see him, and with them there followed a long and delightful conversation, in the course of which Sancho said so many droll and saucy things that he left the Duke and Duchess wondering not only at his simplicity but at his sharpness. Don Quixote begged their permission to take his departure that same day, inasmuch as for a vanquished knight like himself it was fitter he should live in a pigsty than in a royal palace. They gave it very readily, and the Duchess asked him if Altisidora was in his good graces. He replied, Señora, let me tell your ladyship that this damsel's ailment comes entirely of idleness, and the cure for it is honest and constant employment. She herself has told me that lace is worn in hell, and as she must know how to make it, let it never be out of her hands. For when she is occupied in shifting the bobbins to and fro, the image or images of what she loves will not shift to and fro in her thoughts. This is the truth, this is my opinion, and this is my advice. And mine, added Sancho, for I never in all my life saw a lace-maker that died for love. When damsels are at work their minds are more set on finishing their tasks than on thinking of their loves. I speak from my own experience, for when I'm digging I never think of my old woman. I mean my Teresa Panza, whom I love better than my own eyelids. You say well, Sancho, said the Duchess, and I will take care that my Altisidora employs herself henceforward in needlework of some sort, for she is extremely expert at it. There is no occasion to have recourse to that remedy, Señora, said Altisidora. For the mere thought of the cruelty with which this vagabond villain has treated me will suffice to blot him out of my memory without any other device. With your Highness's leave I will retire, not to have before my eyes, I won't say his rueful countenance, but his abominable, ugly looks. That reminds me of the common saying, that he that rails is ready to forgive, 977 said the Duke. Altisidora then, pretending to wipe away her tears with a handkerchief, made an obeisance to her master and mistress and quitted the room. Ill luck betide thee, poor damsel, said Sancho, ill luck betide thee. Thou hast fallen in with a soul as dry as a rush and a heart as hard as oak. Had it been me, I' faith, another cock would have crowed to thee. So the conversation came to an end, and Don Quixote dressed himself and dined with the Duke and Duchess, and set out the same evening. Chapter 71. Of what passed between Don Quixote and his squire Sancho on the way to their village. The vanquished and afflicted Don Quixote went along very downcast in one respect and very happy in another. His sadness arose from his defeat, and his satisfaction from the thought of the virtue that lay in Sancho, as had been proved by the resurrection of Altisidora. Though it was with difficulty he could persuade himself that the love-smitten damsel had been really dead. Sancho went along anything but cheerful, for it grieved him that Altisidora had not kept her promise of giving him the smocks. And turning this over in his mind he said to his master, Surely, Señor, I'm the most unlucky doctor in the world. There's many a physician that, after killing the sick man he had to cure, requires to be paid for his work, though it is only signing a bit of a list of medicines. That the apothecary and not he makes up, and, there, his labor is over. But with me though to cure somebody else costs me drops of blood, smacks, pinches, pin-proddings, and whippings, nobody gives me a farthing. Well, I swear by all that's good if they put another patient into my hands, they'll have to grease them for me before I cure him. For, as they say, it's by his singing the abbot gets his dinner, 978 and I'm not going to believe that heaven has bestowed upon me the virtue I have. That I should be dealing it out to others all for nothing. Thou art right, Sancho my friend, said Don Quixote, and Altisidora has behaved very badly in not giving thee the smocks she promised. And although that virtue of thine is gratis data, as it has cost thee no study whatever, any more than such study as thy personal sufferings may be, I can say for myself that if thou wouldst have payment for the lashes on account of the disenchant of Dulcinea, I would have given it to thee freely ere this. I am not sure, however, whether payment will comport with the cure, and I would not have the reward interfere with the medicine. I think there will be nothing lost by trying it. Consider how much thou wouldst have, Sancho, and whip thyself at once, and pay thyself down with thine own hand, as thou hast money of mine. At this proposal Sancho opened his eyes and his ears a palm's breadth wide, and in his heart very readily acquiesced in whipping himself, and said he to his master, Very well then, Señor. I'll hold myself in readiness to gratify your worship's wishes if I'm to profit by it. For the love of my wife and children forces me to seem grasping. Let your worship say how much you will pay me for each lash I give myself. If Sancho, replied Don Quixote, I were to requite thee as the importance and nature of the cure deserves, the treasures of Venice, the mines of Potosi, would be insufficient to pay thee. See what thou hast of mine, and put a price on each lash. Of them, said Sancho, there are 3,300 and odd, of these I have given myself 5, the rest remain. Let the 5 go for the odd ones, and let us take the 3,300. Which at a quarter real apiece, for I will not take less though the whole world should bid me, make 3,300 quarter reals. The 3,000 are 1,500 half reals, which make 750 reals. And the 300 make 150 half reals, which come to 75 reals, which added to the 750 make 825 reals in all. These I will stop out of what I have belonging to your worship, and I'll return home rich and content, though well whipped, for there's no taking trout 979, but I say no more. Oh blessed Sancho! Oh dear Sancho, said Don Quixote, how we shall be bound to serve thee, Dulcinea and I, all the days of our lives that heaven may grant us. If she returns to her lost shape, and it cannot be but that she will, her misfortune will have been good fortune, and my defeat a most happy triumph. But look here, Sancho. When wilt thou begin the scourging? For if thou wilt make short work of it, I will give thee 100 reals over and above. When, said Sancho, this night without fail. Let your worship order it so that we pass it out of doors and in the open air, and I'll scarify myself. Night, longed for by Don Quixote with the greatest anxiety in the world, came at last, though it seemed to him that the wheels of Apollo's car had broken down. And that the day was drawing itself out longer than usual, just as is the case with lovers, who never make the reckoning of their desires agree with time. They made their way at length in among some pleasant trees that stood a little distance from the road, and there vacating Rocinante's saddle and Dapple's pack-saddle. They stretched themselves on the green grass and made their supper off Sancho's stores. And he, making a powerful and flexible whip out of Dapple's halter and headstall, retreated about 20 paces from his master among some beech trees. Don Quixote, seeing him march off with such resolution and spirit, said to him, Take care, my friend, not to cut thyself to pieces. Allow the lashes to wait for one another, and do not be in so great a hurry as to run thyself out of breath midway. I mean, do not lay on so strenuously as to make thy life fail thee before thou hast reached the desired number. And that thou mayest not lose by a card too much or too little, I will station myself apart and count on my rosary here the lashes thou givest thyself. May heaven help thee as thy good intention deserves. Pledges don't distress a good payer, 980, said Sancho. I mean to lay on in such a way as without killing myself to hurt myself, for in that, no doubt, lies the essence of this miracle. He then stripped himself from the waist upwards, and snatching up the rope he began to lay on and Don Quixote to count the lashes. He might have given himself 6 or 8 when he began to think the joke no trifle, and its price very low. And holding his hand for a moment, he told his master that he cried off on the score of a blind bargain, for each of those lashes ought to be paid for at the rate of half a real instead of a quarter. Go on, Sancho my friend, and be not disheartened, said Don Quixote, for I double the stakes as to price. In that case, said Sancho, in God's hand be it, and let it rain lashes. But the rogue no longer laid them on his shoulders, but laid on to the trees, with such groans every now and then, that one would have thought at each of them his soul was being plucked up by the roots. Don Quixote, touched to the heart, and fearing he might make an end of himself, and that through Sancho's imprudence he might miss his own object, said to him, As thou livest, my friend, let the matter rest where it is, for the remedy seems to me a very rough one, and it will be well to have patience. Zamora was not one in an hour, 981. If I have not reckoned wrong, thou hast given thyself over 1,000 lashes, that is enough for the present. For the ass, to put it in homely phrase, bears the load, but not the overload, 982. No, no, señor, replied Sancho, it shall never be said of me, the money paid, the arms broken. 983. Go back a little further, your worship, and let me give myself at any rate 1,000 lashes more. For in a couple of bouts like this we shall have finished off the lot, and there will be even cloth to spare. As thou art in such a willing mood, said Don Quixote, may heaven aid thee. Lay on and I'll retire. Sancho returned to his task with so much resolution that he soon had the bark stripped off several trees, such was the severity with which he whipped himself. And one time, raising his voice, and giving a beech a tremendous lash, he cried out, Here dies Samson, and all with him. At the sound of his piteous cry and of the stroke of the cruel lash, Don Quixote ran to him at once, and seizing the twisted halter that served him for a courbash, said to him, "Heaven forbid, Sancho my friend, that to please me thou shouldst lose thy life, which is needed for the support of thy wife and children. Let Dulcinea wait for a better opportunity, and I will content myself with a hope soon to be realized. And have patience until thou hast gained fresh strength so as to finish off this business to the satisfaction of everybody." "As your worship will have it so, señor," said Sancho, "so be it, but throw your cloak over my shoulders, for I'm sweating and I don't want to take cold, it's a risk that novice disciplinants run." Don Quixote obeyed, and stripping himself covered Sancho, who slept until the sun woke him. They then resumed their journey, which for the time being they brought to an end at a village that lay 3 leagues farther on. They dismounted at a hostelry which Don Quixote recognized as such and did not take to be a castle with moat, turrets, portcullis, and drawbridge. For ever since he had been vanquished he talked more rationally about everything, as will be shown presently. They quartered him in a room on the ground floor, where in place of leather hangings there were pieces of painted serge such as they commonly use in villages. On one of them was painted by some very poor hand the rape of Helen, when the bold guest carried her off from Menelaus, and on the other was the story of Dido and Aeneas, she on a high tower, as though she were making signals with a half-sheet to her fugitive guest who was out at sea flying in a frigate or brigantine. He noticed in the 2 stories that Helen did not go very reluctantly, for she was laughing slyly and roguishly, but the fair Dido was shown dropping tears the size of walnuts from her eyes. Don Quixote as he looked at them observed, "Those 2 ladies were very unfortunate not to have been born in this age, and I unfortunate above all men not to have been born in theirs. Had I fallen in with those gentlemen, Troy would not have been burned or Carthage destroyed, for it would have been only for me to slay Paris, and all these misfortunes would have been avoided." "I'll lay a bet," said Sancho, "that before long there won't be a tavern, roadside inn, hostelry, or barber's shop where the story of our doings won't be painted up. But I'd like it painted by the hand of a better painter than painted these." "Thou art right, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "for this painter is like Orbeneja, a painter there was at Ubeda, who when they asked him what he was painting, used to say, 'Whatever it may turn out.' And if he chanced to paint a cock he would write under it, 'This is a cock,' for fear they might think it was a fox. The painter or writer, for it's all the same, who published the history of this new Don Quixote that has come out, must have been one of this sort I think, Sancho. For he painted or wrote whatever it might turn out. Or perhaps he is like a poet called Mauleon that was about the court some years ago, who used to answer at haphazard whatever he was asked, and on one asking him what Deum de Deo meant, he replied de Dondi dear. But, putting this aside, tell me, Sancho, hast thou a mind to have another turn at thyself tonight, and wouldst thou rather have it indoors or in the open air?" "Egad, señor," said Sancho, "for what I'm going to give myself, it comes all the same to me whether it is in a house or in the fields, still I'd like it to be among trees. For I think they are company for me and help me to bear my pain wonderfully." "And yet it must not be, Sancho my friend," said Don Quixote. "But, to enable thee to recover strength, we must keep it for our own village, for at the latest we shall get there the day after tomorrow." Sancho said he might do as he pleased, but that for his own part he would like to finish off the business quickly before his blood cooled and while he had an appetite, because, in delay there is apt to be danger very often. And, praying to God and plying the hammer, and "one take was better than 2 I'll give these," and "a sparrow in the hand than a vulture on the wing." 984. "For God's sake, Sancho, no more proverbs," exclaimed Don Quixote, "it seems to me thou art becoming sick at erat again. Speak in a plain, simple, straightforward way, as I have often told thee, and thou wilt find the good of it." 985. "I don't know what bad luck it is of mine," said Sancho, "but I can't utter a word without a proverb, or a proverb that is not as good as an argument to my mind. However, I mean to mend if I can," and so for the present the conversation ended. Chapter 72. Of how Don Quixote and Sancho reached their village. All that day Don Quixote and Sancho remained in the village and in waiting for night, the one to finish off his task of scourging in the open country, the other to see it accomplished. For therein lay the accomplishment of his wishes. Meanwhile there arrived at the hostelry a traveller on horseback with 3 or 4 servants, one of whom said to him who appeared to be the master, "Here, Señor Don Alvaro Tarfe. Your worship may take your siesta today. The quarters seem clean and cool." When he heard this, Don Quixote said to Sancho, "Look here, Sancho. On turning over the leaves of that book of the second part of my history, I think I came casually upon this name of Don Alvaro Tarfe." "Very likely," said Sancho. "We had better let him dismount, and by and by we can ask about it." The gentleman dismounted, and the landlady gave him a room on the ground floor opposite Don Quixote's and adorned with painted serge hangings of the same sort. The newly arrived gentleman put on a summer coat, and coming out to the gateway of the hostelry, which was wide and cool, addressing Don Quixote, who was pacing up and down there, he asked, "In what direction is your worship bound, gentle sir?" "To a village near this which is my own village," replied Don Quixote. "And your worship, where are you bound for?" "I am going to Granada, señor," said the gentleman, "to my own country." "And a goodly country," said Don Quixote, "but will your worship do me the favor of telling me your name, for it strikes me it is of more importance to me to know it than I can tell you." "My name is Don Alvaro Tarfe," replied the traveller. To which Don Quixote returned, "I have no doubt whatever that your worship is that Don Alvaro Tarfe who appears in print in the second part of the history of Don Quixote of La Mancha, lately printed and published by a new author." "I am the same," replied the gentleman. "And that same Don Quixote, the principal personage in the said history, was a very great friend of mine, and it was I who took him away from home. Or at least induced him to come to some justs that were to be held at Saragossa, whither I was going myself. Indeed, I showed him many kindnesses, and saved him from having his shoulders touched up by the executioner because of his extreme rashness." 986. "Tell me, Señor Don Alvaro," said Don Quixote, "am I at all like that Don Quixote you talk of?" "No indeed," replied the traveller, "not a bit." "And that Don Quixote," said our one, "had he with him a squire called Sancho Panza?" "He had," said Don Alvaro. "But though he had the name of being very droll, I never heard him say anything that had any drollery in it." "That I can well believe," said Sancho at this, "for to come out with drolleries is not in everybody's line. And that Sancho your worship speaks of, gentle sir, must be some great scoundrel, dunderhead, and thief, all in one, for I am the real Sancho Panza, and I have more drolleries than if it rained them. Let your worship only try. Come along with me for a year or so, and you will find they fall from me at every turn. And so rich and so plentiful that though mostly I don't know what I am saying I make everybody that hears me laugh. And the real Don Quixote of La Mancha, the famous, the valiant, the wise, the lover, the righter of wrongs, the guardian of minors and orphans, the protector of widows, the killer of damsels. He who has for his sole mistress the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso, is this gentleman before you, my master. All other Don Quixotes and all other Sancho Panzas are dreams and mockeries." "By God I believe it," said Don Alvaro. "For you have uttered more drolleries, my friend, in the few words you have spoken than the other Sancho Panza in all I ever heard from him, and they were not a few. He was more greedy than well-spoken, and more dull than droll, and I am convinced that the enchanters who persecute Don Quixote the Good have been trying to persecute me with Don Quixote the Bad. But I don't know what to say, for I am ready to swear I left him shut up in the Casa del Nuncio at Toledo 987 and here another Don Quixote turns up, though a very different one from mine. I don't know whether I am good," said Don Quixote, "but I can safely say I am not the bad, and to prove it, let me tell you, Señor Don Alvaro Tarfe, I have never in my life been in Saragossa. So far from that, when it was told me that this imaginary Don Quixote had been present at the justs in that city, I declined to enter it, in order to drag his falsehood before the face of the world. And so I went on straight to Barcelona, the treasure house of courtesy, haven of strangers, asylum of the poor, home of the valiant, champion of the wronged, pleasant exchange of firm friendships, and city unrivaled in sight and beauty. And though the adventures that befell me there are not by any means matters of enjoyment, but rather of regret, I do not regret them, simply because I have seen it. In a word, Señor Don Alvaro Tarfe, I am Don Quixote of La Mancha, the one that fame speaks of, and not the unlucky one that has attempted to usurp my name and deck himself out in my ideas. I entreat your worship by your devoir as a gentleman to be so good as to make a declaration before the alcalde of this village that you never in all your life saw me until now. And that neither am I the Don Quixote in print in the second part, nor this Sancho Panza, my squire, the one your worship knew. That I will do most willingly, replied Don Alvaro, though it amazes me to find two Don Quixotes and two Sancho Panzas at once, as much alike in name as they differ in demeanor. And again I say and declare that what I saw I cannot have seen, and that what happened me cannot have happened. No doubt your worship is enchanted, like my lady Dulcinea del Toboso, said Sancho. And would to heaven your disenchantment rested on my giving myself another 3,000 and odd lashes like what I'm giving myself for her, for I'd lay them on without looking for anything. I don't understand that about the lashes, said Don Alvaro. Sancho replied that it was a long story to tell, but he would tell him if they happened to be going the same road. By this dinner time arrived, and Don Quixote and Don Alvaro dined together. The alcalde of the village came by chance into the inn together with a notary, and Don Quixote laid a petition before him, showing that it was requisite for his rights that Don Alvaro Tarfe, the gentleman there present, should make a declaration before him that he did not know Don Quixote of La Mancha, also there present, and that he was not the one that was in print in a history entitled Second Part of Don Quixote of La Mancha, by one Avellaneda of Tordesillas. The alcalde finally put it in legal form, and the declaration was made with all the formalities required in such cases, at which Don Quixote and Sancho were in high delight. As if a declaration of the sort was of any great importance to them, and as if their words and deeds did not plainly show the difference between the two Don Quixotes and the two Sanchos. Many civilities and offers of service were exchanged by Don Alvaro and Don Quixote, in the course of which the great Manchegan displayed such good taste that he disabused Don Alvaro of the error he was under. And he, on his part, felt convinced he must have been enchanted, now that he had been brought in contact with two such opposite Don Quixotes. Evening came, they set out from the village, and after about half a league two roads branched off, one leading to Don Quixote's village, the other the road Don Alvaro was to follow. In this short interval Don Quixote told him of his unfortunate defeat, and of Dulcinea's enchantment and the remedy, all which threw Don Alvaro into fresh amazement. And embracing Don Quixote and Sancho he went his way, and Don Quixote went his. That night he passed among trees again in order to give Sancho an opportunity of working out his penance, which he did in the same fashion as the night before, at the expense of the bark of the beech trees much more than of his back, of which he took such good care that the lashes would not have knocked off a fly had there been one there. The duped Don Quixote did not miss a single stroke of the count, and he found that together with those of the night before they made up 3,029. The sun apparently had got up early to witness the sacrifice, and with his light they resumed their journey, discussing the deception practiced on Don Alvaro, and saying how well done it was to have taken his declaration before a magistrate in such an unimpeachable form. That day and night they travelled on, nor did anything worth mention happen them, unless it was that in the course of the night Sancho finished off his task, whereat Don Quixote was beyond measure joyful. He watched for daylight, to see if along the road he should fall in with his already disenchanted lady Dulcinea. And as he pursued his journey there was no woman he met that he did not go up to see if she was Dulcinea del Toboso, as he held it absolutely certain that Merlin's promises could not lie. Full of these thoughts and anxieties, they ascended a rising ground wherefrom they descried their own village, at the sight of which Sancho fell on his knees exclaiming, "Open thine eyes. Long for home, and see how thy son Sancho Panza comes back to thee, if not very rich, very well whipped. Open thine arms and receive, 2. Thy son Don Quixote, who, if he comes vanquished by the arm of another, comes victor over himself, which, as he himself has told me, is the greatest victory anyone can desire. I'm bringing back money, for if I was well whipped, I went mounted like a gentleman. 988. Have done with these fooleries, said Don Quixote. Let us push on straight and get to our own place, where we will give free range to our fancies, and settle our plans for our future pastoral life. With this they descended the slope and directed their steps to their village. Chapter 73. Of the omens Don Quixote had as he entered his own village, and other incidents that embellish and give a color to this great history. At the entrance of the village, so says Cide Hamete, Don Quixote saw two boys quarreling on the village threshing floor, one of whom said to the other, "Take it easy, Periquillo. Thou shalt never see it again as long as thou livest." Don Quixote heard this, and said he to Sancho, "Dost thou not mark, friend, what that boy said, thou shalt never see it again as long as thou livest?" "Well," said Sancho, "what does it matter if the boy said so?" "What?" said Don Quixote, "dost thou not see that, applied to the object of my desires, the words mean that I am never to see Dulcinea more?" Sancho was about to answer, when his attention was diverted by seeing a hare come flying across the plain pursued by several greyhounds and sportsmen. In its terror it ran to take shelter and hide itself under Dapple. Sancho caught it alive and presented it to Don Quixote, who was saying, "Malum signum, malum signum. A hare flies, greyhounds chase it, Dulcinea appears not." "Your worship's a strange man," said Sancho. "Let's take it for granted that this hare is Dulcinea, and these greyhounds chasing it the malignant enchanters who turned her into a country wench. She flies, and I catch her and put her into your worship's hands, and you hold her in your arms and cherish her. What bad sign is that, or what ill omen is there to be found here?" The two boys who had been quarreling came over to look at the hare, and Sancho asked one of them what their quarrel was about. He was answered by the one who had said, "Thou shalt never see it again as long as thou livest," that he had taken a cage full of crickets from the other boy, and did not mean to give it back to him as long as he lived. Sancho took out 4 cuartos from his pocket and gave them to the boy for the cage, which he placed in Don Quixote's hands, saying, "There, señor. There are the omens broken and destroyed, and they have no more to do with our affairs, to my thinking, fool as I am, than with last year's clouds. And if I remember rightly, I have heard the curate of our village say that it does not become Christians or sensible people to give any heed to these silly things. And even you yourself said the same to me some time ago, telling me that all Christians who minded omens were fools, but there's no need of making words about it. Let us push on and go into our village." The sportsmen came up and asked for their hare, which Don Quixote gave them. They then went on, and upon the green at the entrance of the town they came upon the curate and the bachelor Samson Carrasco busy with their breviaries. It should be mentioned that Sancho had thrown, by way of a sumpter cloth, over Dapple and over the bundle of armor. The buckram robe painted with flames which they had put upon him at the Duke's castle the night Altisidora came back to life. He had also fixed the mitre on Dapple's head, the oddest transformation and decoration that ever ass in the world underwent. They were at once recognized by both the curate and the bachelor, who came towards them with open arms. Don Quixote dismounted and received them with a close embrace. And the boys, who are lynxes that nothing escapes, spied out the ass's mitre and came running to see it, calling out to one another, "Come here, boys, and see Sancho Panza's ass figged out finer than Mingo 989 and Don Quixote's beast leaner than ever." So at length, with the boys capering round them, and accompanied by the curate and the bachelor, they made their entrance into the town, and proceeded to Don Quixote's house. At the door of which they found his housekeeper and niece, whom the news of his arrival had already reached. It had been brought to Teresa Panza, Sancho's wife, as well, and she with her hair all loose and half naked, dragging Sanchica her daughter by the hand, ran out to meet her husband. But seeing him coming in by no means as good case as she thought a governor ought to be, she said to him, "How is it you come this way, husband? It seems to me you come tramping and footsore, and looking more like a disorderly vagabond than a governor. Hold your tongue, Teresa, said Sancho. Often, where there are pegs there are no flitches. 990. Let's go into the house and there you'll hear strange things. I bring money, and that's the main thing, got by my own industry without wronging anybody. You bring the money, my good husband, said Teresa, and no matter whether it was got this way or that. For, however you may have got it, you'll not have brought any new practice into the world. Sanchica embraced her father and asked him if he brought her anything, for she had been looking out for him as for the showers of May. And she taking hold of him by the girdle on one side, and his wife by the hand, while the daughter led Dapple, they made for their house, leaving Don Quixote in the hands of his niece and housekeeper, and in the company of the curate and the bachelor. Don Quixote at once, without any regard to time or season, withdrew in private with the bachelor and the curate, and in a few words told them of his defeat, and of the engagement he was under not to quit his village for a year, which he meant to keep to the letter without departing a hair's breadth from it, as became a knight-errant bound by scrupulous good faith and the laws of knight-errantry. And of how he thought of turning shepherd for that year, and taking his diversion in the solitude of the fields, where he could with perfect freedom give range to his thoughts of love while he followed the virtuous pastoral calling. And he besought them, if they had not a great deal to do and were not prevented by more important business, to consent to be his companions. For he would buy sheep enough to qualify them for shepherds. And the most important point of the whole affair, he could tell them, was settled, for he had given them names that would fit them to a T. The curate asked what they were. Don Quixote replied that he himself was to be called the shepherd Quixoti's and the bachelor the shepherd Carrascan, and the curate the shepherd Curambro, and Sancho Panza the shepherd Pancino. Both were astounded at Don Quixote's new craze. However, lest he should once more make off out of the village from them in pursuit of his chivalry, they trusting that in the course of the year he might be cured, fell in with his new project, applauded his crazy idea as a bright one, and offered to share the life with him. And what's more, said Samson Carrasco, I am, as all the world knows, a very famous poet, and I'll be always making verses, pastoral, or courtly, or as it may come into my head, to pass away our time in those secluded regions where we shall be roaming. But what is most needful, sirs, is that each of us should choose the name of the shepherdess he means to glorify in his verses, and that we should not leave a tree, be it ever so hard, without writing up and carving her name on it, as is the habit and custom of love-smitten shepherds. That's the very thing, said Don Quixote. Though I am relieved from looking for the name of an imaginary shepherdess, for there's the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso, the glory of these brooksides, the ornament of these meadows, the mainstay of beauty, the cream of all the graces, and, in a word, the being to whom all praise is appropriate, be it ever so hyperbolical. Very true, said the curate, but we the others must look about for accommodating shepherdesses that will answer our purpose one way or another. And, added Samson Carrasco, if they fail us, we can call them by the names of the ones in print that the world is filled with, Philidas, Amaryllises, Dianas, Floridas, Galatias, Belisardas. For as they sell them in the marketplaces we may fairly buy them and make them our own. If my lady, or I should say my shepherdess, happens to be called Anna, I'll sing her praises under the name of Anarda, and if Francisca, I'll call her Francnia, and if Lucia, Lucinda. For it all comes to the same thing. And Sancho Panza, if he joins this fraternity, may glorify his wife Teresa Panza as Teresaina. Don Quixote laughed at the adaptation of the name, and the curate bestowed vast praise upon the worthy and honorable resolution he had made, and again offered to bear him company all the time that he could spare from his imperative duties. And so they took their leave of him, recommending and beseeching him to take care of his health and treat himself to a suitable diet. It so happened his niece and the housekeeper overheard all the three of them said, and as soon as they were gone they both of them came in to Don Quixote, and said the niece, "What's this, uncle? Now that we were thinking you had come back to stay at home and lead a quiet respectable life there, are are you going to get into fresh entanglements, and turn, young shepherd, thou that comest here? Young shepherd going there? 991 Nay. Indeed, the straw is too hard now to make pipes of. 992. And, added the housekeeper, will your worship be able to bear, out in the fields, the heats of summer, and the chills of winter, and the howling of the wolves? Not you. For that's a life and a business for hardy men, bred and seasoned to such work almost from the time they were in swaddling clothes. Why, to make choice of evils, it's better to be a knight-errant than a shepherd. Look here, senor. Take my advice, and I'm not giving it to you full of bread and wine, but fasting, and with 50 years upon my head. Stay at home, look after your affairs, go often to confession. Be good to the poor, and upon my soul be it if any evil comes to you. Hold your peace, my daughters, said Don Quixote, I know very well what my duty is, help me to bed, for I don't feel very well. And rest assured that, knight-errant now or wandering shepherd to be, I shall never fail to have a care for your interests, as you will see in the end. And the good wenches, for that they undoubtedly were, the housekeeper and niece, helped him to bed, where they gave him something to eat and made him as comfortable as possible. Chapter 74. Of how Don Quixote fell sick, and of the will he made, and how he died. As nothing that is man's can last forever, but all tends ever downwards from its beginning to its end, and above all man's life. And as Don Quixote's enjoyed no special dispensation from heaven to stay its course, its end and close came when he least looked for it. For, whether it was of the dejection the thought of his defeat produced, or of heaven's will that so ordered it, a fever settled upon him and kept him in his bed for 6 days. During which he was often visited by his friends the curate, the bachelor, and the barber, while his good squire Sancho Panza never quitted his bedside. They, persuaded that it was grief at finding himself vanquished, and the object of his heart, the liberation and disenchantment of Dulcinea, unattained, that kept him in this state, strove by all the means in their power to cheer him up. The bachelor bidding him take heart and get up to begin his pastoral life, for which he himself, he said, had already composed an eclogue that would take the shine out of all Sannazaro 993 had ever written, and had bought with his own money 2 famous dogs to guard the flock. One called Barcino and the other Butron, which a herdsman of Quintanar had sold him. But for all this Don Quixote could not shake off his sadness. His friends called in the doctor, who felt his pulse and was not very well satisfied with it, and said that in any case it would be well for him to attend to the health of his soul, as that of his body was in a bad way. Don Quixote heard this calmly, but not so his housekeeper, his niece, and his squire, who fell weeping bitterly, as if they had him lying dead before them. The doctor's opinion was that melancholy and depression were bringing him to his end. Don Quixote begged them to leave him to himself, as he had a wish to sleep a little. They obeyed, and he slept at one stretch, as the saying is, more than 6 hours, so that the housekeeper and niece thought he was going to sleep forever. But at the end of that time he woke up, and in a loud voice exclaimed, Blessed be Almighty God, who has shown me such goodness. In truth his mercies are boundless, and the sins of men can neither limit them nor keep them back. The niece listened with attention to her uncle's words, and they struck her as more coherent than what usually fell from him, at least during his illness, so she asked, What are you saying, senor? Has anything strange occurred? What mercies or what sins of men are you talking of? The mercies, niece, said Don Quixote, are those that God has this moment shown me, and with him, as I said, my sins are no impediment to them. My reason is now free and clear, rid of the dark shadows of ignorance that my unhappy constant study of those detestable books of chivalry cast over it. Now I see through their absurdities and deceptions. And it only grieves me that this destruction of my illusions has come so late that it leaves me no time to make some amends by reading other books that might be a light to my soul. Niece, I feel myself at the point of death, and I would fain meet it in such a way as to show that my life has not been so ill that I should leave behind me the name of a madman. For though I have been one, would not that the fact should be made plainer at my death. Call unto me, my dear, my good friends the curate, the bachelor Samson Carrasco, and Master Nicholas the barber, for I wish to confess and make my will." But his niece was saved the trouble by the entrance of the three. The instant Don Quixote saw them he exclaimed, "Good news for you, good sirs, 994 that I am no longer Don Quixote of La Mancha, but Alonso Quixano 995 whose way of life won for him the name of good. Now am I the enemy of Amadis of Gaul and of the whole countless troop of his descendants, odious to me now are all the profane stories of knight-errantry. Now I perceive my folly, and the peril into which reading them brought me, now, by God's mercy schooled into my right senses, I loathe them." When the three heard him speak in this way, they had no doubt whatever that some new craze had taken possession of him, and said Samson, "What? Señor Don Quixote! Now that we have intelligence of the lady Dulcinea being disenchanted, are you taking this line? Now, just as we are on the point of becoming shepherds, to pass our lives singing, like princes, are you thinking of turning hermit? Hush, for heaven's sake, be rational and let's have no more nonsense." "All that nonsense," said Don Quixote, "that until now has been a reality to my hurt, my death will, with heaven's help, turn to my good. I feel, sirs, that I am rapidly drawing near death. A truce to jesting, let me have a confessor to confess me, and a notary to make my will, for in extremities like this, man must not trifle with his soul. And while the curate is confessing me let someone, I beg, go for the notary." They looked at one another, wondering at Don Quixote's words. But, though uncertain, they were inclined to believe him. And one of the signs by which they came to the conclusion he was dying was this so sudden and complete return to his senses after having been mad. For to the words already quoted he added much more, so well expressed, so devout, and so rational, as to banish all doubt and convince them that he was sound of mind. The curate turned them all out, and left alone with him confessed him. The bachelor went for the notary and returned shortly afterwards with him and with Sancho, who, having already learned from the bachelor the condition his master was in, and finding the housekeeper and niece weeping, began to blubber 996 and shed tears. The confession over, the curate came out saying, "Alonso Quixano the good is indeed dying, and is indeed in his right mind, we may now go into him while he makes his will." This news gave a tremendous impulse to the brimming eyes of the housekeeper, niece, and Sancho Panza his good squire, making the tears burst from their eyes and a host of sighs from their hearts. For of a truth, as has been said more than once, whether as plain Alonso Quixano the good, or as Don Quixote of La Mancha, Don Quixote was always of a gentle disposition and kindly in all his ways. And hence he was beloved, not only by those of his own house, but by all who knew him. The notary came in with the rest, and as soon as the preamble of the will had been set out and Don Quixote had commended his soul to God with all the devout formalities that are usual. Coming to the bequests, he said, "Item, it is my will that, touching certain moneys in the hands of Sancho Panza, whom in my madness I made my squire, inasmuch as between him and me there have been certain accounts and debits and credits, no claim be made against him, nor any account demanded of him in respect of them. But that if anything remain over and above, after he has paid himself what I owe him, the balance, which will be but little, shall be his, and much good may it do him. And if, as when I was mad I had a share in giving him the government of an island, so, now that I am in my senses, I could give him that of a kingdom, it should be his. For the simplicity of his character and the fidelity of his conduct deserve it." And then, turning to Sancho, he said, "Forgive me, my friend, that I led thee to seem as mad as myself, making thee fall into the same error I myself fell into. That there were and still are knights-errant in the world." "Ah," said Sancho weeping, "don't die, master, but take my advice and live many years. For the foolishest thing a man can do in this life is to let himself die without rhyme or reason, without anybody killing him, or any hands but melancholy's making an end of him. Come, don't be lazy, but get up from your bed and let us take to the fields in shepherd's trim as we agreed. Perhaps behind some bush we shall find the lady Dulcinea disenchanted, as fine can be." If it be that you are dying of vexation at having been vanquished, lay the blame on me, and say you were overthrown because I had girth Rocinante badly. Besides, you must have seen in your books of chivalry that it is a common thing for knights to upset one another, and for him who is conquered today to be conqueror tomorrow. Very true, said Samson, and good Sancho Panza's view of these cases is quite right. Sirs, not so fast, said Don Quixote, in last year's nests there are no birds this year. 997 I was mad, now I am in my senses, I was Don Quixote of La Mancha, I am now, as I said, Alonso Quixano the Good. And may my repentance and sincerity restore me to the esteem you used to have for me, and now let Master Notary proceed. Item, I leave all my property absolutely to Antonia Quixana my niece, here present. After all has been deducted from the most available portion of it that may be required to satisfy the bequests I have made. And the first disbursement I desire to be made is the payment of the wages I owe for the time my housekeeper has served me, with 20 ducats, over and above, for a gown. The curate and the bachelor Samson Carrasco, now present, I appoint my executors. Item, it is my wish that if Antonia Quixana, my niece, desires to marry, she shall marry a man of whom it shall be first of all ascertained by information taken that he does not know what books of chivalry are. And if it should be proved that he does, and if, in spite of this, my niece insists upon marrying him, and does marry him, then that she shall forfeit the whole of what I have left her, which my executors shall devote to works of charity as they please. Item, I entreat the aforesaid gentlemen my executors, that, if any happy chance should lead them to discover the author who is said to have written a history now going about under the title of Second Part of the Achievements of Don Quixote of La Mancha, they beg of him on my behalf as earnestly as they can to forgive me for having been, without intending it, the cause of his writing so many and such monstrous absurdities as he has written in it. For I am leaving the world with a feeling of compunction at having provoked him to write them. With this he closed his will, and a faintness coming over him he stretched himself out at full length on the bed. All were in a flutter and made haste to relieve him, and during the 3 days he lived after that on which he made his will he fainted away very often. The house was all in confusion. But still the niece ate and the housekeeper drank and Sancho Panza enjoyed himself. For inheriting property wipes out or softens down in the air the feeling of grief the dead man might be expected to leave behind him. 998. At last Don Quixote's end came, after he had received all the sacraments, and had in full and forcible terms expressed his detestation of books of chivalry. The notary was there at the time, and he said that in no book of chivalry had he ever read of any knight-errant dying in his bed so calmly and so like a Christian as Don Quixote, who amid the tears and lamentations of all present yielded up his spirit, that is to say died. On perceiving it the curate begged the notary to bear witness that Alonso Quixano the Good, commonly called Don Quixote of La Mancha, had passed away from this present life, and died naturally. And said he desired this testimony in order to remove the possibility of any other author save Cide Hamid Benengeli bringing him to life again falsely and making interminable stories out of his achievements. Such was the end of the ingenious gentleman of La Mancha, whose village Cide Hamid would not indicate precisely. In order to leave all the towns and villages of La Mancha to contend among themselves for the right to adopt him and claim him as a son, as the 7 cities of Greece contended for Homer. The lamentations of Sancho and the niece and housekeeper are omitted here, as well as the new epitaphs upon his tomb. Samson Carrasco, however, put the following lines. A doughty gentleman lies here, a stranger all his life to fear, nor in his death could death prevail. In that last hour, to make him quail, he for the world but little cared, and at his feats the world was scared. A crazy man his life he passed, but in his senses died at last. 999. And said most sage Cide Hamid to his pen, rest here, hung up by this brass wire, upon this shelf, O my pen, whether of skilful make or clumsy cut I know not. Here shalt thou remain long ages hence, unless presumptuous or malignant storytellers take thee down to profane thee. But ere they touch thee warn them, and, as best thou canst, say to them, hold off. Ye weaklings, hold your hands. Adventure it let none. For this emprise, my lord the king, was meant for me alone. 1000. For me alone was Don Quixote born, and I for him, it was his to act, mine to write. We two together make but one, notwithstanding, in spite of that pretended tortoiselesque writer who has ventured or would venture with his great, coarse, ill-trimmed ostrich quill to write the achievements of my valiant knight. No burden for his shoulders, nor subject for his frozen wit, whom, if perchance thou shouldst come to know him, thou shalt warn to leave at rest where they lie the weary mouldering bones of Don Quixote, and not to attempt to carry him off, in opposition to all the privileges of death, to old Castile, making him rise from the grave where in reality in truth he lies stretched at full length, powerless to make any third expedition or new sally. For the two that he has already made, so much to the enjoyment and approval of everybody to whom they have become known, in this as well as in foreign countries, are quite sufficient for the purpose of turning into ridicule the whole of those made by the whole set of the knights-errant. And so doing shalt thou discharge thy Christian calling, giving good counsel to one that bears ill will to thee. And I shall remain satisfied, and proud to have been the first who has ever enjoyed the fruit of his writings as fully as he could desire. For my desire has been no other than to deliver over to the detestation of mankind the false and foolish tales of the books of chivalry, which, thanks to that of my true Don Quixote, are even now tottering, and doubtless doomed to fall forever. 1001 Farewell. Endnotes 1, 500. This book, it may be as well to remind some readers, is not, as it is still often described, one of Defoe's novels, but the genuine experiences of an English officer in Spain during the Succession War. Right arrow curving left. I am going through Don Quixote again, and admire it more than ever. It is certainly the best novel in the world beyond all comparison. Macaulay, Life and Letters. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 201. In its original and correct form it is, give orders to the king, al rey mando, i.e., recognize no superior. Right arrow curving left. The humor of this, and indeed of the greater part of the preface, can hardly be relished without a knowledge of the books of the day, but especially Lope de Vega's, which in their original editions appeared generally with an imposing display of complimentary sonnets and verses, as well as of other adjuncts of the sort Cervantes laughs at. Lope's Isidro, 1599, had 10 pieces of complimentary verse prefixed to it, and the Hermosura de Angelica, 1602, had 7. Hartzenbusch remarks that Aristotle and Plato are the first authors quoted by Lope in the Peregrino en su Patron, 1604. Who the 2 or 3 obliging friends may have been is not easy to say. Young Quevedo, who had just then taken his place in the front rank of the poets of the day, was, no doubt, one, Espinel may have been another, and Jauregui might have been the third. Cervantes had not many friends among the poets of the day. His friendships lay rather among those of the generation that was dying out when Don Quixote appeared. Right arrow curving left. Aesop, Fable of the Dog and the Wolf. Right arrow curving left. The distich is not Cato's, but Ovid's. But Hartzenbusch points out that there is a distich of Cato's beginning cum furus felix which Cervantes may have originally inserted, substituting the other afterwards as more applicable. Lope de Vega's second name was Felix, and Hartzenbusch thinks the quotation was aimed at him. The Cato is, of course, Dionysius Cato, author of the Distica de Moribus. Right arrow curving left. In the Index of Proper Names, to Lope's Arcadia there is a description of the Tagus in very nearly these words. Right arrow curving left. The Bishop of Mondonito was Antonio de Guevara, in whose epistles the story referred to appears. The introduction of the bishop and the creditable reference is a touch after Swift's heart. Right arrow curving left. Author of the Dialogi de Amore, a Portuguese Jew, who settled in Spain, but was expelled and went to Naples in 1492. Right arrow curving left. Amor de Dios, by Cristobal de Fonseca, printed in 1594. Right arrow curving left. By all that's good, voto a tal, one of the milder forms of asseveration used as a substitute on occasions when the stronger voto a Dios might seem uncalled for or irreverent. An expletive of the same nature as egad. Begad, or the favorite feminine exclamation, oh my. By all that's good, has, no doubt, the same origin. Of the same sort are, voto a brios, voto a rus, cuerpo de tal, vida de tal, etc. The last two correspond to our od's body, od's life. Right arrow curving left. The gracioso was the droll of the Spanish stage. Cervantes repeatedly uses the word to describe Sancho, and, as here, alludes to his gracios or drolleries. Right arrow curving left. All translators, I think, except Shelton and Mr. Duffield, have entirely omitted these preliminary pieces of verse, which, however, should be preserved, not for their poetical merits, which are of the slenderest sort, but because, being burlesques on the pompous, extravagant, laudatory verses usually prefixed to books in the time of Cervantes, they are in harmony with the aim and purpose of the work, and also a fulfillment of the promise held out in the preface. Right arrow curving left. Or more strictly, the unrecognized, a personage in Amadis of Gaul somewhat akin to Morgan Le Fay and Vivian in the Arthur legend, though the part she plays is more like that of Merlin. She derived her title from the faculty which, like Merlin, she possessed of changing her form and appearance at will. The verses are assigned to her probably because she was the advisor of Amadis. They form a kind of appendix to the author's preface. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 15. Right arrow curving left. The Duke of Behar, to whom the book was dedicated. The Zuniga family, of which the Duke was the head, claimed descent from the royal line of Navarre. Right arrow curving left. Le Don, I Cavalieri, L'Arme, Gli Amori, Orlando Furioso, I1. This is one of many proofs that the Orlando of Ariosto was one of the sources from which Cervantes borrowed. Right arrow curving left. Figures, i.e. picture cards. The allusion to vain emblems on the shield is a sly hit at Lope de Vega, whose portrait in the Arcadia, and again in the Rimas, 1602, has underneath it a shield bearing 9 castles surrounded by an orle with 10 more. Right arrow curving left. This refers to the querulous and egotistic tone in which dedications were often written. Alvaro de Luna was the constable of Castile and favorite of John II, beheaded at Valladolid in 1450. Francis I of France was kept a prisoner at Madrid by Charles V for a year after the Battle of Pavia. The last 4 lines of the stanza are almost verbatim from verses by Fray Domingo de Guzman written as a gloss upon some lines carved by the poet Fray Luis de Leon on the wall of his cell in Valladolid, where he was imprisoned by the Inquisition. Right arrow curving left. Juan Latino, a self-educated Negro slave in the household of the Duke of Sisa, who gave him his freedom. He was for 60 years professor of rhetoric and Latin at Granada, where he died in 1573. Right arrow curving left. In allusion to Don Quixote's penance in the Sierra Morena. Right arrow curving left. V. Note 35. Right arrow curving left. Oriana, the heroine of Amadis of Gaul. Her castle Miraflores was within 2 leagues of London. Shelton in his translation puts it at Greenwich. Right arrow curving left. Rustic kiss and cuff, buscarona, a boorish practical joke the point of which lay in inducing some simpleton to kiss the joker's hand, which as he stoops gives him a cuff on the cheek. The application here is not very obvious, for it is the person who does homage who receives the buscarona. It is not clear who is meant by the Spanish Ovid, some say Cervantes himself. Others, as Hartzenbusch, Lope de Vega. Right arrow curving left. Motley poet, Poeta Entreverado. Entreverado is properly mixed fat and lean, as bacon should be. Commentators have been at some pains to extract a meaning from these lines. The truth is they have none, and were not meant to have any. If it were not profanity to apply the word to anything coming from Cervantes, they might be called mere pieces of buffoonery, mere idle freaks of the author's pen. The verse in which they are written is worthy of the matter. It is of the sort called in Spanish de pais cortados, its peculiarity being that each line ends with a word the last syllable of which has been lopped off. The invention has been attributed to Cervantes, but the honor is one which no admirer of his will be solicitous to claim for him, and in fact there are half a dozen specimens in the Picera Justina, a book published if anything earlier than Don Quixote. I have here imitated the tour de force as well as I could, an experiment never before attempted and certainly not worth repeating. The Urganda verses are written in the same fashion, but I did not feel bound to try the reader's patience, or my own, by a more extended reproduction of the puerility. Right arrow curving left. Celestina, or Tragicomedy of Callisto and Melibea, 1499, the first act of which is generally attributed to Rodrigo Cota, the remaining 19 being by Fernando Rojas. There is no mention in it of Villadiego the Silent. The name only appears in the proverbial saying about taking the breeches of Villadiego, i.e. beating a hasty retreat. Right arrow curving left. Babieca, the famous charger of the Cid. Right arrow curving left. An allusion to the charming little novel of Lazarillo de Tormes, and the trick by which the hero secured a share of his master's wine. Right arrow curving left. The play upon the word peer is justified by Orlando's rank as one of the 12 peers. This sonnet is pronounced truly unintelligible and bad by Clemenson, and it must be confessed, very feeble and obscure. I have adopted a suggestion of Hartzenbusch's which makes somewhat better sense of the concluding lines, but no emendation can do much. Nor are the remaining sonnets much better. There is some drollery in the dialogue between Babieca and Rocinante, but the sonnets of the Knight of Phoebus and Solistan are weak. There was no particular call for Cervantes to be funny, but if he thought otherwise it would have been just as well not to leave the fun out. Right arrow curving left. The Knights of Phoebus or of the Sun, Caballero del Febo, Espejo de Príncipes y Caballeros, a ponderous romance by Diego Orchanez de Calahorra and Marcos Martinez, in 4 parts. The first printed at Saragossa in 1562, the others at Alcalá de Henares in 1580. Right arrow curving left. Solistan is apparently a name invented by Cervantes, for no such personage figures in any known book of chivalry. Right arrow curving left. See here. Right arrow curving left. The national dish, the olla, of which the puchero of central and northern Spain is a poor relation, is a stew with beef, bacon, sausage, chickpeas, and cabbage for its prime constituents. And for ingredients any other meat or vegetable that may be available. There is nothing exceptional in Don Quixote's olla being more a beef than a mutton one, for mutton is scarce in Spain except in the mountain districts. Salpicon, salad, is meat minced with red peppers, onions, oil, and vinegar, and is in fact a sort of meat salad. Duelos y quebrantos, the title of the Don's Saturday dish, would be a puzzle even to the majority of Spanish readers were it not for Pellicer's explanation. In the cattle-feeding districts of Spain, the carcasses of animals that came to an untimely end were converted into salt meat. And the parts unfit for that purpose were sold cheap under the name of duelos y quebrantos, sorrows and losses, literally breakings, and were held to be sufficiently unlike meat to be eaten on days when flesh was forbidden. Among which in Castile Saturday was included in commemoration of the Battle of Navas de Tolosa. Any rendering of such a phrase must necessarily be unsatisfactory, and in adopting scraps, I have, as in the other cases, merely gone on the principle of choosing the least of evils. Right arrow curving left. The first passage quoted is from the Chronicle of Don Florizel de Niquia, by Feliciano de Silva, the volumes of which appeared in 1532, 1536, and 1551. And from the 10th and 11th books of the Amadis series. The second is from Olivant de Laura, by Torquemada, 1564. Clemenson points out that the first passage had been previously picked out as a sample of the absurdity of the school, by Diego Hurtado de Mendoza. Right arrow curving left. The History of Don Belianis de Grecia, by the licentiate Geronimo Fernandez, 1547. It has been by some included in the Amata series, but it is in reality an independent romance. Right arrow curving left. Sigüenza was one of the Universidades Menores, the degrees of which were often laughed at by the Spanish humorists. Right arrow curving left. The Spanish tradition of the Battle of Roncesvalles is, of course, at variance with the Chanson de Roland, but it is somewhat nearer historical truth. Inasmuch as the slaughter of Roland and the rearguard of Charlemagne's army was effected not by Saracens, but by the Basque mountaineers. Right arrow curving left. Ganelon, the arch-traitor of the Charlemagne legend. In Spanish he appears as Galilon, in Italian as Gano. But in this, as in the cases of Roland, Baldwin, and others, I have thought it best to give the name in the form in which it is best known, and will be most readily recognized, instead of Roldan, Valdivinos, etc. Right arrow curving left. Like Rinaldo's or Rinaldo, who came to be Emperor of Trebizond. Right arrow curving left. That is, a simple headpiece without either visor or beaver. Right arrow curving left. An untranslatable pun on the word quarto, which means a sand crack in a horse's hoof, as well as the coin equal to 1/8 of the real. Ganila, or Gonella, was a jester in the service of Borso, Duke of Ferrara, 1450-1470. A book of the jests attributed to him was printed in 1568, the year before Cervantes went to Italy. Right arrow curving left. Rossin is a horse employed in labor, as distinguished from one kept for pleasure, the chase, or personal use generally. The word therefore may fairly be translated hack. Ante is an old form of antes, before, whether in time or in order. Right arrow curving left. Quixote, or, as it is now written, Quixote, means the piece of armor that protects the thigh, cuisson, cuish. Smollett's Sir Lancelot Greaves is a kind of parody on the name. Quixote and Quesada were both distinguished family names. The governor of the Goletta, who was one of the passengers on board the unfortunate Sol galley, was a Quesada. And the faithful majordomo of Charles V and guardian of Don John of Austria was a Quixada. Right arrow curving left. Properly blank armor, but Don Quixote takes the word in its common sense of white. Right arrow curving left. Flamanti. Shelton translates burnished, and Gervas, flaming, but the secondary meaning of the word is new, fresh, unused. Right arrow curving left. The Campo de Montiel was famous as being the scene of the battle, in 1369, in which Pedro the Cruel was defeated by his brother Henry of Trastamara supported by Du Guesclin. The actual battlefield, however, lies some considerable distance to the south of Argamasilla, on the slope of the Sierra Morena, near the castle of Montiel in which Pedro took refuge. Right arrow curving left. In the later romances of chivalry, a sage or a magician or some such personage was frequently introduced as the original source of the history. Right arrow curving left. In Spain there are at least half a dozen varieties of inns, each with its distinctive name. In Don Quixote the inn is almost always the venta, the solitary roadside inn where travelers of all sorts stop to bait, and it has remained to this day much what Cervantes has described. The particular venta that he had in his eye in this and the next chapter is said to be the Venta de Quesada, about 2½ leagues north of Manzanares, on the Madrid and Seville road. The house itself was burned down about a century ago, and has been rebuilt, but the yard at the back with its draw-well and stone trough are said to remain as they were in his day. Right arrow curving left. The commentators are somewhat exercised by the contradiction here. If Don Quixote raised his visor and disclosed his visage, how was it that the girls were unable to make out the features which the clumsy visor obscured? Cervantes probably was thinking of the makeshift pasteboard visor, mala visera, as he calls it, which could not be put up completely, and so kept the face behind it in the shade. Hartzenbusch, however, believes the words to have been interpolated, and omits them. Right arrow curving left. Sano de Castilla, a slang phrase from the Germania dialect for a thief in disguise, ladrón disimulado, vocabulario de Geminiana de Hidalgo. Castellano and alcaide both mean governor of a castle or fortress, but the former means also a Castilian. Right arrow curving left. The lines quoted by Don Quixote and the host are, in the original: Mis arios son las armas. Mi descanso el pelear. Mi cama, las duras penas. Mi dormir, siempre velar. They occur first in the old, probably 14th century, ballad of Moriana en un Castillo, and were afterwards adopted as the beginning of a serenade. In England it would be a daring improbability to represent the landlord of a roadside alehouse capping verses with his guest out of Chevy Chase or Sir Andrew Barton. But in Spain familiarity with the old national ballad poetry and proverbs is an accomplishment that may, even to this day, be met with in quarters quite as unpromising. Right arrow curving left. A parody of the opening lines of the ballad of Lancelot of the Lake. Their chief attraction for Cervantes was, no doubt, the occurrence of Rosino, Rossin, in the last line. Right arrow curving left. The original has, la visera alzada, the visor up, in which case Don Quixote would have found no difficulty in feeding himself. Hartzenbusch suggests babera, beaver, which I have adopted, as it removes the difficulty, and is consistent with what follows. When the landlord poured wine into him, it must have been over the beaver, not under the visor. Right arrow curving left. Pothouse, ventral, i.e. such as only a venta could produce. Right arrow curving left. The localities here mentioned were, and some of them still are, haunts of the rogue and vagabond, or, what would be called in Spain, the pícaro class. The curing grounds of Malaga was a place outside the town where fish was dried. The Isles of Rieren was the slang name of a low suburb of the same city. The precinct, Campus, of Seville was a district on the river side, not far from the Plaza de Toros. The little market of Segovia was in the hollow spanned by the great aqueduct on the south side of the town. The Oliveira of Valencia was a small plaza in the middle of the town. The Rondilla of Granada was probably in the Albayan quarter. The Strand of Sanlúcar and the Taverns of Toledo explain themselves sufficiently. And the Colt of Cordova was a district on the south side of the city, which took its name from a horse in stone standing over a fountain in its center. As Fermín Caballero says in a queer little book called The Geographical Knowledge of Cervantes, it is clear that Cervantes knew by heart the Mapa Picaresco de España. Right arrow curving left. In the original, Blanca, a coin worth about 1/7 of a farthing. Right arrow curving left. The passage as it stands is sheer nonsense. Clemenson tries to make sense of it by substituting less for more, but even with that emendation it remains incoherent. Probably what Cervantes meant to write and possibly did write was, for that was another still more important matter, because, etc. right arrow curving left. That is, inflicting two cuts that formed a cross. Right arrow curving left. An old plaza in Toledo, so called probably from a family of the name of Ben Haya, or, as Pellicer suggests, from a corruption of Minaya. Right arrow curving left. I.e., the milleress. Right arrow curving left. Labrador, the word used here to describe the status of Sancho, means, generally, a tiller of the soil, and includes farmers employing laborers, like Juan Haldudo the Rich, who is so described lower down, as well as those who tilled their land themselves or worked for others. Sancho was one of the latter class, as appears from a remark of his own in the second part. Right arrow curving left. Cervantes now and then in dialogue does not specify the speaker, but the omissions are so rare that they are probably oversights, and I have generally supplied them. Right arrow curving left. Haldudos, wearers of long skirts. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 112. Right arrow curving left. Perfumed, a way of expressing completeness or perfection of condition. Right arrow curving left. An obscure oath, of which there is no satisfactory explanation as to who or what Roque was, whether the San Roque who gave the name to the town near Gibraltar, or some Manchegan celebrity. Right arrow curving left. Not passages of the book, but passages of arms like that of Suero de Quiñones on the bridge of Orbigo in the reign of John II. Right arrow curving left. It is strange that this passage should have escaped the notice of those ingenious critics whose mania it is to hunt for hidden meanings in Don Quixote. With a moderate amount of acumen it ought to be easy to extract from these words a manifest, covert attack on church, faith, and dogma. Right arrow curving left. The Alqueria is a bare, thinly populated district, in the upper valley of the Tagus, stretching from Guadalajara to the confines of Aragon. Extremadura is the most backward of all the provinces of Spain. In elevating these two regions into the rank of empires, the waggish trader falls in with the craze of Don Quixote. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 114. The ball, i.e., that on which it is wound. Right arrow curving left. Civet was the perfume most in request at the time, and was imported packed in cotton. Right arrow curving left. Mas derecho que un huso, straighter than a spindle, is a popular phrase in use to this day. The edition of Guardarrama, Clemenson explains by saying that spindles were made in great quantities of the beech wood that grew on the Guardarrama Sierra. Fermin Caballero, Peritia Geographica de Cervantes, holds that the reference is to the pine trees on the Guardarrama Pass. Right arrow curving left. The subject of the old ballad, De Mantua Salio el Marquez, Duran's Romancero General, No. 355, a chanson de geste, indeed, rather than a ballad, as it runs to something over 800 lines. Pellicer wrongly assigns it to Geronimo Trevifio, a 16th-century author. It is in the Antwerp Cancionero of 1550 and the Saragossa Silva of the same date. Right arrow curving left. From the words used by Cervantes he seems to have known or suspected that Montemayor was not the author of the romantic story of Abindaris and Zarifa. It was inserted in the second edition of the Diana, the year of the author's death, and it had previously appeared as a separate novel at Toledo. Right arrow curving left. In the original the passage runs, "Who was even still sleeping? He asked the niece for the keys," etc. It is a minor instance of Cervantes' disregard of the ordinary laws of composition, and also a proof that at this stage of the work he had not originally contemplated a division into chapters. Right arrow curving left. The romances of chivalry were, with not more than 2 or 3 exceptions, produced in the folio form, while the hooks of poetry, the pastorals, the cancioneros, and romanceros, were either in small quarto or much more commonly in small octavo corresponding in size with our duodecimo. Right arrow curving left. The court the niece speaks of, was the patio or open space in the middle of the house, the corral or yard was on the outside. Right arrow curving left. The curate was quite correct in his idea that Amadis of Gaul was the parent of the chivalry literature, but not in his statement that it was the first book of the kind printed in Spain. For it is not likely it was printed before Tyrant Lo Blanche, Oliveros de Castilla, or the Carcel de Amor. The earliest known edition was printed in Rome in 1519, but there can be no doubt that this is a reprint of a Spanish edition, of perhaps even an earlier date than 1510. Which has been given as that of the first edition. Right arrow curving left. Las Sergas, i.e. Iota Alpha Rho Gamma Alpha, The Achievements, de Esplandian, 1521, forms the 5th book of the Amadis series, and is the composition of Montalvo himself, as is also, apparently, the 4th book of Amadis of Gaul. He only claims to have edited the first 3. Right arrow curving left. Amadis of Greece, by Feliciano da Silva, 1535, forms the 9th book of the Amadis series. Pintaquiniestra was queen of Sobradisa, and Daranel was a shepherd and wrestler of Alexandria. The Spanish romances of the lineage of Amadis are 12 in number, and there are besides doubtful members of the family in Italian and French. Right arrow curving left. Olivant de Laura, by Antonio de Torquemada, appeared first at Barcelona in 1564. Gallegos suggests that Cervantes must have been thinking of a later quarto or octavo edition, for the original folio is not so exceptionally stout as the description in the text implies. The Garden of Flowers, 1575, a treatise of wonders natural and supernatural, was translated into English in 1600 as the Spanish Mandeville, a title which may seem to justify the curate's criticism. But it does not come with a good grace from Cervantes, who made free use of the book in the first part of Persiles and Sigismunda, and in the second part of Don Quixote. The book is really an entertaining one. Right arrow curving left. The correct title is Historia del muy animoso y esforzado Príncipe Felixmart de Hircania, but the hero is also called Florismart. It was by Melchor Ortega de Ubeda, and appeared in 1556. Right arrow curving left. Plater is the fourth book of the Pomeran series. The hero is the son of Prima Leon, and grandson of Pomeran de Oliva. Its author is unknown. It appeared first in 1533. Right arrow curving left. The Knight of the Cross appeared in two parts, the first, under the title of Lepalimo, by an unknown author, in 1543. The second, with the achievements of Leandro el Bel, the son of Lepalimo, by Pedro de Luxan, in 1563. Behind the cross, etc., Proverb 75, was evidently a favorite proverb with Cervantes. Right arrow curving left. The Mirror of Chivalry, Espejo de Caballerías, was published at Seville in 4 parts, 1533-50. Next to the History of Charlemagne and the 12 Peers, it was the most popular of the Carlovingian series of romances. It is creditable to Cervantes as a critic that he should have mentioned Boiardo as he does, at a time when it was the fashion to regard the Orlando Innamorato as a rude and semi-barbarous production, only endurable in the rifacimento of Ludovico Domenici. Right arrow curving left. An Oriental mode of showing respect for a document. Right arrow curving left. Geronimo Jiménez de Urrea, whose translation of Ariosto into Spanish was first printed at Antwerp in 1549. This is not the only passage in which Cervantes declares against translation. In chapter 62 of the second part he puts his objection still more strongly, and there extends it to translation of prose. And yet of all great writers there is not one who is under such obligations to translation as Cervantes. The influence of Homer and Virgil would be scarcely less than it is if they had never been translated. Shakespeare and Milton wrote in a language destined to become the most widely read on the face of the globe, and no reader of any culture needs an interpreter for Molière or Lesage. But how would Cervantes have fared in the world if, according to his own principles, he had been confined to his native Castilian? Right arrow curving left. The condemned books are the history of the deeds of Bernardo del Carpio, by Agustin Alonso of Salamanca, Toledo, 1585. And the famous Battle of Roncesvalles by Francisco Garrido de Villena, Valencia, 1555. Right arrow curving left. Pomeran de Oliva, the founder of the Pomeran series of romances, was first printed at Salamanca in 1511. It is said to have been written by a lady of Augustabrega, i.e. Burgos, according to some, but more probably Ciudad Rodrigo, but nothing certain is known of the author. Pomeran de Inglaterra, like Amadis, was until lately supposed to be, as Cervantes supposed it, of Portuguese origin. But the question was settled a few years ago by Vicente Salva, who discovered a Toledo edition of 1547, 20 years earlier than the Portuguese edition on which the claims of Francisco de Moraes or of John II rested. An acrostic gives the name of the author, Luis Hurtado. Right arrow curving left. Miragarda is not the name of the castle, but of the lady who lived in it, and whose charms were the cause of the adventures. Right arrow curving left. Belianis de Grecia, already mentioned in the first chapter as one of Don Quixote's special studies. Right arrow curving left. The overseas term was the allowance of time granted in the case of persons beyond the seas, when sued or indicted, to enable them to appear and show cause why judgment should not be given against them. Right arrow curving left. Tirante el Blanco is the title of the translation into Castilian of the romance of Tyrant Lo Blanche, first published in Valencian at Valencia in 1490. Jonat Martorell, who is said to have translated it from English into Portuguese and thence into Valencian, was no doubt the author. Only 3 copies are known to exist, one in the University at Valencia, another in the College of the Sapienza in Rome, and the third in the British Museum. The Castilian version appeared at Valladolid in 1511. Don Pascual de Gallegos is in doubt whether the curate's eulogy is to be taken as ironical or serious, but rather inclines to the belief that Cervantes meant to praise the book. It would be rash to differ with such an authority, otherwise I should say that the laudation is rather too boisterously expressed and too like the extravagant eulogy of Lo Frasso farther on, to be sincerely meant. Right arrow curving left. Los siete libros de la Diana de Jorge de Montemayor. Impreso en Valencia, 4-2. The first edition is undated, and from the dedication appears to have been printed in the author's lifetime. He died in 1561, in which year the second edition, with additions, appeared. See this note. The Diana was the first and best of the Spanish pastoral romances, the taste for which was created by Sannazzaro's Arcadia. The Salamancan was Alonso Perez, who published a continuation of the Diana at Alcalá de Henares in 1564, but Gil Polo's, printed the same year at Valencia, has been generally preferred. The pun on polo and Apollo is not so obvious in English. An excellent English translation of all 3 by Bartholomew Yone was published in 1598. Right arrow curving left. The Fortuna d'Amor, por Antonio de Lo Frasso, Milita, Sardo, appeared at Barcelona in 1573. In the Viaje del Parnaso Cervantes treats the book in the same bantering strain, which misled Pedro de Pineda, one of the editors of Lord Carteret Quixote, and induced him to bring out a new edition in 1740. The book is an utterly worthless one, and highly prized by collectors. Right arrow curving left. The books here referred to are the Pastor de Iberia, by Bernardo de la Vega, Seville, 1591. The Ninfas y Pastores de Henares, by Bernardo González de Bobadilla, Alcalá de Henares, 1587, and the Desengano de Zelis, by Bartolomé López de Enciso, Madrid, 1586. Right arrow curving left. The Pastor de Filida, Madrid, 1582, one of the best of the pastorals, was by Luis Galvez de Montalvo of Guadalajara, a retainer of the great Mendoza family, and apparently an intimate personal friend of Cervantes, who, under the name of Terci, is referred to in the pastoral as a clarissimo ingenio worthy of being mentioned with Ursula. Montalvo, in return, is introduced under the name of Serralvo into the Galatea of Cervantes, to which he contributed a complimentary sonnet. Right arrow curving left. Tesoro de varias Pojas, compuesto por Pedro de Padilla, Madrid, 1580. The author is one of those praised by Cervantes in the Canto de Calliope in the Galatea. Right arrow curving left. López de Maldonado, whose Cancionero appeared at Madrid in 1586, is another of the poets praised in the Galatea. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 26. Right arrow curving left. The play upon words in the original is more versed in misfortunes than in verses. This introduction of himself and his forgotten pastoral is Cervantes all over in its tone of playful stoicism with a certain quiet self-assertion. It shows, moreover, pretty clearly, that until Don Quixote had made the author's name known, the Galatea had remained unnoticed. Right arrow curving left. These 3 are examples of Spanish epic poetry. The Araucana of Ursula, Madrid, 1569, 1578, 1590, is, next to the poem of the Cid, the best effort in that direction in the language. The Austriata, which appeared first at Madrid in 1584, deals with the life and achievements of Don John of Austria. But it was probably the memory of Lepanto rather than the merits of the poem that made Cervantes give it a place here. The Montserrat of the dramatist Virus, Madrid, 1588, had for its subject the repulsive Oriental legend which became popular in Spain with Guerin the Lermit of Montserrat for its hero, and which M. G. Lewis made the foundation of his famous romance, The Monk. Right arrow curving left. The anticlimax here almost equals that famous one of Waller's. Under the tropic is our language spoke. And part of Flanders hath received our yoke. The book referred to was entitled simply The Angelica by Luis Barahona de Soto, Madrid, 1586. In his praise of this poem we have one more instance of Cervantes' loyalty to a friend getting the better of his critical judgment. Right arrow curving left. The books referred to are the Carolia of Geronimo Sempier, 1560, which deals with the victories of Charles V. The Leon de España, by Pedro de la Vizilla, a poem on the history of the city of Leon. And, probably, the Carlo Famoso of Luis Zapata. For there is no book known with the title of The Deeds of the Emperor, and the work of Avila is simply a prose commentary on the wars against the Protestants of Germany. Right arrow curving left. Turpin or Tilpin, Charlemagne's chaplain, and Archbishop of Reims, according to the Chanson de Roland, one of those slain at Roncesvalles. But also claimed as author of the Chronicle of Charlemagne, which, however, was probably not composed before the end of the 11th or beginning of the 12th century. He died in the year of the Roncesvalles rout, 778. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 188. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 165. Right arrow curving left. Friston, a magician, the reputed author of Belianis de Graecia. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 171. Busker pan de Trestrigo, there is some difference of opinion as to the meaning of Trestrigo. But it seems on the whole more probable that it means wheat of such superlative quality as to be unattainable. At any rate, the proverb is used in reference to seeking things that are out of reach. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 124. A very old proverb, as old at least as the poem of Fernan Gonzalez. Right arrow curving left. Alforwaz, a sort of double wallet serving for saddlebags, but more frequently carried slung across the shoulder. Right arrow curving left. The bota is the leathern wine bag which is as much a part of the Spanish wayfarer's paraphernalia as the alforwaz. It cannot, of course, be properly translated bottle. Right arrow curving left. Amadis, for instance, made his squire Gandalin governor of the Insula Firme. Right arrow curving left. Mi oislo, a sort of pet name for a wife in Old Spanish among the lower orders. Acuerda de su oislo. Mirando en pobre casa. Right arrow curving left. These famous windmills had not been very long set up, and owed their existence to the failure of water power in the Zancara, an affluent of the Guadiana. About 30 years before Don Quixote was written. They are scattered over the plain between Alcazar de S. Juan and Villaharta. Right arrow curving left. Being a stage on the great high road from Madrid to Seville. Right arrow curving left. From machucar or machacar, to pound. The feat referred to by Don Quixote was performed at the siege of Jerez under Alfonso X in 1264. And is the subject of a spirited ballad which Lockhart has treated with even more than his usual freedom. Right arrow curving left. In the ballad it is an olive tree, but the olive does not flourish in La Mancha, so Don Quixote substitutes oak, encina, or roble, the former, the evergreen. Being rather the more common in Spain. Right arrow curving left. In the humorous tract The Book of All Things, and many more, Quevedo mentions as the chief characteristic of the Biscayan dialect that it changes the first person of the verb into the second. This may be observed in the specimen given here, Another example of Biscayan will be found in Cervantes' interlude of the Vizcaíno Fingido. Right arrow curving left. Caballero means gentleman as well as knight, and the peppery Biscayan assumes that Don Quixote has used the word in the former sense. Right arrow curving left. Quien hud elevar el gato al agua? Proverb 102. Who will carry the cat to the water, is a proverbial way of indicating an apparently insuperable difficulty. Between rage and ignorance the Biscayan, it will be seen, inverts the phrase. Right arrow curving left. Agrudges was the cousin and companion of Amadis of Gaul. The phrase quoted above, Proverb 4, became a popular one, and is introduced as such among others of the same sort by Quevedo in the vision of the Visita de los Chistes. It is hard to say why it should have been fixed on Agrudges, who does not seem to use it as often as others, Amadis himself for instance. Right arrow curving left. The abrupt suspension of the narrative and the reason assigned are in imitation of devices of the chivalry romance writers. Montalvo, for instance, breaks off in the 98th chapter of Esplandian, and in the next gives an account of the discovery of the sequel. Very much as Cervantes has done here and in the next chapter. Right arrow curving left. Cervantes divided his first volume of Don Quixote into 4 parts, possibly in imitation of the 4 books of the Amadis of Montalvo. But the chapters were numbered without regard to this division, which he also ignored in 1615, when he called his new volume 2nd instead of 5th part. Right arrow curving left. Instead of azotes, whips, Clemenson suggests azores, hawks, and refers to chapter 30 part 2. Where a hawk in hand is especially mentioned as the usual accompaniment of a noble lady on horseback. Right arrow curving left. Alcana, a marketplace in Toledo in the neighborhood of the cathedral. Right arrow curving left. I.e. Hebrew. Right arrow curving left. J.A. Condé suggested that Ben-Enlil, son of the stag, is the Arabic equivalent of the name Cervantes, the root of which he assumed to be Cerveau. Cervantes may, of course, have intended what Condé attributes to him, but the name in reality has nothing to do with Cerveau, and comes from servando. See here. Right arrow curving left. Panza equals paunch, Zencas equals shanks, but in spite of what Cervantes says, we hear no more of Sancho's long shanks, for which the reader will be grateful. It would have been difficult to realize a long-legged Sancho. Right arrow curving left. A curious instance of the carelessness with which Cervantes wrote and corrected, if, indeed, he corrected at all. Of course he meant the opposite of what he said, that truth was the mother of history. Right arrow curving left. The Santa Hermandad, a tribunal established in the 13th century, but revived in the reign of Ferdinand and Isabella. With summary jurisdiction over offenders against life and property on the highways and outside of the municipal boundaries. Right arrow curving left. Homicillo or hornacillo was an old form of the word homicidio, but in popular parlance it meant the fine imposed in default of appearance to answer a charge of assault and battery. Right arrow curving left. Fierabras, i.e. Fear Abras equals Armstrong, a giant in Nicholas de Piemonte's History of Charlemagne and the Peers. Right arrow curving left. In the original, Trace Azumbers. Right arrow curving left. Mambrino, a Moorish king in the Orlando of Boyardo, whose enchanted helmet was won by Rinaldo. It was Dardanel, however, not Sacripant, to whom it cost so dear. V. Ariosto, c. 18, st. 151, right arrow curving left. Albraca, a stronghold of Gallifron, king of Cathay and father of Angelica. The siege is one of the incidents in the Orlando of Boyardo. Right arrow curving left. Literally, take knight-errantry off its hinges. Right arrow curving left. Water wheel, noria, a machine used for irrigation in Spain, by which the water is raised in pots or buckets attached to the circumference of a large wheel. Right arrow curving left. The eulogy of the Golden Age is one of the loci classici of Don Quixote quoted in every Spanish anthology. The reader, however, must not judge of it by translation, which cannot give the stately roll and flow of the original Castilian. Right arrow curving left. Water is almost worshipped in thirsty Spain. And many a complimentary epithet bestowed upon it that sounds odd under moister skies. Agua muy rica, very rich water, is a common encomium from a Spaniard after a hearty pull at the Alcaraza. Right arrow curving left. Clemenson and Hartzenbusch, why I know not, object to se declaraban, the reading of the original editions, and the latter substitutes se declaraban. I venture to think the original reading admits of the interpretation I have given. Right arrow curving left. In the Spanish, rabel, a small three-stringed lute of Moorish origin. Right arrow curving left. Antonio's ballad is in imitation of a species of popular poetry that occupies nearly as large a space as the romantic and historical ballads in the old Romance Rose. These gay, naive, simple lays of peasant life and love are as thoroughly national and peculiar to Spain as the historical ballads themselves, and in every way present a striking contrast to the artificial pastoral sonnets and canciones of Italian importation. The imitation of this kind of poetry was a favorite pastime with the poets of the Spanish Augustan age. And strange to say, the poet who showed the lightest touch and brightest fancy in these compositions, and caught most happily the simplicity and freshness of the originals, was Góngora, whose name is generally associated with poetry the exact opposite of this in every particular. Cervantes apparently valued himself more upon his sonnets and artificial verses, a preference regretted, I imagine, by most of his readers. This ballad has been hardly treated by the translators. The language and measures used by Shelton and Jervas are about as well adapted to represent a Spanish popular lyric as a dray horse to draw a pony chaise. The measure of the original is the ordinary ballad measure, an 8-syllable trochaic, with the assonant rhyme in the second and fourth lines. The latter peculiarity I have made no attempt to imitate here, but examples of it will be found farther on. Right arrow curving left. Coyundas, the cords or thongs by which the horns of the draft oxen are bound to the yoke. Right arrow curving left. Pulse, garbanzos, or chickpeas, one of the invariable constituents of the olla or puchero, and therefore an important crop in Spain. Right arrow curving left. Plays, autos, religious allegorical dramas. Right arrow curving left. Más viejo que sarna, Proverb 250, older than itch, is a very old popular phrase. Don Quixote, either not knowing it or else not recognizing it in the form in which Pedro puts it, supposes him to mean Sarah, the wife of Abraham. Though Cervantes tries to observe dramatic propriety by making Pedro blunder, in the end he puts into his mouth language as fine and words as long as Don Quixote's. Right arrow curving left. Frankness, desengano, more properly, undeceiving, but there is no equivalent word in English. Right arrow curving left. Perhaps the reader will think Sancho had some justification. An epidemic of verbosity, indeed, rages round the corpse of the unhappy Chrysostom. But it must be remembered verbosity was then rampant in literature and especially in Spanish literature, as all who know Guzmán de Alfaraque, the Picara Justina, Marcos de Obregón, and books of the same sort, will own. And if Cervantes did not wholly escape it, his fits of it were only occasional. Right arrow curving left. The ballad, Cancionero de Romances, Antwerp, S.A., and Duran, No. 352, is that parroted by Don Quixote in Chapter 2. Britain is, of course, Brittany, Lancelot's father, King Ban, was a Breton. The idea of the go-between is derived from an Italian source, but the name Quintanona is Spanish. It means simply an old woman, one who has a quintal, or hundredweight of years on her back. The transformation of Arthur into a raven is also a southern addition to the Arthurian legend. Cervantes ridicules the story in Persiles and Sigismunda. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 106. Right arrow curving left. Nesum la mova. Che star non passa con Orlando prova. Orlando Furioso, 24, 57. But Zerbino's inscription was simply Armatura di Orlando Palladino, and the quotation is merely the poet's gloss upon it. Right arrow curving left. Cacapin, or gachapin, a word of Indian origin, and applied to Spaniards living in or returned from the Indies. Laredo is a seaport close to Santander, where also the Cacapins were numerous, as appears from a quaint inscription on one of the houses quoted by Bull. Right arrow curving left. Hartzenbusch in his anxiety for precision alters this, as he considers that El Toboso, being about 7 leagues from Argamasilla, cannot be properly described as near it. Right arrow curving left. It is hardly necessary to observe that these high mountains in the neighborhood of Argamasilla are purely imaginary. The nearest that could by any stretch of courtesy be called high would be those of the Toledo Sierra, some 60 or 70 miles distant. Right arrow curving left. This is one of the passages selected by Biderman as specimens of blunders made by Cervantes, but by en memoria Cervantes does not mean to commemorate, but rather to mark or signalize. Right arrow curving left. There is here a play upon the words desesperados, despairing, and no esperados, not looked for. Many of the headings to the chapters contain some verbal conceit of this kind. Right arrow curving left. The Lay of Chrysostom must not be judged of by a translation. The original is not so much a piece of poetry, as a fantasia in rhyme and an experiment in versification. Whether Italian or Spanish, the canzone or cancian is from its style hard to translate into our matter-of-fact English. But the difficulty here is increased by the peculiarly complex stanza and intricate system of interlaced rhymes which Cervantes adopted, as well as by the inimitable rhythm and harmony of the lines. One peculiarity, borrowed, it may be, from Garcilaso, is that of a line with a medial rhyme to the termination of the preceding line, which produces a cadence that falls upon the ear like that of waves upon a distant shore. It might be possible to imitate the arrangement of rhymes, but to imitate the effect or reproduce the melody in our consonantal language would be an utter impossibility. Right arrow curving left. And the hoarse sobbing of the widowed dove. Drummond of Hawthornden. Right arrow curving left. The owl was the only bird that witnessed the crucifixion, and it became for that reason an object of envy to the other birds. So much so that it cannot appear in the daytime without being persecuted. Right arrow curving left. Batisse, i.e. the Guadalquivir. Right arrow curving left. It was the corpse of Servius Tullius that was so treated by his daughter Tullia, the wife of Tarquin, but Cervantes followed an old ballad in the Flor de Enamorados, which has Tullia hija de Tarquino. Right arrow curving left. I.e. of Yanguas, a district in the north of Old Castile, near Legrano. Right arrow curving left. Used by the carriers in loading their beasts to prop up the pack on one side while they are adjusting the balance on the other. Right arrow curving left. An allusion probably to the story of Diego Pérez de Vargas, the Pounder. See Chapter 8, Right arrow curving left. Sancho's blunder in the name of Firebra's is droller in the original, as he says, del feo blas, of the ugly Blas. Right arrow curving left. There is no account of any such flogging in the Amadis. Right arrow curving left. Tizon was the name of one of the Cid's 2 famous swords. The word was altered into Tizona to suit the trochaic rhythm of the ballads. It means simply brand. Right arrow curving left. In this characteristic comment of Sancho's, Hartzenbusch corrects caballero andante, knight-errant, into caballeria andante, horse-errant, entirely overlooking the tambien, too. And with profound gravity reminds us that Rocinante is a horse. Mr. J. P. Collier's Old Corrector, in the 1632 folio Shakespeare could hardly do worse than this. The play upon the words sin costas and sin costillas cannot be rendered literally. Sin costillas, without ribs, means also in popular parlance bankrupt, cleaned out. Right arrow curving left. Thebes. But that of the 100 Gates was the Egyptian, not the Boeotian Thebes, which is the one here referred to. Right arrow curving left. The grave drollery of Sancho's matter-of-fact reply is lost in translation, inasmuch as in Spanish, to go mounted, ir caballero, implies also, to go like a gentleman. Right arrow curving left. This is another example of the loose construction and confusion into which Cervantes fell at times. Of course he meant to say that Rocinante would not have been behind them in complaining. Right arrow curving left. The entrance of a Spanish venta or posada is almost always a wide gateway through which both man and beast enter to their respective quarters. The high road, Camino Real, was the Madrid and Seville road, and on it, or some little distance one side or the other of it, all the adventures of the first part are supposed to take place. From its distance from the Sierra Morena this venta would be somewhere near Valdepenas, in the great wine-growing district. The scene of the release of the galley slaves in chapter 22 would be near Almoradil. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 6. Right arrow curving left. Estrelado seems to have puzzled most of the translators. Shelton omits it, and Jervas renders it illustrious. Right arrow curving left. The carrier business, Pellicer points out, was extensively followed by the Moriscos, as it afforded them an excuse for absenting themselves from Mass. Right arrow curving left. Chronica de Tablanti de Ricamonti, a romance of uncertain date and origin, based upon the Arthurian legend. The Conde Tamilas was a personage at the court of Charlemagne mentioned in the Montesinos ballads, but no book of his deeds is known. Right arrow curving left. We were told just before that Sancho was unable to sleep. Right arrow curving left. The words quoted are the beginning of one of the Cid ballads, Por el Val de las Estacas. Right arrow curving left. Nevertheless Orlando in the Morgante Maggiore is called upon to leave his horse in pledge for his reckoning. Morgue. Mag. Chapter XXI Street 129. Right arrow curving left. Cornadu, a coin of infinitesimal value, about 1/6 of a maravedi. Right arrow curving left. The fair was a low quarter in Seville. Right arrow curving left. The room was high-roofed and fitted for their purpose. They began to blanket me and to toss me up in the air as they used to do to dogs at Shrovetide. Alemans Guzman de Alfaraque, Part 1 Book 3 Chapter 1, James Mabb's translation. As the first part of Guzman was published in 1599, it may have suggested the scene to Cervantes. Right arrow curving left. Proverbial expression, 47, Andar de Sica en Mica y de Zoca en Calodra, somewhat like our phrase, from post to pillar. The Sica, properly a mint or a shrine, was the name given to part of the great mosque of Cordova, once second to Mecca only as a resort of pilgrims. Zoca properly means a wooden shoe, but here a vessel hollowed out of wood. Right arrow curving left. Amadis of Greece, not Amadis of Gaul. Right arrow curving left. The word in the original is quajada, curdled, which Clemenson objects to as obscure, and would replace by causada, caused. Right arrow curving left. Suero de Quiñones, the hero of the Paso Honroso, at the bridge of Orbigo in 1434, used to fight against the Moors with his right arm bare. Right arrow curving left. Rastrear means properly to track by following the footprints, and hence to keep close to the ground. The motto, therefore, is probably meant to have a double signification, either, in Fortune's footsteps or, my fortune creeps on the ground, in allusion to the asparagus, which is a low-growing plant. Right arrow curving left. From Tartessus, a city of Baetica, supposed to have been situated somewhere in the neighborhood of Tarifa. Right arrow curving left. In part of its course through La Mancha the Guadiana flows underground. Right arrow curving left. See Chapter 7. Right arrow curving left. Dr. Andreas Laguna, who translated Dioscorides into Spanish with copious notes in 1570. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 125. Right arrow curving left. Camino Real, one of the main roads connecting the provinces or chief cities with the capital. Right arrow curving left. Maskers wearing shirts, camisas, over their clothes, who marched in procession carrying torches on festival nights. As there is no English translation of the word, it is better to give the Spanish instead of some roundabout descriptive phrase. Right arrow curving left. A quibble on the words derecho and tuerto, which mean straight and crooked, as well as right and wrong. Right arrow curving left. The original has, for such I always believed, etc. Which is an obvious slip either of the pen or of the press. It cannot be that Cervantes intended a side blow at ecclesiastics, for he expressly disclaims any such intention, and the "you" clearly refers to these particular processionists alone. Right arrow curving left. It has been frequently objected that figura does not mean the face or countenance, but the whole figure. But no matter what dictionaries may say, it is plain from what follows that Sancho applies the word here to his master's face, made haggard by short commons and loss of teeth, and uses it as synonymous with cara. And that Don Quixote himself never could have contemplated painting a full length on his shield, but merely a face. As a matter of fact, however, the dictionaries do not support the objection. The two best, that of the Academy and of Vicente Salva, explain figura as the external form of a body, and add that it is commonly used for the face alone, por solo el rostro. Right arrow curving left. Referring to the apocryphal legend which forms the subject of the ballad, a concilio dentro en Roma. Among Lockhart's ballads there is a lively version of it. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 147. Right arrow curving left. Literally, watered the satisfaction. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 179. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 50. Right arrow curving left. The horn Sancho refers to is the constellation of Ursa Minor, which has somewhat the shape of a curved hunting horn. And the hour was calculated by extending the arms horizontally so as to represent a cross, the time being indicated by the relative position of the horn to the arms. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 96. Right arrow curving left. I.e. Caton Censorino, Cato the censor, but Sancho's impression was that the name was derived from zonzo, stupid, or zonzorian, a blockhead. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 198. Right arrow curving left. The story of the passage of the goats is a very old one. It is the 30th of the Cento Norel Antiche, into which it was imported, no doubt, from the Latin of the Aragonese Jew, Pedro Alfonso. There is a Provençal tale to the same effect, but the original was probably Oriental. Right arrow curving left. An old Christian was one who had no trace of Moorish blood in his veins. The remark is somewhat inconsistent in the mouth of Cid Hamit Benengeli. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 53. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 130. Right arrow curving left. The insula firme was apparently part of Brittany. Right arrow curving left. The Rev. John Bowie, the learned editor and annotator of Don Quixote, was painstaking enough to verify this statement. It shows how closely Cervantes must have at one time read the Amadis. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 34. In full it is, whether the pitcher hits the stone, or the stone the pitcher, it's bad for the pitcher. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 194. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 160. In full, pliega Dios que oregano si, y no se nos vuelva alcaravia. Pray God it may prove wild marjoram, and not turn out caraway on us. Shelton and Jervas, not knowing the proverb, have mistranslated the passage, the latter shirks the difficulty, and the former translates oregano, a purchase of gold. Right arrow curving left. Malandante, meaning also, unlucky. Right arrow curving left. The 8 real piece equals about ones. 8d, right arrow curving left. Proverb 10. Right arrow curving left. A blunder of Sancho's for Mambrino. Right arrow curving left. The mutatio caprem was the change of hoods authorized by the Roman ceremonial, when the cardinals exchanged the fur-lined hoods worn in winter for lighter ones of silk. There is a certain audacity of humor in the application of the phrase here. Right arrow curving left. Cervantes gives here an admirable epitome, and without any extravagant caricature, of a typical romance of chivalry. For every incident there is ample authority in the romances. Right arrow curving left. Hartzenbusch, considering adventure unintelligible, would substitute enigma or prophecy for it, and explain for achieve. But absolute consistency in a burlesque passage like this is scarcely worth insisting upon. Right arrow curving left. An hidalgo de devengar 500 sueldos was one who by the ancient fueros of Castile had a right to recover 500 sueldos for an injury to person or property. This is the common explanation. Huarut, in the Examen de Ingenios, says it means the descendant of one who enjoyed a grant of 500 sueldos for distinguished services in the field. The sueldo was an old coin varying in value from a halfpenny to 3 halfpence. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 107. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 212. Mas vale salto de mata que ruego de hombres buenos. Mata is here an old equivalent of matanza equals slaughter. In modern Spanish the word means a bush or hedge, in consequence of which the proverb is generally misunderstood and mistranslated. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 210. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 61. See this note. Right arrow curving left. Literally, at the court, la corte. Right arrow curving left. No doubt Pedro Telas Giron, 3rd Duke of Osuna, afterwards viceroy in Sicily and Naples. A little man, but of great fame and fortunes, as Howell, writing 20 years later, calls him. Right arrow curving left. Gurapas, a word from the Germania, or rogues dialect, of which there are many specimens in this chapter and scattered through Don Quixote. Indeed, Juan Hidalgo's vocabulario of the Germania tongue is absolutely necessary to anyone reading the book in the original. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 32. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 126. Right arrow curving left. Malefactors were commonly whipped in this way, and the ceremony is frequently alluded to in the picaresque novels. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 186. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 79. Right arrow curving left. At the time Cervantes was writing the only book of the kind, i.e. picaresque fiction, that had appeared besides Lazarillo de Tormes was Alemán's Guzmán de Alfaraque, at which, it has been suggested, this passage is aimed. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 53. Clemenson thinks that there is an allusion here to Alemán's Guzmán de Alfaraque, the hero of which is sent to the galleys like Ginés de Pasamonte. And at an inn on the road ingratiates himself with the commissary by presenting him with a pig he had stolen. But Clemenson forgot that this incident occurs in the second part of Guzmán, which was not published till after Don Quixote. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 103, of course it should be 5. And the proverb is so given by Blasco de Garay. Right arrow curving left. At the beginning of the chapter we were told there were only 2 on horseback, and that both of them had muskets. Right arrow curving left. To pray for the intention of another is a proof of devotional sympathy. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 180, right arrow curving left. Proverb 246. Right arrow curving left. These are towns of La Mancha, though from the wording of the passage it might be supposed that they lay on the other, the Andalusian, side of the Sierra Morena. It is significant that Cervantes always speaks of entering and coming out of the Sierra Morena, never of ascending or descending it. And, in fact, on the north side the Sierra rises but little above the level of the Great Castilian Plateau, and the road enters the gorge of Despinaperos and reaches the Andalusian slope with comparatively little ascent. Right arrow curving left. Dapple, as I have said elsewhere, is not a correct translation of Rusio, but it has by long usage acquired a prescriptive right to remain the name of Sancho's ass. Rusio is properly a light or silvery gray, as Pardo is a dark or iron gray. The passage, beginning at "that night they reached the very heart," etc., and ending with "return thanks for the kindness shown him by Don Quixote," does not appear in the first edition, in which there is no allusion to the loss of the ass until the middle of chapter 25, where, without any explanation of how it happened, Cervantes speaks of Dapple as having been lost. When the second edition was in the press, an attempt was made to remedy the oversight, and the printer, apparently proprio motu, supplied this passage. Chapter 30, where Don Quixote laments the loss of his good sword, suggested Gines de Passamont as the thief, and chapter 25 the promise of the ass colts. But in such a bungling manner was the correction made that the references to the ass as if still in Sancho's possession, 9 or 10 in number, were left unaltered, though the first of them occurs only 4 or 5 lines after the inserted passage. In the third edition of 1608 some of these inconsistencies were removed, and in the second part Cervantes refers to the matter, and charges the printer with the blunder. What he originally intended, no doubt, was to supplement the burlesque of the penance of Amadis by a burlesque of Brunello's theft of Sacripan's horse and Marfisa's sword at the siege of Albraca, as described by Boiardo and Ariosto. And it was very possibly an afterthought written on a loose leaf and so mislaid or lost in transitu. The inserted passage is clearly not his, as it is completely ignored by him in chapters 3, 4, and LXXVII of Part 2, and is inconsistent with the account of the affair which he gives there. Hartzenbusch removes the passage to what he conceives to be its proper place in chapter 25, but it is hardly worthwhile, perhaps, to alter the familiar arrangement of the next. See notes on chapter XXC, and 3, 4, and LXXVII of Part 2. Right arrow curving left. Paltino's ass colts has evidently been omitted here in the original, and I have therefore supplied it. Right arrow curving left. This sonnet Cervantes afterwards inserted in his comedy of the Casa de los Zelos, a proof that he himself had as good an opinion of it as Don Quixote. Though Clemenson says, and not without some reason, that it is no great things, no veil gran cosa. Right arrow curving left. A reference to the proverb, por el hilo se saca el ovillo, by the thread, or clue, the ball is drawn out. In the sonnet the lady's name is Philly, which Sancho mistakes for Hilo or Philo. The substitution of Chloe, by which the play on the words may be imitated, is a happy idea of Gervaise's which has been generally adopted by subsequent translators without any acknowledgement. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 182, meaning, I don't want a thing that has any inconvenience attached to it. Right arrow curving left. This is the explanation commonly given of the phrase d'amber, and it is true that scented doublets were in fashion in the 16th century. But it seems somewhat improbable that a tattered doublet which had been for 6 months exposed to all weathers would have retained sufficient perfume to be detected. Right arrow curving left. This indicates that the spot Cervantes had in his eye was somewhere above the head of the Despinaperos gorge and commanding a view of the valley of the Guadalquivir. And the scenery there agrees with his description. He was, no doubt, familiar with it from having passed through it on his journeys between Madrid and Seville in the years between 1587 and 1598. The broom, mentioned farther on, is very abundant in this part of the Sierra Morena. The name of Cardenio, too, was probably suggested by Venta de Cardenas, a halting place at the mouth of the gorge. Right arrow curving left. Grande de España, one enjoying the privilege of remaining covered in the presence of the sovereign. Right arrow curving left. Cordova was famed for its horses. Right arrow curving left. This is an example of the clumsy manner in which Cervantes often constructed his sentences, beginning them in one way and ending them in another. Right arrow curving left. I.e. Aesop. Right arrow curving left. Sancho in his aptitude for blunders takes Elisabad to be the name of some abbot or abbot. There are 3 Madasimas mentioned in the Amadis, but not one of them is a queen, nor has Master Elisabad anything to do with any of them. He was in the service of the Lady Gracinda, and by her orders attended Amadis when wounded. Scott, in the article on the Amadis in the Edinburgh Review, suggests that Cervantes must have meant Queen Briolania, apparently confounding her also with Gracinda. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 170. This is the first of Sancho's frequent volleys of random proverbs. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 247. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 55. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 73. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 226, Estacas, literally, stakes or pegs on which to hang them, expressive of unreasonable expectations. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 195. Right arrow curving left. Beltenebros, i.e., fair obscure. Clemenson suggests that the Pena Pobra, so called because those who sojourned there had to live in extreme poverty, was Mont St. Michel, but Jersey would suit the description better, as it is said to be 7 leagues from the coast of the Insula Firme, which was clearly the mainland of Brittany or Normandy. Right arrow curving left. Probably an allusion to the green tree and the dry. Right arrow curving left. In the original it is, for more than 4 days, to which some commentators, Hartzenbusch among them, object, as not more than 1 day had passed since the encounter with the barber. But more than 4 is a very common phrase to express indefinitely a considerable number, and it is more probably used here vaguely by Sancho in the sense in which I have rendered it. Right arrow curving left. For the character of Orlando's insanity, see the Orlando Furioso, Canto 23 St 130 ed seq. Right arrow curving left. The hippogriff was the winged horse on which Astolfo went in quest of information about Orlando. Frontino was the name of the destroyer of Ruggiero, Bradamante's lover. Right arrow curving left. Corn in Spain is not threshed, as we understand the word, but separated from the ear by means of the trilla, a sort of toothless harrow, which is dragged over it as it lies on the era or threshing floor. Right arrow curving left. The introduction here of the name of his own heroine, Galatea, may be taken for what it is worth as a contradiction of the story that by Galatea he meant the mother of his daughter Isabel. An ingenious speculator might suggest that his object was to soothe the susceptibilities of his wife Dona Catalina. But it is clear that there were no heartburnings on that score in the household of Cervantes. Right arrow curving left. Proof of hidalguia was necessary before some orders, that of Santiago for instance, could be conferred. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 219. Right arrow curving left. The rubrica, or flourish, which is always a part of a Spanish signature. Right arrow curving left. Zapatetas, capers in which the sole of the shoe is struck with the hand. Right arrow curving left. Properly a blanca pin, i.e. of the size sold for a blanca, or half a innervati, as we say a tenpenny nail. Viardot, strangely misinterpreting the very common idiom da, indicating the price of an article, and fancying the a to have a negative power as in Greek. Explains it as, a pin made of some substance not white. Right arrow curving left. Accia via neri, e chioma crespa d'oro. Angel peria di che del samo coro. Orlando Furioso c. 18 St. 166. But Medoro was not in the service of Agramant, but in that of Dardanel. And a little higher up Cervantes has made another slip of memory, for it was not Orlando, but Ferrau who wore the set piastre fat a buon tempri. Orlando Furioso c. 12 st. 48. Right arrow curving left. It is thus the passage stands in the first edition. In the second, Don Quixote makes his rosary with oak galls off a cork tree. The alteration was made, no doubt, at the suggestion of some critics who thought the passage indecorous, but Cervantes had nothing to do with it. Right arrow curving left. In its ingenuity of rhyme and versification and its transcendent absurdity, this is the best piece of humorous verse in Don Quixote. Even Clemenson, who generally grumbles at the verses of Cervantes, cannot help giving it a word of praise. It is, of course, impossible in English translation to do more than suggest the character of the original, for anything like close imitation is unattainable. Right arrow curving left. The Spanish phrase is stronger, hasta los higados, down to the liver. Right arrow curving left. Wamba, a king of the Gothic line who reigned from 672 to 680. Right arrow curving left. A curious reason for giving a verbal answer, but if she did not know how to read, a fortiori she could not write. Right arrow curving left. Cortesanos, not courtiers, but persons who have caught the tone, tastes, and culture of la corte, the court, as the capital was always called. Right arrow curving left. These are intended to be echo verses. But, as Clemenson has pointed out, the echoes are nothing but rhymes. In the novel of the Illustre Fragona, Cervantes introduced similar verses, which Lope de Vega turned into ridicule in a parody. Right arrow curving left. Notwithstanding Clemenson's disparaging remark that this is, of the same stuff as Cervantes' sonnets are commonly composed of, it will be seen, even in translation, that there is at least a backbone here, while the serious sonnets of Cervantes are only too often little better than invertebrate twaddle. Translation, however, cannot reproduce the exquisite melody of the original, and, had it no other merit, this alone would, pace Clemenson, entitle the sonnet to a place among the best in the Spanish language. Right arrow curving left. Ganelon or Galilon, who betrayed Roland and the peers at Roncesvalles, Valido Dolfos, who treacherously slew Sancho II at the siege of Zamora in 1072. And Count Julian, who admitted the Arabs into Spain to revenge himself upon Roderick. Right arrow curving left. See this note on the original division into parts. Right arrow curving left. This looks as if some doubt had crossed the mind of Cervantes as to the propriety of introducing these tales and episodes. Right arrow curving left. A cloth cap, something like a traveling cap in make, worn by the peasants of central Spain. Right arrow curving left. See this note. Right arrow curving left. Cristianos viejos ranchios. Rancio is applied to anything, like bacon or wine, that has acquired a peculiar flavor from long keeping. Right arrow curving left. Literally, hidalgos and even caballeros, hidalgo being a gentleman by birth, caballero one by social position or standing. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 133. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 222. Right arrow curving left. Literally, I am sucking my fingers. Shelton and Jervas translate literally, and so miss the meaning. Right arrow curving left. In the immediate neighborhood of Alcalá de Henares. Right arrow curving left. I have followed here the suggestion of Fernández Cuesta, for the reading in the original edition is obviously corrupt. Right arrow curving left. The original says 2 leagues, but the context shows it must have been at least thrice as far. Right arrow curving left. Clemenson and Hartzenbusch point out that to let the fly loose, among the honey, would be worse for him than for it, and the latter, giving a quotation in point from Francisco de Rojas, substitutes the bear. Right arrow curving left. This was the mark from which the ancestor of the Dukes of Medinaceli, Fernando de la Cerda, took his name. Right arrow curving left. This is a sly hit of Cervantes at Mariana the historian, who makes the troops dispatched against Viriatus land at Orsuna, now Osuna. Right arrow curving left. Cervantes seems to have intended that Gines de Pasamonte should carry off Don Quixote's sword, as Brunello did Marfesa's at the siege of El Braca. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 60. Pedir cotufas en el golfo, a proverbial expression for seeking impossibilities. Cotufa, according to Salva, is equivalent to Gallicina, a dainty. Clemenson says it is the same as chufa, the tuber of the Cyperus esculentus, used as an ingredient in horchata, and in other ways. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 33. In full it is, the pitcher that goes often to the well leaves behind either the handle or the spout. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 177. Right arrow curving left. A reference to the proverb por el hilo se saca el ovilo, 114. This passage down to Sancho thanked him, like that describing the theft of the ass, was first inserted in Juan de la Cuesta's second edition. This, however, seems to be Cervantes' own work, as it agrees with Part 2 Chapter 4. The printer, no doubt, did not see its relevancy, and therefore omitted it in the first edition. Right arrow curving left. The division here is very awkwardly managed. Chapter 31 ought to have commenced at, while they were holding this conversation, in the preceding chapter. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 176. Right arrow curving left. A popular phrase like, well, that's settled. Right arrow curving left. Albricias, from the Arabic al-bashara, a reward given to the bearer of good news. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 135, i.e. a good thing may be acceptable even out of its proper season, as after Easter the weather may be still cold enough to make sleeves comfortable. Cf. The Scotch proverb, a Yule feast may be done at Pasch. Right arrow curving left. Alluding to a common device of the gypsy dealers to improve the pace of a beast for sale. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 167. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 21. Sancho, as he almost always does when it is long, makes a muddle of the proverb. The correct form is, who has good and chooses evil, let him not complain of the evil that comes to him. Right arrow curving left. See this note. Right arrow curving left. Literally, rids us of 1,000 gray hairs. Right arrow curving left. Don Cirongilio de Tracia was by Bernardo de Vargas and appeared at Seville in 1545, for Felixmart de Hircania. See this note. The title of the third is Crónica del Grand Capitán Gonzalo Hernández de Córdoba y Aguilar, to which is added the life of Diego García de Paredes, written by himself. It appeared at Saragossa in 1559. Gonzalo, the reader need hardly be reminded, was the brilliant general whose services against the Moors at Granada and the French in Naples were so ungratefully repaid by Ferdinand. García de Paredes was Gonzalo's companion in arms in both campaigns. His battered corselet in the Armeria at Madrid is as good as a ballad. Right arrow curving left. I.e. the Montanti marvelous specimens of which may be seen in the Armeria at Madrid. Right arrow curving left. Neither of these feats is mentioned in the memoir of García Paredes appended to the life of the great captain. Right arrow curving left. Made by cutting away part of the pod so as to expose the upper bean, which looks something like a friar's head in the recess of his cowl. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 181. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 252. Right arrow curving left. Curious impertinent, Shelton's barbarous translation of curioso impertinent, is something worse than nonsense, for curioso is here a substantive. There is, of course, no concise English translation for the title. The nearest approach to one would be, perhaps, the inquisitive man who had no business to be so. Right arrow curving left. Estaciones, attendances at church for private devotion at other hours than those of the celebration of the Mass. Among the scenes of the Italian and Spanish tales of intrigue the church plays a leading part. Right arrow curving left. Who can find a virtuous woman? for her price is far above rubies. Proverbs 31 verse 10 right arrow curving left. I.e. Pericles, in Plutarch on false shame. Right arrow curving left. Our poet was, of course, Ariosto, but Cervantes has confounded two different stories in Canto 43. It was not the doctor but a cavalier, Rinaldo's host, who tried the test of the cup. The magic cup, of which no husband of a faithless wife could drink without spilling, figures frequently in old romance. It appears in the ballad of The Boy and the Mantle, and also in another of the King Arthur ballads. Right arrow curving left. This sonnet, like that in chapter 23, was repeated by Cervantes in the play of the Casa de los Zelos, Jornada 2. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 67. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 190. Right arrow curving left. The four S's that should qualify a lover were sabio, solo, solicito, secreto. It is needless to say that Leonella's alphabet cannot be literally translated. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 228, expressive probably of popular anxiety on the eve of a bullfight. Right arrow curving left. Quartillo, the fourth of a reel. Right arrow curving left. Lautrec and the great captain were not engaged in the same campaigns. The former commanded in Italy in the time of Francis I and Charles V, several years after the death of the great captain. Right arrow curving left. I.e. on high saddles with short stirrups. Right arrow curving left. Only a few lines back we are told Dorothea had fainted, and a little farther on how she came to herself. Right arrow curving left. The first edition has firma que hicist, but Don Fernando did not sign any paper, but gave Dorothea a ring. Right arrow curving left. No saber de la misa la media, a familiar mode of describing ignorance. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 120. The time at which the truth of any statement will be seen. Right arrow curving left. Cervantes forgets that he has not as yet said anything about his captivity. Right arrow curving left. Properly makanshai, the common emphatic negative in popular Arabic, at least in the Barbary states. Right arrow curving left. Man of letters, letrado, as will be seen, means here specially one devoted to jurisprudence. Right arrow curving left. Andar a la sopa, to attend at the convents where soup is given out to the poor. The convent soup, as Quevedo says in the Gran Ticano, was also a great resource of the Picaro class. Right arrow curving left. I.e. falls short of 1,000. Right arrow curving left. Clemenson explains this as, in one way or another. Another explanation is that by skirts, faldas, regular salary is meant, and by sleeves, mangas, douceurs, perquisites, and the like. Right arrow curving left. We have here, no doubt, a personal reminiscence of Lepanto. It was in an affair somewhat of this sort that Cervantes himself received his wounds. Right arrow curving left. Montañas de Burgos and Montañas de Leon were the names given to the southern slopes of the western continuation of the Pyrenees, the cradle of most of the old Gothic families of Spain. That of Cervantes himself among the number. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 121. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 202. Right arrow curving left. Alva went to Flanders in 1567, so that the present scene would be laid in 1589, but Cervantes paid no attention to chronology. Right arrow curving left. This was the captain of the company in Diego de Moncada's regiment in which Cervantes first served. Right arrow curving left. Properly, a look Ali. Right arrow curving left. John Andrea Doria, nephew of the great Andrea Doria. Right arrow curving left. The distinguishing mark of the admiral's galley. Right arrow curving left. The fort commanding the entrance, the gullet, to the lagoon of Tunis. Right arrow curving left. Or Cerbaloni. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 230. Right arrow curving left. The memories of this Don Pedro de Aguilar were printed in 1755 by the Sociedad de Bibliófilos Españoles. Right arrow curving left. Clemenson says the merits of this sonnet are slender, and that the next is no better. He particularly objects to the idea of souls dyeing the sea with their blood. But Clemenson has no bowels of compassion for the straits of a sonneteer. Right arrow curving left. Fratin, the little friar, the name by which Jacome Peliro went. Right arrow curving left. This should be Hassan Pasha. Hassan Aga died in 1543. Right arrow curving left. The story of the captive, it is needless to say, is not the story of Cervantes himself. But it is colored throughout by his own experiences, and he himself speaks in the person of the captive. In the above passage, for example, we have an expression of the indomitable spirit that supported him, not only in captivity, but in the struggles of his later life. Right arrow curving left. The barrack or building in which slaves were kept. Littra explains it by saying that a bath, bagnio, was on one occasion used as a place of confinement for Christian slaves at Constantinople. Condé, on the other hand, says the word has nothing to do with bagnio, bath, but is pure Arabic, and means a building coated with plaster or stucco. Right arrow curving left. This Tal de Saavedra was of course Cervantes himself. The story of his captivity and adventures had been already written by Hito, but did not appear in print till 1612. Rodrigo Méndez Silva was so much struck by it that he mentioned Cervantes as the most remarkable of the descendants of Nuno Alfonso. But, strange to say, though he wrote in 1648, he does not seem to be aware that he is speaking of the author of Don Quixote. Perhaps the good Dryasdust had never heard of such a book. Right arrow curving left. La Pata, a fort near Oran. Right arrow curving left. Babazoun, the gate of the sheep, the south gate of Algiers. Right arrow curving left. The Arnaut Mami was the captor of the sole galley on board of which Cervantes and his brother Rodrigo were returning to Spain. He was noted for his cruelty, and was said to have his house full of noseless and earless Christians. Right arrow curving left. An Algerine coin equal to about 36 reals. Right arrow curving left. A wind from the north, so called from coming across the Alps. Right arrow curving left. Cervantes gives the popular name by which the spot is known. Properly it is, Cuba Rumia, the Christian's tomb. That being the name given to the curious circular structure about which there has been so much discussion among French archaeologists. Right arrow curving left. The Sierra Tejeda, to the south of Alhama, is apparently that which Cervantes means. Right arrow curving left. About 18 miles to the east of Malaga, at a little distance from the coast. Right arrow curving left. Cervantes apparently forgets that they had supped already. Right arrow curving left. If so, the judge's views of the value of evidence were peculiar. How could the curate, for instance, have known that the Frenchman robbed his friend, if he had never been able to learn whether he reached Spain or had been carried off to France? Right arrow curving left. In this translation an attempt has been made to imitate the prevailing rhyme of the Spanish ballad, the double assonant in the second and fourth lines. Right arrow curving left. Surgit Palinuris, et. Sidora cuncta notat tacito labentia scylla. Aeneid 3. Right arrow curving left. Clara Estrella. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 190. Right arrow curving left. Tria Virginis ora Diani. Aeneid 4 511 right arrow curving left. I.e. Daphne. Right arrow curving left. Cecere, to call attention by making a hissing sound such as the Andalusians produce when they have to pronounce ce. Right arrow curving left. Magicians that figure in the night of Phoebus. Right arrow curving left. There is some inconsistency here. How could Don Quixote fall almost to the ground, if when standing on Rocinante he was tied up so tightly as we are told. Hartzenbusch, more Sua, has an ingenious explanation, by which he avoids the simpler one, that Cervantes never gave a thought to the matter. The strappado was inflicted by tying the hands of the victim behind his back and then hanging him by the wrists from a crossbeam or bough of a tree. Examples of it may be seen among Callot's sketches. There is something almost ghastly in its introduction here as an illustration which must as a matter of course be familiar to every reader. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 204. Laws go as kings like, a very old proverb, said to owe its origin to the summary manner in which Alfonso VI at Toledo settled the question as to which of the rival rituals, the French or the Musarabic, was to be adopted. It was agreed to try them by the test of fire, and the latter came out victorious, on which the king, who favored the other, flung it back into the flames. Right arrow curving left. V. Orlando Furioso, Canto 27. Agramant was the leader of the Mohammedan kings and princes assembled at the siege of Paris, of whom Sobrino was one. Right arrow curving left. Escote, Old French escot. Right arrow curving left. I.e. Augustus. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 77. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 222. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 9. Generally mistranslated, then is dreamt of, as if it was Swaina instead of Swaina. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 196. Right arrow curving left. This resembles the scene in the Morganta Maggiore, 1288, where Orlando is seized and bound by the pagans. Right arrow curving left. A name formed from mentor, to tell lies. Right arrow curving left. Here, for once, Hartzenbusch has overlooked an inconsistency. In chapter 45 we were told the officers were 3 in number. Farther on it will be seen that they carried crossbows, not muskets. Right arrow curving left. Rinconete y Cortadillo is the third of the novellas exemplars published by Cervantes in 1613. From this we may assume that the Curioso Impertinent was written about the same time, i.e. during his residence in Seville. Right arrow curving left. Summa de las Sumulas, Alcala 1557, by Gaspar Carrillo de Villalpando, a theologian who distinguished himself for learning and eloquence at the Council of Trent. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 209. Right arrow curving left. A title sometimes given to ecclesiastics in lieu of reverence. Right arrow curving left. Proverbial phrase, adabad mesos candles. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 112 and 117. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 178. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 69. Right arrow curving left. Alluding to Belianes of Greece, who when only 16 cut a night in 2 at Persepolis. Right arrow curving left. Literally, the more of the doubtful, meaning the more of that which is not manifestly impossible. Right arrow curving left. In the original it is burlado, scoffed at, which makes no sense. Hartzenbusch suggests vidariado, but I think alabado is the more likely word and suits the context better. Right arrow curving left. Alluding to the proverb, 2:16, el sastre del Campio, que cogea de bald y ponia el hilo, the tailor of El Campio, who stitched for nothing and found the thread. In the original it is del Cantillo, and the Marquis of Santillana gives the proverb in this form, but in the Picara Justina, in Quevedo, and most other authorities it is given as above. Cantillo is unmeaning, while Campio or El Campio is the name of nearly a score of places in Spain. Anyone versed in proverbial literature will see that this is one of the class of quasi-local proverbs to which so many of the Spanish belong, e.g. the squire of Guadalajara, the abbot of Zarzuela, the smith of Arganda, the doctors of Valencia, and that peculiarly humorous one, which ought by right to be Scottish. The piper of Bugilance, who got, 1 maravedi to strike up and 10 to leave off. Right arrow curving left. By Lupercio Leonardo d'Argensola. Right arrow curving left. La Ingratitude Vengada, a comedy by Lope de Vega, La Numancia, a tragedy by Cervantes himself, first printed in 1784. El Mercader Amante, a comedy by Gaspar de Aguilar, and La Enemiga Favorable, by the licentiate Francisco Tarraga. Right arrow curving left. The foreigners Cervantes alludes to here could only have been the Italians, who had made some efforts in the direction of dramatic propriety. There was no French stage at the time. And the English certainly did not scrupulously observe the laws he alludes to. Right arrow curving left. The fertile wit was, of course, Lope de Vega, at whom, in particular, this criticism is aimed. And Cervantes shows great adroitness in the mode in which he has conducted his attack. There is hardly anything, however, which he says that Lope does not admit with cynical candor in the Arte Nuevo de Hacer Comedias, where he insists upon the right of the public to have nonsense if it prefers it, inasmuch as it pays. This chapter has a peculiar interest, not only as showing the views of Cervantes, but as furnishing an explanation of the bitter feeling with which he was unquestionably regarded by Lope and Lope's school. A feeling that found expression a few years later in the attack made upon him by Avellaneda. Cervantes himself shortly afterwards in his comedies violated nearly all the principles he lays down here, and in the second act of The Ruffian Dichoso solemnly reads his recantation. Much of what he says here is almost identical with what Sir Philip Sidney had said in the Apology for Poetry. Right arrow curving left. E.g. Bradamanti, Marfisa, and Antia, in the Orlando and Morganta Maggiore. Right arrow curving left. Count Fernan Gonzalez of Castile, the hero of many ballads, flourished in the 10th century. For Gonzalo Fernandez, or Hernandez, and Diego Garcia de Paredes see notes to chapter 32, Garcia Pérez de Vargas is the hero of more than one ballad. But from the mention of Jerez it may be that Cervantes meant Diego Pérez de Vargas, who, at the siege of Jerez, performed the feat that got him the name of the Pounder. See chapter 8. Garcilaso is not the poet but an ancestor of his, known as El del Ave Maria. From having slain at the Battle of the Salado a Moor who appeared with a label bearing the words, Ave Maria, tied to his horse's tail. An exploit generally said to have been performed at Granada. Don Manuel Ponce de Leon was a knight of the time of Ferdinand and Isabella, who figures in the ballads of the Siege of Granada. For him see note to chapter 17 part 2. Right arrow curving left. The Princess Florets was the sister of Firebraze, and wife of Guy of Burgundy, a nephew of Charlemagne. The bridge of Mantable, referred to in the history of Charlemagne, was defended by the giant Galafra supported by the Turks, but carried by Charlemagne with the help of Firebraze. The Estramaduran peasants have given the name to the ruins of the old Roman bridge over the Tagus at Alcanatar, north of Cáceres. Right arrow curving left. A romance of the Charlemagne series, originally written in Italian, but translated into Spanish in 1527. Right arrow curving left. The History of Pierres and Magalona is a Provençal romance written in the 12th century by Bernardo Trevis, and translated into Spanish apparently as early as 1519. Right arrow curving left. The Dread Horn of Roland, Oliphant, was, in fact, an elephant's tusk. Right arrow curving left. Juan de Merlo was a Portuguese knight in the reign of John II of Castile, whose deeds are celebrated by Juan de Menain the Labyrinto, 198, 199. Right arrow curving left. Fernando de Guevara was another knight of the time of John II. Right arrow curving left. The Paso Honroso was one of the most famous feats of chivalry of the Middle Ages. Suero de Quiñones, a knight of Leon, with 9 others, undertook in 1434 to hold the bridge of Orbigo, near Astorga, against all comers for 30 days. Each was to break 3 lances with every gentleman who presented himself. There were 727 encounters and 166 lances broken. An account of it was written by a contemporary, Pero Rodriguez de Lina, secretary of John II, which was afterwards re-edited by Juan de Pineda, and printed at Salamanca in 1588 under the title of Libro del Paso Honroso. It is appended to the Crónica de Alvaro de Luna, Madrid, 1784. Right arrow curving left. A knight of Navarre mentioned in the Crónica of John II and in Zurita's Annals of Aragon. Right arrow curving left. See note on Turpin, Chapter 7. Right arrow curving left. No such title as Knight of the 12 Peers ever existed. Right arrow curving left. With regard to the Cid, the canon is quite right. There is no historical foundation for 3/4 of the achievements attributed to him by the ballads and chronicas. As to Bernardo del Carpio, there may be, of course, some nucleus of fact round which the legends have clustered, but that is all that can be said for his existence. The saddle of the Cid is not now among the treasures of the Armeria at Madrid, if indeed it ever was. Right arrow curving left. In La Cuesta's third edition of 1608 a passage is inserted here for which there is neither authority nor necessity. Right arrow curving left. The phrase used only by a player who wishes to withdraw from a game. Right arrow curving left. The original editions have Ganti y Luna, which are not names of persons known in connection with any feats of the kind described. Garcilaso, see here, is much more likely to be the name mentioned with Diego Garcia de Paredes. Right arrow curving left. Hartzenbusch, who will never admit an error in taste or judgment in Cervantes, explains the conduct of the canon and curate on this occasion by pointing out that it was after dinner. Right arrow curving left. It is commonly said that Sancho, though he would have understood what isla meant, had no conception of the meaning of insula, the antiquated word for island Don Quixote always uses. But it appears from this that he understood perfectly what an insula is. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 138. Right arrow curving left. One of his grievances against the books of chivalry being that they led astray not merely the silly, thoughtless, and uncritical, but vast numbers of people who ought to know better. Right arrow curving left. Whether or not this is to be held an indication of some grudge on the part of Cervantes against the authorities of the town, it is, at any rate, conclusive that Don Quixote's village, the name of which he did not care to call to mind, was Argamasilla. Monicongo may be translated mannequin. Paniaguado is a sort of parasite hanging about the house of a patron for such scraps as he can pick up. Burlador means a joker, and Caquitiablo a hobgoblin. Except, perhaps, in the sonnet on Sancho Panza, there is not much drollery or humor in these verses, but it would not be fair to criticize them severely, as they are obviously nothing more than a mere outburst of reckless nonsense to finish off with. A sort of flourish or rubrica like that commonly appended to a Spanish signature. Right arrow curving left. In the second and third editions trono, throne, was changed into tronco, which Hartzenbusch considers a blundering alteration. I am inclined to think, however, that he is wrong, and that what Cervantes meant was not a diamond-studded throne, but an adamant pillar, a trophy in fact. But it is no great matter. The sonnet was meant for nonsense, and is successful either way. Right arrow curving left. Brillador was Orlando's horse. Bayard, Rinaldo's. Ul Brigliador si bello e si Gagliardo. Che non ha paragon, Furch Bayardo. Orlando Furtoso, 960. Right arrow curving left. Misquoted from Ariosto, Orlando Furioso, LXXIV. Force altri cantera con miglior pletro. Cervantes, it will be seen, leaves it very uncertain whether he means to give a continuation of the adventures of Don Quixote or not. And here almost seems to invite some other historian to undertake the task. Right arrow curving left. The spurious second part, which came out in the autumn of 1614, was described on the title page as the work of Alonso Fernández de Avellaneda, of Tordesillas, and was licensed and printed at Tarragona. Right arrow curving left. Proverbial phrase. See this note. Right arrow curving left. Avellaneda, in his coarse and scurrilous preface, charged Cervantes with attacking Lope de Vega, obviously alluding to the passages on the drama in Part 1 Chapter 48. And attributed the attack to envy. Lope was not, however, a familiar of the Inquisition at the time Cervantes was writing the first part of Don Quixote, as the words used here would imply. Right arrow curving left. Podenco, a kind of small greyhound, hunting by nose as well as by sight, and generally used for rabbits. Right arrow curving left. The municipal authorities of Seville, Córdoba, and Granada were called veinticuatros, from being 24 in number. The passage is, of course, a quotation from some popular interlude of the day. Right arrow curving left. Bernardo de Sandoval y Rojas was Cardinal Archbishop of Toledo, Primate of Spain, and brother of the Duke of Lerma, the Prime Minister. Right arrow curving left. Los Coplas Domingo Revolgo is the title given to an old versified satire on the reign of Henry IV, absurdly attributed by some to Juan de Mina, by others to Rodrigo Cota. Or Fernando del Pulgar. Right arrow curving left. Ni re ni roque, neither king nor rook, a popular phrase somewhat like gentle or simple, or high or low. According to Clemenson, probably derived from the game of chess, rook or rock, purse roque, being the same thing as the castle. Right arrow curving left. The ballad referred to has not been identified so far as I am aware. Right arrow curving left. Cuerpo de tal, like the English, a less irreverent form of God's body. Right arrow curving left. Andar estaciones properly means to visit certain churches, for the purpose of offering up the prayers required to obtain indulgences. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 49. Right arrow curving left. The first 9 are heroes of Spanish chivalry romance, the others are from Boiardo and Ariosto. There never was any such book as Turpin's Cosmography. It was Ariosto himself who traced the descent of the Dukes of Ferrara from Ruggiero. Right arrow curving left. In the Morganta Maggiore of Pulci. The account of the bones found in Sicily is in the Jardin de Flores Curiosos of Antonio de Torquemada, the Spanish Mandeville, as his English translator calls him. Right arrow curving left. The friend was his master, Dardanel, beside whose body he received the wound of which he was cured by Angelica. Right arrow curving left. Cervantes misquotes Ariosto's lines, which are: E del India a meter des lo cetro. Force altri cantera con miglior pletro. Orlando Furioso XXX16. Right arrow curving left. The Andalusian was Barahona de Soto, who wrote the Primera parte de la Angelica, not Lagrimas de Angelica, as Cervantes calls it in Part 1 Chapter 6. It appeared at Granada in 1586. The Castilian was Lope de Vega, whose Hermosura de Angelica formed the first part of his rimas, printed at Madrid in 1602. Right arrow curving left. In the original Insulas ni insulos. Insula, the word always used in the Amadis, and by Don Quixote, instead of isla, is a puzzle to the niece and housekeeper. Right arrow curving left. I.e., the gentry by birth and the gentry by position. Right arrow curving left. In the time of Cervantes the title of Don was much more restricted than nowadays, when it is by courtesy given to everyone. Right arrow curving left. Literally, with a rag behind and another in front. Right arrow curving left. Alluding to the proverb, 111, Hidalgo honrado antes roto que remendado, the gentleman of honor, ragged sooner than patched. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 52, meaning, don't fancy you have done with it. Right arrow curving left. Proverbial phrase 229. Right arrow curving left. Berenjena, the aubergine or eggplant. Right arrow curving left. The critics and commentators have been much troubled by the inconsistency involved in making only a month elapse between the termination of the first part and the resumption of the story. in which short space of time the first volume is supposed to have been written, translated, printed, and circulated, as we are afterwards told, to the extent of 12,000 copies. Cervantes, however, himself saw the blunder, as we perceive here, and makes a happy use of it as evidence of enchantment in the knight's eyes. Cervantes never troubled his head about such inconsistencies. The action of the whole story of Don Quixote is supposed to extend over 3 or 4 months only, but according to dates it extends over 25 years, from 1589 to 1614. Right arrow curving left. No edition appeared at Barcelona in the lifetime of Cervantes, and no edition of the first part by itself was ever printed at Antwerp. On the other hand, there were 2 editions at Brussels and 1 at Milan, of which Cervantes does not seem to have been aware when he wrote this. Right arrow curving left. CSE and A Decker Verdades. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 220, Aun hay sol en las barbas, i.e., the day is not yet over. Las bardas are properly not the wall itself, but a kind of coping of straw or faggots laid along the top of it. Right arrow curving left. In the original, grammatica, gramma being an instrument for dressing flax, and therefore quite within Sancho's comprehension. Right arrow curving left. Revolver berzas con capachos is, according to Covarrubias, a familiar phrase to express jumbling together things of different sorts. Right arrow curving left. In the original, trilada, thrashed, as wheat is in Spain, by having the trilla, a sort of harrow, dragged over it. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 166. In full it runs, with straw or with hay the mattress is filled. Right arrow curving left. El Tostado was Alonso de Madrigal, Bishop of Avila, a prolific author of devotional works in the reign of John II. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 128. Right arrow curving left. This passage has somewhat puzzled those who were unaware of the difference in text between the first and the subsequent editions. Cervantes is here speaking of the first edition, in which, as has been already pointed out, Part 1 Chapter 23, no account of the theft of the ass is given. From this we gather that Cervantes himself had nothing to do with the attempt made in the second edition to rectify the blunder. For had it been his own work he certainly would not have ignored it as he does here. Right arrow curving left. He is here ridiculing what he considers the hypercriticism of those readers who make a fuss about such trifling slips. Right arrow curving left. A slang phrase for being weak for want of food. Right arrow curving left. Equivalent to our phrase, stay and take potluck. Right arrow curving left. La cella su natro ast gli suffles. Ed sato il destrio nudo gli tols. Orlando Furioso, LXXVI 84. But the idea was Boiardo's. E la cingia dicials presto presto. E pos il legno sato de lo arshan. Orlando Innamorato, 2v. 40. It seems plain from this that Cervantes meant to introduce into the first part a burlesque of the theft of Sacripan's horse, with Ginés de Passamont playing the part of Brunello. It would have been an incident exactly in the spirit of the book. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 80. Right arrow curving left. Ripio, small stones and mortar used in building to fill the interstices between the large stones. Right arrow curving left. In commemoration of the Battle of Alcaraz, where in 1096 Pedro I of Aragon, with the help of St. George, defeated the Moors. Right arrow curving left. The old Spanish war cry, Santiago y Sierra España. Right arrow curving left. Demasia, literally, excess. Hartzenbusch would add, of the risk or substitute, occasion, but I venture to think the word by itself may be taken in the sense I have given. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 2:36 and 22. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 158. Right arrow curving left. Literally, among the mallows. Right arrow curving left. There is some difference of opinion as to who were the 3 poets and a half allowed to be famous by Samson Carrasco. But probably Cervantes only intended a malicious little joke at the expense of the whole swarm of poets of his day, and their mutual admiration cliques. Right arrow curving left. The decima is properly a stanza of 10 8-syllable lines, in the redondilla, which is more commonly a 4-line stanza. The last line rhymes with the first. The acrostic was one of the poetical frivolities of the day. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 101. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 109. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 113. Right arrow curving left. Teresa inverts the proverb after Sancho's fashion, see this note. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 148 and 91. Right arrow curving left. The Infanta Urraca was the daughter of Ferdinand I of Castile and Leon, who, finding herself omitted in her father's will, threatened to disgrace him by taking to a disreputable life. He in consequence altered his will and left her the city of Zamora, adding his curse upon him who should attempt to take it from her. A curse which shortly afterwards took effect when her brother Sancho, besieging the city, was treacherously slain by Valido Dolfos. The story is the subject of 2 ballads, Morir vos querides, Padre, and Acababa el Rey Fernando. Right arrow curving left. Almohada is a cushion, which Sancho supposes to have had something to do with the origin of the sect of the Almohades. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 62. Right arrow curving left. There can be very little doubt, as Pellicer points out, that Molière took the scene between Monsieur Jourdain and his wife in Act 3 of the Bourgeois Gentilhomme from this dialogue between Sancho and Teresa. Right arrow curving left. One of the most important of the preliminaries in a formal combat was placing the men, so that neither should be at a disadvantage by having the sun in his eyes. So in the poem of the Cid, the marshals portion out the sun to the Cid's champions and the infantes of Carrion. Right arrow curving left. The garment worn by penitents, who have been tried by the Inquisition and have confessed. Right arrow curving left. The reader should bear in mind that caballero, knight, means also gentleman. It is in the latter sense that Cervantes uses the word in the following passage, as the context will show. Right arrow curving left. Hidalgos. Right arrow curving left. Garcilaso de la Vega, Elegy on the Death of Don Bernardino de Toledo, brother of the Duke of Alva. Right arrow curving left. Venturas, which the housekeeper mistakes for aventuras, would mean strokes of good fortune. Right arrow curving left. According to an old popular rhyme, Santa Apollonia complained of a toothache to the Blessed Virgin, who thereupon forbade any tooth, double or single, ever to trouble her again. The spell is alluded to in the Celestina Act 4. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 40, if you have a thing in writing, words are unnecessary. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 74, quien distaja no baraja. Always mistranslated, he who cuts does not shuffle, which would be meaningless here. It has nothing to do with cards. Destajar means to lay down conditions, to stipulate. Barajar certainly means to shuffle, to jumble things together, but in Old Spanish it meant also to wrangle or dispute. Right arrow curving left. Endnotes 501, 1000. Proverb 227. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 149. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 59, i.e. to butcher. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 100, 141, and 11. Right arrow curving left. The play upon the words here cannot be translated. Sancho, blundering as usual, changes the common phrase rata por cantidad, ratably, or, in proportion, into gata, cat, por cantidad, and Don Quixote corrects him by saying, a rat, rata, may be sometimes as good as a cat. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 169. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 97 and 197. In the second, Shelton and Jervas mistranslate keha, demand, thereby weakening the force of a proverb, the truth of which has been always recognized by politicians, diplomatists, and agitators. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 174. Right arrow curving left. Garcilaso de la Vega. Igloga 3. Right arrow curving left. Cid Hamete Benengeli might have objected with more reason to this than to Sancho's speeches in chapter 5, right arrow curving left. Proverbs 73. Right arrow curving left. The Pantheon, the Ascent of the Dome by Charles V in 1536 is historical, but none of the memoirs mention the story of the Roman gentleman. Right arrow curving left. Julio is July as well as Julius. Right arrow curving left. The obelisk that now stands in front of St. Peter's. Right arrow curving left. San Diego de Alcala, canonized in 1588, and San Salvador de Orta, or San Pedro de Alcántara, in 1562. Right arrow curving left. Media Noche era por Philo, the beginning of the ancient ballad of Conde Claros. Ticknor, apropos of this ballad, makes a strange mistake, assuming that the words por Philo refer to some early contrivance for measuring time, and therefore indicate a date before the invention of clocks. Philo here is the line marked on a balance, by which the deviation of the index to one side or the other is observed, and por Philo means nothing more than exactly or on the very line of midnight. Right arrow curving left. As a matter of fact, the church tower of El Toboso is an unusually massive and conspicuous one. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 235. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 218. Right arrow curving left. Mala la Hubists, Franceses. La Causa de Roncesvalles. The beginning of one of the most popular of the ballads of the Carlovingian cycle. Lockhart has in his own fashion given the substance of it in the Admiral Guarinos. The correct form of the first line is, Mala la Vists, Franceses. Right arrow curving left. Another even more popular ballad of the same group, beginning, Je cabalga Calenos. Both are in the undated Cancionero of Antwerp, and in Duran's Romancero, numbers 402 and 373. Right arrow curving left. In the original editions this chapter begins with the words which will be found at the beginning of chapter 17. As Hartzenbusch points out, they are quite out of place here. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 58. Right arrow curving left. A muddle by Sancho of the proverb, 226, so often quoted. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 129. Right arrow curving left. Two lines from one of the Bernardo del Carpio ballads, Con cartas y mensajeros. Cancionero de Romances, 1550. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 199. Literally and in full the phrase runs, fall, thunderbolt, yonder on Tamayo's house, meaning, it is all the same to me, provided it does not fall on mine. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 103. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 134. As bachelors swarm in Salamanca, to go there looking for the bachelor, with no other address, would be the height of hopelessness. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 144. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 13, 153. Right arrow curving left. I.e. the lists of bachelors qualified for degrees. Right arrow curving left. Ordinary brocade had only a triple border. Right arrow curving left. Sancho perverts the word Hacanillas into Cananillas, which, if it means anything, means Canaanites. Possibly Cervantes may have intended a joke on the supposed Oriental origin of the ass, like that in the English slang title, Jerusalem Pony. Right arrow curving left. Joe. Kte estrego, burra de mi sugro. In all the translations I have seen, this exclamation is either omitted or misunderstood. Shelton and Jervis suppose it to be addressed by the girl to the ass she is riding. It is in reality a popular phrase, as may be perceived by the rhyme, and commonly used when a person takes amiss something that is intended as a favor or a compliment. The girl uses it here ironically, fancying that Sancho's complimentary language is, as we should say, chaff, and striving to pay him off in his own coin. Right arrow curving left. A line from Garcilaso de la Vega, Igloga 3. Right arrow curving left. See this note. Right arrow curving left. A saddle with a high pommel and cantle and short stirrups. Right arrow curving left. A scrap, apparently, of some song. Right arrow curving left. The sarzo, a framework of reeds or canes on which the tilt is stretched in the country carts in central and south Spain. Right arrow curving left. A theatrical manager and dramatist of Toledo who flourished about 1580. Right arrow curving left. Sopa de arroyo, a slang phrase for pebbles. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 167. Right arrow curving left. In place of comparation, similitude, some correctors would read comparition, appearance, in the legal sense, as in the phrase, to put in an appearance. But I think the original reading makes better sense. Right arrow curving left. Impotent pieces of the game he plays. Upon this checkerboard of nights and days. Hither and thither moves, and checks, and slays. And one by one back in the closet lays. Omar Khayyam. Don Quixote, it will be seen, held Teufelsdrache's philosophy of clothes. Right arrow curving left. The first quotation is from one of the ballads on the dissensions of the Zegres and Abencerrages in Ginés Pérez de Haitas Guerras Civiles de Granada. I do not know who sang the other, but it is a popular phrase, and in full is, from friend to friend, or between friends, the bug in the eye. Tener chinch en el ojo, or sangre en el ojo is, to keep a sharp lookout. Right arrow curving left. A reference to the often quoted proverb, por el hilo se saca el ovillo. Right arrow curving left. The pieces of verse introduced in the second part are more or less burlesques, and sometimes, as here and in chapter 18, imitations of the affected poetry of the day. The verses in the first part, except, of course, the commendatory verses, and those at the end of the last chapter, are serious efforts, and evidently regarded by Cervantes with some complacency. The difference is significant. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 173. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 50. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 64. Right arrow curving left. Crudo, raw, means also cruel, but even with this explanation the squire's humor is not very intelligible. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 44. I get more than my share of ill luck. Right arrow curving left. Tener alma de cantaro, to be simplicity itself. Right arrow curving left. Either as big, or following one another as closely, as the knots on a tether. Right arrow curving left. The bean of the carob tree, St. John's bread. Right arrow curving left. Anyone who has ever watched a Spanish peasant with a bota knows how graphic this is. Right arrow curving left. The chief town of La Mancha, and also of the great wine-growing district of which the Valdepenas is the best-known product. Right arrow curving left. The Cordovan leather, a legacy of the Moors, was somewhat like Morocco. Right arrow curving left. Cervantes has introduced the same story, with some slight modifications, in the interlude of the Aletion de los Alcaldes de Daganzo. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 116. Right arrow curving left. The colossal statue of Faith that acts as weathercock on the top of the great Moorish tower of the same name which serves as belfry to the cathedral at Seville. Right arrow curving left. Rude stone figures of animals resembling the hippopotamus rather than the bull, the origin of which is a disputed point among Spanish antiquarians. They are not, however, confined to Guisando. There are, for instance, 4 well-preserved specimens at Avila. Right arrow curving left. A chasm in the Sierra de Cabra, south of Córdoba, probably the shaft of an ancient mine. Right arrow curving left. Lines quoted, but incorrectly, from the beginning of the Araucana of Ercilla, who apparently borrowed them from the old poet the archpriest of Haida. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 164. Right arrow curving left. i.e. seconds. Right arrow curving left. The fine imposed in some fraternities on absent members. Right arrow curving left. Appetites. Hartzenbusch proposes arbitrios, expedients. But it is hardly a case that calls for emendation, and there is a flavor of Sancho in the idea as it stands. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 248. According to Covarrubias, a metaphor taken from rabbit shooting with the crossbow, when each sportsman should confine his attention to looking for his own arrows, or, more properly, bolts, virotes. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 124. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 81. Right arrow curving left. The formal commencement of the answer to a petition to the crown. Right arrow curving left. The old form of spur was a spike with a knob or button near the point to keep it from penetrating too far. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 94. Right arrow curving left. A reference to the proverb, 185, the bay is of one mind, he who saddles him of another. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 155. Right arrow curving left. Gabon, a loose overcoat with a hood, worn when hunting, hawking, or traveling. Montera, a cap with falling flaps, a common headgear in central Spain. Right arrow curving left. Janita, an easy saddle with short stirrups, already referred to in this note. Right arrow curving left. All editions previous to Hartzenbusch's read caballo, horse, instead of caballo, but we are told, and the whole context shows, that it was Don Quixote's personal appearance that astonished Don Diego. It is true that Rocinante is described as long in Part 1 Chapter 9. Right arrow curving left. In Chapter 3, the reader may remember, the number is put at more than 12,000. Perhaps, between writing that chapter and this, Cervantes may have heard of other editions besides those he mentions there, but even counting all editions his estimate is excessive. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 6. Right arrow curving left. Clemenson seems to think that it should be, not perdigon, partridge, but perdigero, pointer, but Cervantes would never have applied the word manso, tame, to a dog. Clemenson apparently was not aware that tame partridges are extensively used by Andalusian sportsmen as decoys. Right arrow curving left. This is an instance of the heedless way in which Cervantes so often wrote. He meant, of course, that having many and good children was one of those things, such as, for example, the gifts of fortune, etc., wherein the philosophers placed the summum bonum. Right arrow curving left. Justus literarius, literary or poetical justs or tournaments, in which the compositions of the competitors were recited in public, and prizes awarded by appointed judges, were still frequent in the time of Cervantes. Right arrow curving left. i.e., Ovid. Fasti, lib 6 and de arte amandi, lib 3, right arrow curving left. Like Ovid, banished to Tomos in Pontus. Right arrow curving left. i.e., the laurel. Right arrow curving left. The opening sentences have been transferred to this place from Chapter 10 by Hartzenbusch. It would be absurd to call Don Quixote's simplicity in the matter of Sancho's mystification about the village girls, mad doings, locuras, that go beyond the maddest that can be conceived. While the lion adventure is all through treated as his very maddest freak, one compared with which, as Sancho says, all the rest were cakes and fancy bread. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 240. May be drawn out fine like wire. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 241. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 14. Right arrow curving left. Don Quixote, going to Saragossa, could not have met the cart with lions coming from Cartagena, where they would have been landed from Oran. Right arrow curving left. Referring to Don Manuel Ponce de Leon, one of the most brilliant of the galaxy of gallant knights round Ferdinand and Isabella at the siege of Granada, and hero, according to Spanish tradition, of the story told by Schiller in Der Handschuh, by Leigh Hunt in The Glove and the Lions, but best of all by Robert Browning in The Glove. Although, with these, the hero's name is de Lorge and the scene the court of Francis I of France, the story is originally a Spanish one. It was transferred to France by Brantome in Discours X of his Dames Illustres. He took it from number 89 of part 3 of Bondello's novels, and Bondello had it from a Valencian or Catalan source. It appears in different forms in Old Spanish literature. It is mentioned in the Nobiliario of Alonso López de Haro, who, however, says nothing about throwing the glove in the lady's face. It is also mentioned by Urrea in his translation of Ariosto, 1549, and by Garci Sanchez de Badajoz. And it is the subject of a ballad, probably of the 15th century, in Timonida's Rosa de Romances, 1573. Viardot, in a note on this passage in his translation, says that the surname of de Leon was conferred by Isabella in commemoration of the feat. As a member of the Spanish Academy he ought to have known that in that case the title would have been del Leon. And, in the next place, that the noble family of the Ponces had borne the addition to their name since the end of the 12th century, when Pedro Ponce de Minerva married Aldonza, natural daughter of Alfonso IX of Leon. Unfortunately, the reverse of Viardot's theory is far the more probable one, that the story was invented to account for the name by some ballad maker ignorant of the family history of the Ponces. Right arrow curving left. The Perillo, i.e. the little dog, was the trademark of Julian del Rey, a famous armorer and swordsmith of Toledo and Saragossa, right arrow curving left. E.g. Amadis, Esplandian, Bilianis, the Caballero del Febo, and others. The Knight of the Lions was one of the titles adopted by Amadis. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 39. Right arrow curving left. Many houses in the old towns of northern and central Spain are so decorated to this day. Right arrow curving left. The beginning of Garcilaso's 10th sonnet, imitated from Virgil, Aeneid lib. 4, Dulces exuvii, dum fata dusc cinebant. Right arrow curving left. A hit at the prolixity not only of the romances of chivalry, but of more modern works. Right arrow curving left. Not that sea-wolf skin was a specific, but because, like many suffering from ailments in the region of the loins, he found a baldric passing over the shoulder easier than the ordinary sword belt. Right arrow curving left. Cervantes himself won a first prize at Saragossa in 1595. Right arrow curving left. Alluding to Pescicola, or Pescolan, the famous swimmer of Catania, who lived towards the end of the 15th century. Right arrow curving left. Entreverato, i.e. like bacon that is mixed fat and lean, right arrow curving left. Nunquam indicant animum cantere rogati. Injussi nenquam desistant. Right arrow curving left. Glossed verses, versos glossados, of the sort imitated here, were among the literary frivolities indulged in by the 16th and 17th century poets in Spain. Lope claims them as a Spanish invention, but Ticknor traces them to the Provençal poets. The Provençal glosses, however, were not constructed on the same principle. In Essai de Miranda's Obras, 1595, a gloss on some lines of Jorge Manrique's is described as "ao costume de queles tempos," which may imply that they came into fashion at the beginning of the 16th century. Right arrow curving left. This sonnet is a caricature, and by no means an overcharged one, of the sonnet style of the culto school, which at this time had nearly attained its highest influence. Indeed, it might easily pass muster as a fair specimen, not perhaps of Gongora, but of any of the minor culturistas. Right arrow curving left. Literally, among the hosts of consumed poets. Possibly Cervantes meant by the word lean, starving, but it also has the meaning I have given, which, perhaps, genus irritabilis vetum, is the more likely one. Right arrow curving left. See notes to chapter 22. Right arrow curving left. Cervantes seems to have introduced the discreet Don Diego de Miranda as a sort of contrast to Don Quixote. Possibly it was from these chapters that Theodore Agrippa d'Aubigne took the idea of his Sieur Ainaud and Baron Fonest. Right arrow curving left. In the sword dances the dancers carried swords with which they made cuts and passes at each other, the art of the performance consisting in going as near as possible without doing any injury. The bell dancers wore a dress hung with little bells after the fashion of the Morris dancers in England. The peculiar agility of the shoe dancers, zapateadores, was shown by striking the sole of the shoe with the palm of the hand. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 162. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 82. Right arrow curving left. Sayago, a district between Zamora and the Portuguese frontier. From the time of Alfonso X the Castilian of Toledo was always regarded as the standard. Right arrow curving left. The Zocodover, the chief plaza of Toledo, and the Soc, or marketplace, in the time of the Moors. The cathedral cloisters are to this day a favorite lounge in that sun-baked city. Right arrow curving left. Majadahonda, properly Majadahonda, a small village a couple of leagues to the northwest of Madrid. Right arrow curving left. Mandible is described in the Academy Dictionary as a cut or stroke delivered with both hands, but Arrieta explains it as one given by a turn of the wrist. Right arrow curving left. To fall off one's donkey, care de su burrico or burro, a popular phrase for owning that one has been in the wrong. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 60. Right arrow curving left. Count Durlos was the brother of Durandarte and hero of one of the ballads of the Carlovingian cycle. His name seems to have come to be used somewhat in the same fashion as that of the Marquis of Carabas. V. Quivito's Gran Tucano, Chapter 12. Right arrow curving left. The tinajas or jars used for storing wine in La Mancha are sometimes 7 or 8 feet high, and nearly as much in diameter at the widest part. Right arrow curving left. The sword dance was exceedingly dangerous, so much so that it was prohibited in course of time. Right arrow curving left. El Rey es mi gallo, an exclamation borrowed from cockfighting. The winning cock was called El Rey. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 221. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 223. Right arrow curving left. Properly, a vile kind of wine made from the refuse and washings of the winepress. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 191. Right arrow curving left. A metal ornament worn by peasant girls somewhat after the manner of a locket. Right arrow curving left. The richest ordinary velvet being 3 pile. Right arrow curving left. Fit for any enterprise. The shoals of the Flemish coast being regarded with great awe by the Spanish sailors. Right arrow curving left. It is difficult to see why Cervantes should have gone out of his way to make such a cold-blooded monster of the fair Quiteria as this gratuitous admission of his makes her. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 27. Right arrow curving left. For the Giralda of Seville, and the bulls of Gisando, see notes 543, 544, and 545. The Angel of the Magdalena was a weathercock on a church of that name at Salamanca. The Vesinguera was the sewer draining the Potro quarter at Cordova. The other names are those of fountains in or on the outskirts of Madrid, of which I think the Lavapes is the only one now in existence. Right arrow curving left. The hamlet referred to is clearly that of Ruidera, about 5 leagues southeast of Argamasilla, near the Laguna del Rey. The lowest of the chain of lakes from which the waters of the Guadiana flow into the plain of La Mancha. From thence across the hills it is about 2 leagues to the cave of Montesinos, which lies a little to the north of the ruins of the castle of Rocafria, v. map. There can be no doubt that Cervantes visited the spot, but he has somewhat exaggerated the dimensions of the cave. The mouth is not more than 8 or 10 feet wide, or the depth more than 50 or 60, nor is the descent so steep as to make a rope requisite. It is, in all probability, an ancient mine of Roman or possibly Carthaginian origin. The map of the district given in Pellicer's edition of Don Quixote misplaces the cave and several other points, and is entirely misleading. Right arrow curving left. A line from the ballad in the Guerras Civiles de Granada, Estando el Rey Don Fernando. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 175. Right arrow curving left. The Pena de Francia is a mountain near Ciudad Rodrigo, and one of the holy places of Spain in consequence of the discovery of an image of the Virgin there in the 15th century. The Trinity of Gaeta is the chapel dedicated to the Trinity above the harbor of Gaeta. Right arrow curving left. Montesinos is the hero of half a dozen ballads belonging to the Carlovingian cycle, but does not figure in any of the French romances. According to the ballads he was one of the peers, and son of Count Grimaltos, or Grimaldos, by a daughter of Charlemagne. He owed his name to having been born in a forest, Monte, where his father and mother were wandering, banished from court by the machinations of the traitor Tamilas. It appears to have been connected with the cave from a very early period, and according to one of the oldest of the ballads the adjacent castle of Rocafria, or Rocafrida, mentioned in this note, was the residence of Rosa Florida, a lady who was enamored of him de oides, from hearsay. Clemenson says they were married and lived there, but one of the ballads represents him as marrying Guiomar, a converted Saracen. It is odd that, with the castle close at hand here, Cervantes should not have referred to it. Right arrow curving left. Merlin has been claimed by the Bretons as one of themselves, but of course he was a Welshman. In Malory's Arthur he is called a devil's son. Right arrow curving left. These are an adaptation of lines from the ballad. O bel Irma. O bel Irma. Por mi mal fuiste engendrada. Cancionero ese. Antwerp. Duran. Romancero, No. 387. Durandarte and Bel Irma, like Montesinos, are only to be found in the Spanish ballads of the Carlovingian cycle. Mila y Fontanals, however, thinks that in the name of the former there may be a reminiscence of that of Roland's sword Durandal, or Durendal. Right arrow curving left. The number of the lakes of Ruidera is variously stated. In chapter 18 Cervantes himself speaks of 7, here he makes them 10, if Ruidera herself is to be included. Clemenson says there are 15. Pascual Madaz, in his Geographical Dictionary of Spain, says 15 in one place, and 14 in another. Ford, in the handbook, says there are 11, which was the number I counted in a ramble down the valley some years ago. Most of them are mere tarns, but 2 or 3 are of considerable extent, the largest, La Colgada, being about 2 miles long. In most instances there is no visible communication between them. It is strange that Cervantes, who so often bestows wood and water, hills and valles, on Don Quixote's parched, flat, treeless country, should not have a word to say for this pretty winding valley. With its succession of clod-like vistas that would charm the eye anywhere, but here, after the bare brown steppes of La Mancha, seem veritable landscapes of Arcadia. Right arrow curving left. The boundaries of New Castile and the kingdom of Murcia meet in the upper portion of the valley, the head of which belongs entirely to the latter. Right arrow curving left. The Guadiana, after issuing from the Ruidera valley near the picturesque old castle of Penarroya, traverses the plain of La Mancha and disappears from sight a little to the north of Argamasilla, to reappear again 7 or 8 leagues off at the Ojos de la Guadiana, near Daimiel. Rui González Clavijo availed himself of the phenomenon to boast to Tamerlane in 1403 that his master King Henry had a bridge so large that 100,000 sheep browsed upon it. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 110. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 163. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 56. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 13. Right arrow curving left. The Spanish form of fugger, the name of the great Augsburg capitalists of the 16th century. Right arrow curving left. Referring to the ballad quoted in Part 1 Chapter 5 and elsewhere. Right arrow curving left. The Travels of the Infante Don Pedro of Portugal through the Four Quarters of the World, written by Juan Gómez de Santisteban Saragossa, 1570. Was a popular book and passed through several editions. Right arrow curving left. A passing compliment to his patron, the Conde de Lemos. Right arrow curving left. Literally, some of the deer. Right arrow curving left. A fashion introduced by the Duke of Lerma, whose feet were disfigured by bunions. Right arrow curving left. Verses of shorter lines than the ballad, and generally of a humorous or satirical cast. Right arrow curving left. The war to which the youth was bound was probably that which had arisen in Italy in 1613, out of the conflicting claims of the Dukes of Savoy and Mantua to the Duchy of Montferrat. Right arrow curving left. It is not easy to say what passage Cervantes could have been thinking of. Right arrow curving left. A proverbial phrase, expressive of extreme impatience. Right arrow curving left. Officers who have charge of the expenditure of the municipality. Right arrow curving left. A polite way of saying, after you, when pressed to drink. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 1. Right arrow curving left. The eastern part of La Mancha, adjoining the Cuenca Mountains, and now part of the province of Cuenca. It had nothing to do with the kingdom of Aragon, as Cervantes seems to have supposed. The name, so Fermin Caballero, Peritia Geographica de Cervantes, says, being derived from a hill called Monte Aragon. Right arrow curving left. Vota a Rus, an obscure oath, but probably a Manchegan form of Voto de Dios. Rus is the name of a stream and castle near San Clemente. Right arrow curving left. A giantess in Amadis of Gaul. Right arrow curving left. In the original, Sancho's mistake is patio for pacto. Right arrow curving left. I.e. belonging to judicial astrology. Right arrow curving left. There is, however, no trace of the story of Gaiferos and Melisenda, which is the correct form of the name, in any French chronicle or romance. Master Pedro's puppet show follows closely the ballad. Asentado este Gaiferos. En el Palacio Real. Which is in the 3 oldest cancioneros de romances. And in Duran's Romancero General, no. 377, right arrow curving left. These lines are not a quotation from the old ballad, but from a more modern piece of verse in octaves, in the National Library at Madrid. Tables was a game something like trick-track or backgammon, not chess, as Dunlop supposes. It was played with dice. Right arrow curving left. In the Chanson de Roland, Durendal. Right arrow curving left. Marsilio is, of course, the Marsiles of the Chanson de Roland, and, in spite of the company in which he appears, a historical personage, the name being a corruption of Omari Filius, i.e. Abd el-Malek ibn Omar, Wali of Saragossa at the time of Charlemagne's invasion. In the ballad, however, he is called El-Manzur. Right arrow curving left. Góngora has a droll ballad on this subject. Desde Sansuena a Paris. In which he expresses his sympathy with Melisendra's sufferings during her ride. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 3. Right arrow curving left. From the ballad on the rout of King Baudric's army at the Battle of the Guadalete. Los Justes del Rey Badrigo. Desmeaban y Huyen. Cancioneros de Romances, S.A. Antwerp. Duran, Romancero General, No. 599. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 104. Right arrow curving left. The joke here is untranslatable. Don Quixote says, not to catch the ape, but the she-ape. Pillar la mona being a slang phrase for, to get drunk. Right arrow curving left. Here we have an additional proof that Cervantes did not supply the correction in the second edition, Part 1 Chapter 23, and was not even aware that it had been made. Right arrow curving left. From this it would seem that Cervantes was under the impression that La Mancha de Aragon belonged to the Kingdom of Aragon. Right arrow curving left. I.e., a Sardinian pony, just as we say, a Shetland. Right arrow curving left. V. The Ballad. Y Cabalga Diego Ordóñez. Desmeaban y Huyen. Cancioneros de Romances, Antwerp, 1550. Duran, Romancero General, No. 791. Right arrow curving left. The Cazaleros, or, more properly, Caballeros, were the people of Valladolid, so called because of their townsman, Cazalla, burned as a Lutheran in 1559. The Berenjeneros were the Toledana, berenjenas, or eggplants, being grown in large quantities in the neighborhood. The inhabitants of Madrid were nicknamed the Balonados, i.e. the whalemen, from a story that they took a mule's pack saddle, floating down the Manzanares in a flood, for a whale. Who the people of the Clock Town, or the Jaboneros, the soap men, were, is uncertain. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 219. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 132. Right arrow curving left. Don Quixote forgets that Sancho was not with him the first time he left home. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 138. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 83. Right arrow curving left. Cervantes allows them but 5 days in all for this journey. The nearest and most accessible point of the Ebro would be at the junction of the river Jalón, a few leagues above Saragossa, and this, in a straight line from the inn near the cave of Montesinos, would be something over 200 miles distant. The most direct and best road would be by Belmonte in Cuenca, and thence across the Albarracin mountains to Calamoca, Daroca, and Calatayud, which would be, at least, 1/3 more. A distance that, making due allowance for the difficulties of the country, Don Quixote and Sancho, at their rate of traveling, could not have accomplished in thrice the time Cervantes allows. Having myself made the journey on foot, I can speak with some confidence on the point. But Cervantes clearly had no personal knowledge of the region between La Mancha and Saragossa. He would never have allowed Don Quixote to traverse the Cuenca mountains, and the pine woods of the Albarracin, without an adventure, had he been aware of the natural advantages of the country. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 12. Right arrow curving left. In the Theatrum Orbis Terrarum of Abraham Ortelius, Antwerp, 1600, this phenomenon is said to be observable immediately after passing the Azores. Right arrow curving left. Hartzenbusch makes a mischievous emendation here. He changes 2 yards into 10 yards, because, he says, if the boat was 5 yards from the bank, it must have been still farther from the spot where the animals were tied. But Sancho's meaning is clear, that the boat had not moved 5 yards out into the stream, or dropped with the stream 2 yards below the spot they had embarked at. And this he shows by the use of the 2 words apartado and decantado, as well as by speaking of watching a point on the bank. Right arrow curving left. Floating mills, moored in midstream, are common on the Ebro. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 164 and 41. Right arrow curving left. According to Pellicer, Don Quixote's hosts were the Duke and Duchess of Villahermosa, and the scene of the following adventures a country seat of theirs near Pedrola. A village at the foot of the Moncayo, in the angle between Jalan and the Ebro. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 129. Right arrow curving left. The reading suggested by Professor Calderon, in his excellent little book Cervantes Vindicado, etc., Madrid, 1854. Right arrow curving left. Escudero Andado, a play upon the words Caballero Andante. Right arrow curving left. The Fig of Spain. Henry V, 3-6. And fig me, like the bragging Spaniard. Henry IV, v3 right arrow curving left. There are frequent references to the despotism of the confessors in noblemen's houses, in the 16th and 17th centuries. According to tradition, Cervantes has here drawn the portrait of a confessor in the house of the Duke of Béjar, who all but persuaded the Duke to refuse the dedication of the first part of Don Quixote. Right arrow curving left. I.e., in the belfry out of danger. Proverb 200. Right arrow curving left. A port to the east of Malaga, where, in 1562, 22 galleys under the command of Juan de Mendoza were wrecked in a storm, with a loss of over 4,000 men. Right arrow curving left. Make haste back from Temblec, brother, vuelva presto de Temblec, hermano, has grown into a popular phrase, applied in the case of a prolix storyteller. Right arrow curving left. This remark of Sancho is, of course, an aside to the Duke. Right arrow curving left. The first and all editions that I have seen, Hartzenbusch's included, have El Ancho Campo, the broad field of ambition. But though a translator and a foreigner has no right to propose emendations of the text, I venture to suggest that camino, road, is the more likely word. The case is even stronger here than in Part 1 Chapter 18, where precisely the same substitution has been accepted by all critics. Don Quixote is speaking of ways of life and lines of conduct. It would be absurd to talk of the field of flattery or hypocrisy, and a narrow path is naturally the opposite of a broad road, not of a broad field. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 25, 153, and 15. Right arrow curving left. Biderman calls this discourse, modally d'art de déraisonner. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 249 and 243. Right arrow curving left. I.e., of the Sayago district, see this note. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 112. Right arrow curving left. A nautical metaphor, keeping the lead going. Right arrow curving left. The name given in the ballads to the daughter of Count Julian, seduced by Roderick, according to tradition. Right arrow curving left. To govern like a gerfalcon is a similitude repeatedly used by Don Quixote and Sancho. The precise drift is not very obvious. In the slang of the Germania, Gerifalt means a robber. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 51. Right arrow curving left. Water scented with rose, orange flower, thyme, and other perfumes. Right arrow curving left. These being probably unsatisfactory to drink out of. Right arrow curving left. The magnificent chair in which, according to the poem and the ballads, he took his seat at the Cortes of Toledo. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 234. A somewhat obscure popular phrase, rather than proverb, used to describe that which has nothing whatever to do with the subject in hand. Ubeda is a small town in the upper valley of the Guadalquivir, v. Map, and some explain the phrase by saying that the country round it being very hilly, travelers are liable to lose their way there. Others say the explanation is that there are no hills there at all. Neither statement is correct. The country is not particularly hilly or flat, nor is there any reason why anyone should lose his way there. Gervaise's suggestion is more probable, that the words are the beginning of some old song or story, and are equivalent to saying that the remark made has as much to do with the question as the old song, over the hills, etc. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 118. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 172, 105, 72, 98, 166, 20, 63, 192, 189. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 75 and 161. Right arrow curving left. From a modernized version, apparently, of the ballad, Después que el rey Don Rodrigo, Cancionero de Romances Antwerp, S.A. Duran, Romancero, No. 606. Right arrow curving left. The passage is apparently corrupt. Don Juan Calderón defends the text in his Cervantes Vindicado, but it cannot be said that his vindication is satisfactory. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 115. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 183. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 252. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 156. Right arrow curving left. Catonian sentences, i.e. in the style of Dionysius Cato. Michael Verino was the author of a book entitled De Purorum Moribus Distica, somewhat in the style of Cato's Distica, and, like it, a well-known schoolbook at the time. The Latin quoted by the Duchess is from the epitaph on him by Politian. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 36. Right arrow curving left. A popular way of describing drinking without getting drunk. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 39. Right arrow curving left. Don Quixote told them nothing about the cave of Montesinos, all they knew of it was through Sancho. Hartzenbusch inserts the correction. Right arrow curving left. Favola was the son and successor of Pelayo. Don Quixote is hardly correct in describing him as a Gothic king, for the Gothic kings, properly so called, ended with Roderick. Right arrow curving left. Various como os vale un pan por ciento. Literally, you'll see it will be worth a loaf per cent to you. There has been a good deal of discussion about this phrase. Critics, assuming that, as it stands, it must be wrong, have suggested various new readings, such as tan por ciento, pamporcino, and the like. Forgetting, apparently, that Cervantes uses it again in precisely the same form and way in chapter 71. There can be no doubt it is some old popular, perhaps local, phrase, now obsolete, but in use in his day in the sense I have given. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 148. Sancho adapts the proverb to his argument. Right arrow curving left. Triunfo envidado, brag, would be a closer translation, but the game seems to have been more like all fours. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 76. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 164, 84, and 232. Right arrow curving left. I.e. Hernán, or Fernan, Núñez, of the noble family of the Guzmans, professor of Greek at Alcala and afterwards at Salamanca, and one of the greatest scholars of the 16th century. He made a collection of proverbs which was published in 1555, after his death. He was commander of the Order of Santiago, and hence commonly called the Greek commander, El Commendator Griego, a title absurdly translated Greek commentator by Gervas, Viardot, Damas Hinard, and others. Right arrow curving left. The cry of La Allah Ila Allah, there is no God but God. Right arrow curving left. In the carts described wheels and axle are all in one piece. They are in use to this day in the Asturias, and their creaking may be heard on a still evening miles away. The country folk there maintain it has the effect Cervantes mentions. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 152. Right arrow curving left. Disciplinant de luz, one in the costume of the disciplinants who used to walk in procession in Holy Week. Right arrow curving left. For abrenuncio. Right arrow curving left. That which holds back the string of the crossbow. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 17, 68, 85, and 227. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 108, i.e. a perfectly natural accompaniment. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 225. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 58. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 52. Right arrow curving left. Properly the thick knotted ends of the cords forming the lashes of the scourge used by penitents. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 127. Right arrow curving left. The last clause of this paragraph was expunged by order of the Inquisition in 1619, and have not been since restored in any edition I am acquainted with. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 29. A proverb that evidently had its origin in the words of some philosophical culprit after having been whipped through the streets mounted on an ass, according to custom. Sancho quotes it again in chapter 72. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 57. Right arrow curving left. A reference to Proverbs 253. Right arrow curving left. A popular phrase expressive of extreme eagerness. Right arrow curving left. This date is obviously the date at which Cervantes was writing. Right arrow curving left. Oregano, properly wild marjoram. See Proverb 160. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 50. Right arrow curving left. Trifaldi equals tres faldas, or 3 skirts. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 204. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 231. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 137. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 39 and 95. Right arrow curving left. Martos, a town of Andalusia to the southwest of Jaén, apparently famous for its garbanzo crops. Right arrow curving left. From Zora, a fox. Right arrow curving left. Perhaps an allusion to the story in Gaspar Lucas Hidalgo's Dialogos of the pious young man who said if he had mustaches to his soul he did not care for any others. Right arrow curving left. A translation from the Italian of Serafino Aquilano, 1500. The original is interesting as an Italian imitation of Spanish redondillas. Right arrow curving left. I.e. the old ballad, so often quoted. Right arrow curving left. The first of 3 stanzas in Redondillas by the Commendator Escriva, an old poet, some of whose verses appear in the Canciotiero of Fernando de Castillo, 1511. The lines seem to have been extremely popular. Lope wrote a gloss upon them, and Calderon introduced them into 2 of his plays. From the use to which Cervantes puts them in this passage he does not seem to have admired them as much as his contemporaries. To his temperament, very likely, this sighing after death savored of affectation. Probably to his robuster philosophy life was to be lived so long as it was left to us, and death met manfully when it came. Right arrow curving left. See this note. Right arrow curving left. I.e. desert islands, a phrase from the Flores of Torquemada. Right arrow curving left. Tibar, a river of Arabia. Panchaea, a district of Arabia Felix. Totaki thuriferis Panchaea pinguis arenes. Virgil, Georgics 2, 139. Right arrow curving left. For the story of Pierres and Magalona, see Part 1, Chapter 49. Right arrow curving left. Clavo, a nail or spike, leno, a log. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 180. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 86. Right arrow curving left. We were told before that the peg was in the forehead, a very inconvenient position for the rider. In the Magic Horse in the Arabian Nights it was in the neck. In the case of Chaucer's Steed of Bras, to guide him. Ye moden trill a pin stant in his air. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 222, 236. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 206. Right arrow curving left. Sancho in the original mistakes his master's veridico for a diminutive of verde, green, and replies, "I'm not green but brown, but even if I was a mixture I'd keep my word." Right arrow curving left. Peralvillo, a small town near Ciudad Real, where the Holy Brotherhood used to execute their prisoners. Right arrow curving left. Dar. Eugenio Torralva, tried in 1528 at Cuenca on various charges of dealing in magic. One was that he claimed to have made the journey from Madrid to Rome in one night riding on a stick. Bourbon is the duke who was killed at the taking of Rome by the imperialists in May 1527. Right arrow curving left. Sancho in his trouble confuses Magalona with the great Portuguese navigator. Right arrow curving left. I.e. the Pleiades. Right arrow curving left. Literally, saying nothing to nobody. Right arrow curving left. The cross prefixed to the alphabet in schoolbooks, no saber el Christus, is to know nothing at all. Right arrow curving left. I.e. Dionysius Cato, author of the Distica. Right arrow curving left. In allusion to the fable that the peacock's pride in his tail is tempered when he contemplates his ugly feet. In Spanish the expanded tail of the peacock is called his wheel, rueda. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 213. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 38. An allusion to the popular joke against the begging friars, who were said to make a pretense of refusing gifts, hinting, however, that they might be thrown into their hood. Right arrow curving left. Suetonius, Julius Caesar, Chapter 45. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 3. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 54. Right arrow curving left. That curious 16th-century manual of the manners of good society, the Gaedio Español of Lucas Gratian Dantisco, very probably suggested this hint. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 41, 74, 271. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 45. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 234. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 77. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 146. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 8. Seguro va a juicio, goes into court with an easy mind. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 124. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 87. There is some uncertainty about this proverb, whether it is, his house is sweet to him, or, his house knows it, or, his hunting, casa, is successful. In the text of the early editions it is in the first form. Hartzenbusch prefers the last. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 205. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 139, 221, and 16. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 214. Possibly a corruption of santo, holy, another, and perhaps the older and more correct form, has sage, prudent. Garay gives it as in the text. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 142, 42, 34. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 140, 143, 43. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 92. Right arrow curving left. The original bringing a charge of misinterpretation against its translator, is a confusion of ideas that it would not be easy to match. With regard to Cid Hameed's apology, see the translator's preface. This version of Don Quixote contains a different version of the translator's preface that doesn't include this reference. Ed. Right arrow curving left. There is, in fact, some difference of opinion as to the meaning of the phrase. The Academy Dictionary gives, instantly, on the spot, Covarrubias, suddenly. Right arrow curving left. O vida segura la mansa pobreza. Dadiva santa desagradecida. Juan de Mina, El Laberinto, Copla 227. I suspect there is a touch of malice in the words, the great Cordovan poet. To hear any other poet but Gongora so described would have made a gongorist foam at the mouth. Right arrow curving left. Cid Hamete has mixed up two passages, 1 Corinthians 7 verse 30, and 2 Corinthians 6 verse 10. Right arrow curving left. The straits of the starving hidalgo were a favorite theme with the novelists and dramatists of the time. The difference of the treatment of the subject by the three great humorists, Mendoza in Lazarillo de Tormes, Cervantes here, and Quevedo in the Gran Tucano, is very striking. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 242. Right arrow curving left. Shelton in a characteristic note apologizes for this ballad and that in answer to it in chapter 46 by saying that, the verses are made to be scurvy on purpose by the author. So he observes neither verse nor rhyme. They are, of course, burlesque ballads, and the rhyme is the assonant which I have endeavored to imitate. Right arrow curving left. One of the pearls of the Spanish crown was called La Sola, being unmatched for size. Right arrow curving left. Hartzenbusch thinks that this outburst is a caricature of a passage in some poem of the day, and that such imitations are not uncommon in Don Quixote. If so, we cannot wonder at it that Cervantes was not beloved by the high-flying poets of the period. Right arrow curving left. Barato now means cheap, but in Old Spanish it was also a substantive meaning a trick or a practical joke. According to Pellicer, the island was Alcala del Ebro, a village near Pedrola, on a peninsula formed by a bend of the Ebro. The critics have been much exercised by the identification of Barataria, which has always been with the Cervantistas a favorite hunting ground for political allusions. Right arrow curving left. The title of Don, like that of Esquire in this country, was beginning to be assumed by persons who had no claim to it. Cervantes evidently had a strong opinion on the subject. Right arrow curving left. In the Legenda Aurea of Jacobus de Voragine there is a story resembling this of the two old men. Right arrow curving left. Cervantes got this story from a very devout work, the Norte de los Estados of Francisco de Osuna, Burgos, 1550. Right arrow curving left. In the original editions the case of the caps is placed first, but this shows that it should come last. Right arrow curving left. In the original editions 5 or 6 lines are inserted here stating that the Duchess dispatched a page with Sancho's letter to his wife. But they are repeated with some trifling changes in chapter 50, which is obviously their proper place, while they come in very awkwardly here. Right arrow curving left. See this note. Right arrow curving left. The reja or grating of a Spanish window usually bulges out somewhat at the lower part so as to form a sort of seat for the occupant of the chamber. The cats descending on the projecting part were thus enabled to make their way into the room. Right arrow curving left. This sentence is very awkwardly constructed in the original. I have partly followed Hartzenbusch's rearrangement of it. Right arrow curving left. Peliagudo, furry, means also dangerous, in popular parlance. Right arrow curving left. Olla podrida, properly rotten, a more savory olla than the ordinary pot au feu, containing pig's feet, sausages, and a variety of other ingredients. Right arrow curving left. Aguero means omen or augury. Tertiafura, literally, take thyself off, is a village of La Mancha situated just as the doctor describes. V. Map. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 157. Right arrow curving left. Biscayans mustered strong in the royal service in the reigns of Charles V and Philip II. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 75. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 232. Right arrow curving left. Perlesia, paralysis. Right arrow curving left. This is Professor Juan Calderon's explanation, but the passage is rather obscure. Right arrow curving left. The distinction was necessary, as what is now the province of Santander was then called the Asturias of Santander. Right arrow curving left. That is from the Montaña, the mountain region to the north of Castile and Leon, which was the stronghold of the Spaniards in the earlier days of the great national struggle. Lope and Quevedo, who were also of the mountain stock, use much the same language. Right arrow curving left. The Guadalajara Gate was then very much what the Puerta del Sol is to modern Madrid. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 161. Right arrow curving left. Issues were, in fact, very much relied upon as preservatives of health in Spain, just as periodical bloodletting was in England somewhat later. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 88. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 51. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 248. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 35. A rather obscure proverb. Cantillana is a village to the northeast of Seville. One explanation is that it refers to the doings of one of Jafar Tenorio's captains in suppressing the disturbances in the reign of Alfonso XI. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 139. Right arrow curving left. Cervantes forgets he had given Sancho his supper already. Right arrow curving left. Played by men on horseback with reed javelins and light bucklers. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 148, 150, and 239. Right arrow curving left. Issues are called fuentes, fountains, and the fountains of Aranjuez are as famous in Spain as those of Versailles in France. Right arrow curving left. See this note. Right arrow curving left. Argamasilla is almost the only village in La Mancha where such a sight could be seen, an arm of the Guadiana flows past it. Right arrow curving left. A line from the old ballad, A Calatrava la Vieja. Docking the skirts was a punishment for misconduct in old times. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 66. Right arrow curving left. A graphic description of the dish as dressed in Spain, where the bacon and eggs are fried together. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 31. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 236. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 184. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 241. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 224. Right arrow curving left. This puzzle is very like one in Aulus Gellius, quoted also in Pedro Mejia's Silva de Varia Lechen, Li, chapter 18. A book of curiosities of literature on which Cervantes draws more than once. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 168. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 180. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 207. Right arrow curving left. A town in Aragon, between Teruel and Morella. Right arrow curving left. So the passage stands in the original, and so no doubt Cervantes wrote it. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 206. Right arrow curving left. The favorite noontide mess of the Andalusian peasantry. Consisting of cucumbers shred fine, breadcrumbs, oil, vinegar, and water fresh from the spring. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 73. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 118. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 162. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 187. Right arrow curving left. A phrase for lying impudently. Right arrow curving left. A line from the ballad of Mira Nero de Tarpeia, Duran No. 571. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 208. Right arrow curving left. The edict Ricaute refers to was that published September 22, 1609, commanding the Moriscos under pain of death to hold themselves in readiness to embark for Africa at 3 days' notice. The date is significant. It was 6 months after the signature of the treaty that virtually recognized the independence of the United Provinces and acknowledged the defeat of the Church in the struggle for domination in the Netherlands. The victory of the Netherlanders, in fact, recoiled upon the unhappy Moriscos. The anti-Morisco movement had been hitherto confined to Valencia and the Valencian clergy. But now the priesthood throughout Spain, in their fury at the escape of the northern heretics, took it up and turned it into a popular agitation. Cervantes quotes here some of the stock arguments of the agitators, but in the novel of the Colloquy of the Dogs he gives them in fuller detail. The Church in this instance adopted the usual tactics of the demagogue, and appealed to the stupidity and the cupidity of the masses, frightening them with the bugbear of another Mohammedan invasion aided by these aliens, and pointing out that the Morisco by his industry, frugality, skill, and business-like qualities was everywhere taking the bread out of the mouth of the Christian Spaniard. The real offense of the Moriscos was, of course, that, in spite of all the Church could do, from baptism to burning, they still remained unsatisfactory Christians. As Cervantes with exquisite naivete says in the Colloquy, it would be a miracle to find one of them that has a genuine belief in the holy Christian faith. Very likely. It can hardly have gained fervor from the fires of the Inquisition with Moriscos who remembered their own old faith that for 7 centuries had respected church and synagogue, and left Jew and Christian to worship in peace. The king, a kind-hearted man, bigot as he was, shrank from the wholesale cruelty of the church proposals, but he was frightened into yielding. For Lerma resistance would have been an immediate fall from power. The opposition of the nobles was futile. The men who had made Spain a great nation were powerless now against the combined forces of stupidity and fanaticism that were undoing their work. The sufferings of the wretched Moriscos, the massacres of those that resisted, the miseries of those that submitted, are a tale that has been told often enough. And as for the effects on Spain, to quote the words of Don Florencio Janer, who has written one of the ablest and most impartial books on the subject, it may be said that from an Arabia Felix it was converted into an Arabia Deserta. A sad story. And hardly less sad to find noble Cervantes lifting up his voice on the side of the silliest agitation, the stupidest policy, and the cruelest measure that ever history has had occasion to record. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 22. Right arrow curving left. This is historically true. In 1613 it was found necessary to order a second expulsion of returned Moriscos. Right arrow curving left. At first a certain amount of property was permitted to be carried away, but ultimately the deported Moriscos were not allowed to carry anything with them. Right arrow curving left. Sancho's meaning is not very clear here. Sagittarius in the Germania slang is one who is whipped through the streets. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 24. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 173. Right arrow curving left. A Moorish princess, the remains of whose palace may still be seen, so the Tolden say, near the bridge of Alcantara at Toledo. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 131. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 89. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 224. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 5. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 226. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 195. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 73. Right arrow curving left. An allusion to a kind of game of leapfrog. Right arrow curving left. See this note. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 151. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 73. Right arrow curving left. Burino, Duke of Zealand, who deserted Olympia, daughter of the Count of Holland, very much as Theseus deserted Ariadne. Orlando Furioso, Cantos 9 and 10. There is a ballad on the subject, with a refrain which may have suggested that introduced here. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 123. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 34. Right arrow curving left. The elaborate carved work that rises at the back of the altar in Spanish churches. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 71. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 90. Right arrow curving left. According to Covarrubias, family superstitions were very common in Spain. Quevedo, always a valuable illustrator of Cervantes, in the Book of All Things refers to this of the Mendoza family. If you upset the salt cellar, he says, and are a Mendoza, rise from table without dining, and the omen will be fulfilled. For as it is a misfortune not to dine, a misfortune will have befallen you. Right arrow curving left. Santiago y Sierra España, the old Spanish war cry. Right arrow curving left. Hartzenbusch thinks something has dropped out here. Some sort of explanation of the words by Don Quixote. Right arrow curving left. I.e., of the descendants of Hagar. Right arrow curving left. A sort of kirtle worn by the peasant women. Right arrow curving left. Hartzenbusch protests that Cervantes can never have written this, but his pen undoubtedly does sometimes indulge in a flourish of the kind. Right arrow curving left. The river that joins the Tagus at Aranjuez. The bull that Gazel encountered in the ballad, Eziando toda la corte, was nacido en la ribera del celebrado Jarama. Right arrow curving left. Cabestros, employed to lead the bulls when driven in from the pastures. Right arrow curving left. The phrase in Spanish is not bullfight but bullrun, corrida de toros. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 92. Right arrow curving left. Condumio, meat dressed to be eaten with bread. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 136. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 145. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 128. Right arrow curving left. Avellaneda in Chapter 2 of his continuation makes Aldonza Lorenzo write to Don Quixote threatening him with a beating for calling her princess and Dulcinea. And Don Quixote, stung by her ingratitude, resolves to look out for another mistress. Right arrow curving left. In the first edition the passage runs, con suavidad y sin hacerse fuerza alguna, of which it is difficult to make sense. Hartzenbusch suggests su vida and tuerto. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 164. Right arrow curving left. Cervantes forgets that this blunder is of his own making. In Part 1 Chapter 7 he calls Sancho's wife, Juana Gutierrez, and 6 lines afterwards, Mari Gutierrez, and in Chapter 52, Juana Panza. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 2:11 and 206. Right arrow curving left. Hecho equus, i.e. with legs that show a tendency to form the letter X, a graphic description of a drunken man. Right arrow curving left. In Chapter 11 Avellaneda gives an account of Don Quixote's tilting at the ring in the Coso at Saragossa, and so prolix and encumbered with details that his admirer M. German de Levine was forced to leave it out. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 203. The words used by the page of Henry of Trastamara when he tripped up Pedro the Cruel as the two brothers were locked in the struggle that ended in the death of the latter. V. The ballad, Los Fieros Cuerpos Revueltos. Right arrow curving left. The last lines of the fine ballad, a Cazar va Don Rodrigo, that tells how Madara avenged his brothers by slaying Rodrigo de Lara. Cancionero, Antwerp, S.A., Duran, number 691, right arrow curving left. Printed Osiris, in the first edition. The Busiris, who with Memphian chivalry and perfidious hate pursued the sojourners of Goshen. Paradise Lost, I-307 right arrow curving left. This Roque Guinart, properly Rocaquinarda, was a Catalan bandit who made some noise 3 or 4 years before this was written. He carried out the intention he expressed to Don Quixote, for he went to Naples in 1611 and seems to have died in peace there. He appears to have been a well-behaved freebooter, as Cervantes depicts him. Right arrow curving left. Ladres, Catalan for thieves. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 2. Right arrow curving left. Reckoning by the dates of the letters written at the Duke's, St. John the Baptist's day was past. Cervantes means the beheading of John the Baptist. Right arrow curving left. The Caudales and the Nieros were two Catalan clans, at feud at this time. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 28. Right arrow curving left. A dish composed of the breasts of fowls dressed with milk, sugar, and rice flour. Don Antonio alludes to an incident in Avellaneda's book. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 236. Right arrow curving left. Michael Escoto or Escotillo was a native of Parma, who had a great reputation in Flanders in the time of Alexander Farnese for his skill in judicial astrology, and was suspected of dealing in magic. Bowie absurdly confounds him with the more famous Michael Scott, who flourished in the 13th century, though it is plain Cervantes is speaking of one who was his own contemporary. Right arrow curving left. The dance referred to in chapter 19. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 238. Right arrow curving left. Paragrullo was a legendary personage who dealt in prophecies that were manifest truisms. Quevedo introduces him in the Visita de los Chistes. Right arrow curving left. The translation of the Pastor Fido appeared in 1609. Cervantes had before this warmly praised Figueroa in the Viaje del Parnaso, notwithstanding which the year after his death Don Quixote and the novellas were sneered at by Figueroa in his Pasajero. Madrid, 1617. There is no edition of Jauregui's Aminta known earlier than that of Seville 1618, so that this is a friendly advertisement. Right arrow curving left. As Hartzenbusch points out, this leaves a margin altogether too narrow for the expenses. Right arrow curving left. Luz del Alma, by Father Felipe Menezes, 1566. Right arrow curving left. Avellaneda's volume was called Segundo Tomo, not second part. It was hardly judicious in Cervantes to credit his enemy with a second edition, but he seems to lose his head whenever he thinks of Avellaneda and his insults. And from this on he apparently thinks of little else. From chapter 59 to the end, indeed, there is a decided falling off. The story is at once hurried and spun out, and in the episodes of Claudia and Ana Felix he drops into the tawdry style of the novels in the first part. It is only when he touches earth in Sancho Panza that he recovers anything like his old vigor. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 193. Martimas, i.e. killing day, that being the great day for pig killing in Spain. Right arrow curving left. An impudent attempt was made in Berlin in 1824 to insert two forged chapters here giving an account of Don Quixote's adventures at a masked ball. The forgery was a very clumsy one, being full of Germanisms. Right arrow curving left. Montjuich, the citadel of Barcelona. Right arrow curving left. Rice equals captain. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 146. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 76. Right arrow curving left. There is an untranslatable pun here on the double meaning of deslocado, out of joint, and cured of madness. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 70. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 226. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 90. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 97. Right arrow curving left. Clemenson says this Don Bernardino de Velasco was famous for having one of the hardest hearts and ugliest faces in all Spain. He was specially charged with the expulsion of the Manchegan Moriscos. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 237. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 217. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 18. Right arrow curving left. The story is in LXIII, but Cervantes no doubt got it from the great Spanish Joe Miller, the Floresta Española of Melchor de Santa Cruz. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 37. Right arrow curving left. The Spanish duendes are, however, more akin to brownies than fairies. Right arrow curving left. I.e. by Garcilaso in LXII, Nemus equals bosque. But Herrera, Garcilaso's editor, says Antonio de Fonseca was meant, and Saa de Miranda, the Garcilaso of Portugal, who was a contemporary, holds that Nemoroso was Garcilaso himself. Right arrow curving left. The termination ona is augmentative. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 171. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 124. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 46. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 159. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 212. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 45. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 215. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 153. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 229. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 245. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 123. Right arrow curving left. The dried palm branch preserved from Easter Sunday that may be seen in almost every Spanish house. Right arrow curving left. I.e. that of Orpheus. The second stanza is Garcilaso's, it is the second of his third eclogue. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 244. In full it is, and did not leave green or dry. Spanish, bledos, French blet, used in the South as a substitute for spinach. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 65. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 183. Right arrow curving left. The cow that is to be killed for the wedding feast. The one that suffers. Right arrow curving left. Garcilaso, eclogue I, right arrow curving left. Sancho's version of Credat Judaeus. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 122. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 2. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 233. In full it is, with dry breeches. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 164. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 251. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 19. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 78. Right arrow curving left. Proverbs 222, 85, 227, and 167. Right arrow curving left. See this note. Right arrow curving left. Avellaneda, Chapter 9. Right arrow curving left. A madhouse founded in 1483 by Francisco Ortiz, Canon of Toledo, and Apostolic Nuncio. Avellaneda concludes by depositing Don Quixote in it. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 29. Right arrow curving left. Alluding to the opening lines of the old 15th century satire of Mingo Revulgo. Mingo Revulgo. What? It's you. What have you done with your doublet blue? Your Sunday suit? Is this the way you walk abroad on the holy day? See this note. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 226. Right arrow curving left. The beginning of a ballad in the Cancionero of Francisco de Ocana. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 7. Right arrow curving left. Jacopo Sannazaro, the Neapolitan poet, 1458-1530, author of the Arcadia. Right arrow curving left. Dadme albricias buenas señores. Albricias, from the Arabic al-Bashara, the reward claimed by one who brings good news. Right arrow curving left. In the first chapter of the first part, the reader may remember, the name is given as Quixana. Right arrow curving left. Auxerre pucheros refers rather to the working of the face that precedes a fit of weeping. Right arrow curving left. Proverb 154. Right arrow curving left. This piece of commonplace cynicism, so uncalled for and so inconsistent with what has gone before, is, I imagine, regretted by most of Cervantes' readers. The conclusion of Don Quixote, it must be confessed, is not worthy of the book or of its author. After the quiet pathos and dignity of Don Quixote's death, the shrill note of the scolding once more administered to the wretched Avellaneda falls like a discord on the reader's ear. And Samson Carrasco's doggerel does not tend to allay the irritation. Right arrow curving left. Clemenson objects to these verses that if they are meant seriously they are poor, and if intended as a joke they are stupid. Cervantes no doubt meant them as an imitation of the ordinary epitaph style of the village poet, but even so they could have been very well spared. Right arrow curving left. The two last lines occur in one of the ballads on the death of Alonso de Aguilar in the Guerra Civils de Granada, Part 1 Chapter 17. Right arrow curving left. Endnotes 1001, 1001. The bibliography of chivalry romance shows that this was no vainglorious boast on the part of Cervantes. All through the 16th century romances of chivalry, new or reprints, continued to pour from the press in a steady stream, but no new romance was produced after the appearance of Don Quixote. And only one or two of the swarm of old ones reprinted. V. Appendix, Spanish Romances of Chivalry. Available as page scans but not transcribed in this ebook, ed. Right arrow curving left.